Someone's eye in the darkness. The person's look is very devastated, with blood flowing from the eye. A tired, bloody, and haggard face. The look of a man clearly devastated. The bloody guy sits on the ground and addresses a certain Han. He wants to clarify if it is definitely Khan. Suddenly, a huge monster appears out of nowhere and moves towards the guys. Han soars into the air towards the monster. The enraged monster frantically screams about crushing Han into a tortilla. His eyes squint with frenzy. The monster stomps its foot loudly on the ground, its terrifying toes visible. Dust rises up all around. The monster screams wildly at Han that he will regret getting off the ground. Khan stands motionless, his torn jacket fluttering in the wind. Khan stands confidently on the ground, his cloak slightly torn. A small blue aura rises around him. It tells him that he is not trash. Suddenly, Han turns sideways and looks at the monster, his eyes full of determination. You can tell by the look in his eyes that he is not afraid and is ready to fight. Han gathers all his strength into a fist. The fist lights up with yellow flames. The fight begins. The monster and Han soar into the air, eager to strike at each other. Han, with eyes white with anger, tries to strike first. White jets of air appear around him. He yells, "Yeah, yeah!" A young man stands against a white background, wearing a shirt and pants. His story begins. He wants to be first in everything. A report card with bad grades. The young man gets the lowest score in all subjects among all students. A soccer field. A guy in the center of the field swings to kick the ball. The guy kicks the ball, but instead his sneaker flies off his foot. The goalkeeper doesn't have time to react, and the sneaker hits him in the face. A guy is sitting at his computer playing a game. Another young man is standing next to him wearing headphones and wondering how he can play so badly. The young man points to the screen. On the screen, the character is standing with a knife on a battlefield where everyone is firing guns. The young man continues to mock the guy for his poor play and calls him cannon fodder. The guy is struggling to hold back his emotions, but inside he yells "back off" to his character. A young man is walking through town. He is in a bustling city with lots of people around. He reflects on the fact that everyone has a natural talent. He's walking down the street in the evening with a backpack. The sun is setting. He continues to ponder. The young man looks up and wonders why he has no natural talent. In the space at the end of the golden path, the image of a man with a crown over his head is seen. This man represents success. Our hero stands in a huge mass of other figures of people, no different from each other. He feels himself to be a gray mass. The hero walks a few more steps and wonders what he can be good at. He casts his gaze downward, trying to find in his mind the answer to the question of what kind of job would suit him. Suddenly, he's called from behind. He turns around leisurely. Apparently, he is still deep in thought. Standing behind him are two full-figured men. Two men. They tell him that he has a special aura. The guy's a little embarrassed and a little perplexed and asks, "Aura?" It was getting evening outside and the city was turning the orange color of sunset. It wasn't as noisy anymore, and the signs of eateries and stores loomed overhead. The two men came even closer to the young man and unashamedly began to extort money from him. The boy took 2 steps back and replied that he had no money with him. The bald man opened his book, poked his finger into the text, and said that the boy was in big trouble because the truth was expensive. They came closer again, asking him to give the money nicely. They threatened violence if the guy didn't agree. The young man was unperturbed and again replied that he didn't have the money with him. Suddenly, the bald man moved closer and asked him to give only half of the sum demanded, so that he could keep it for himself and not share it with his partner. His partner was clearly indignant and reminded him that they had agreed to share their earnings. They got into a heated argument about the division of earnings and started yelling aggressively at each other. When they calmed down and wanted to approach the boy again, they found him gone. Baldy saw the young man walking away as if nothing had happened and was about to disappear around the corner. The two caught up with the boy. Baldy grabbed him by his backpack and pulled him off the ground. They were not happy that the guy wanted to get away from them. Suddenly, the bald man swung his left hand and with a shout of "Get heaven's punishment" hit the guy. The blow went straight to the young man's cheek. His face twisted. He clearly didn't expect this. While the boy was confused, the man swung again to deliver another blow. The young man put his hands to his face to defend himself and begged the man to stop hitting him. The two also yelled at him to give him the money. At one point, the guy got tired of enduring and with his eyes closed, threw his arm upwards. The blow was strong and hit the bald man in the jaw. Blood spurted from his mouth. The man's thick body flew a few meters away. His accomplice was bewildered by the force of the kid's blow. The man crashed to the ground and rolled a few meters on the ground, already on inertia. He broke through the brick wall with his head and splinters, and dust flew from there. After such a blow, the kid's fist was smoking, and the second man was angry and perplexed by what had happened. The man made a surprised face, but it was obvious from his face that he was very frightened. Sweat was dripping from his face. The unmoving body of the bald man was lying on the other side of the street, and smoke was coming from his cheek. It was obvious that the guy himself was surprised by the force of the blow. and the bald man's accomplice became quite nervous. He jumped on the young man with his fists, wanting revenge. But the guy had already realized that there was a mysterious power in his fists and swung back. He struck a blow right in the stomach. The opponent bent in half. Dust rose up all around. Another immobilized body raced across the street, kicking up dust behind it. The carcass flew into a wall, and shards of bricks and plaster flew from the wall. The guy stood in the middle of the street, pillars of dust all around him. It was obvious from the look of him that he had just been in a fight. And then he realized that through this encounter with two strangers, he had awakened a hidden talent. The bald man's face was badly wrinkled. His eyes were hazy, and smoke was coming from his cheek. The face of the man with long hair also showed no signs of life. His mouth was open and his eyes were shrouded in smoke. The guy looked at the immobile bodies of the two men in bewilderment and couldn't believe he was that strong. Confidence appeared in his gaze, and he realized that with such strength he could become the best. He lowered his head down and looked at his fist, which was scratched from the blows. He then swung his hand upwards, still clenching his fingers into a fist. The boy with glasses and a textbook in his hands doesn't understand what's special about this story. The boy is clearly annoyed that his interlocutor doesn't understand the significance of this event for himself. They walk down the street, and the boy explains that with the help of the talent he has discovered, he can now become number one. The boy with glasses still doesn't understand what our hero is so proud of. This makes our hero even more annoyed. The boy with glasses rephrases his question and asks in what field he can apply the talent that our hero has discovered. They continued to walk further down the street. The boy replied that he would look for a use for this talent. The boy with glasses closed his textbook and continued to be clever. He said that there were only two areas where a student's strength could come in handy in Korea. The first option is to excel in a sport and make the country famous. The second option is to become a firefighter, military officer, or just a civil servant and benefit the country that way. The guys continue to argue. The bespectacled man is pelting the young man with questions about his financial situation and academic success. The bespectacled man, having heard the negative answers to all the questions, suggests the guy to give up and not to look for a use for his talent. Then he turns around and with a smart look says that you need to be competent in some field to be called talented. In addition, the boy with glasses pronounces that it would be better if the guy just studied better. They walk down the street, he opens the book again, and he solemnly says that there's another way to use his talent. The bespectacled man tells him that if you don't have money and you're bad at school, there is an occupation that requires only pure strength. The guy stands staring confidently ahead. The walls behind him are shiny, so there are blue reflections on his face. Long-necked with narrow shoulders, a regular guy, medium height, and a huge, bald, bulky man. All three of them stand in a row. They lean in sharply and give a respectful nod to the man who has entered. It's their boss. To the left and right along the walls are 2 rows of 13 men. Between them stands the boss. Upon entering the room, the boss glanced at the kid to his right. The boss of the group looked at the back of the neck of the boy who was leaning toward him. Someone standing nearby told the boss that the kid wanted to be number one in the gangster world, so he was brought into the gang. The boss leaned over the young man and asked him what he was willing to do for it. The boss started telling the kid what his gang does. The kid's eyes rounded. He was shocked. The boss continued to tell the kid about how he deals with his enemies. The guy's eyes widened even more. It was obvious that he was scared. The roof of the hangar against the blue sky. Voices are coming from it. They're discussing the group. It's 2 operatives making their way through the dark hangar. They want the leader of the group. One of the operatives is very nervous and talks about how they will surely die. The other offers to trust his leadership. They burst into the bandits' lair shouting, "Everyone stay put!" One of the operatives notices something wrong and freezes in bewilderment. All the bandits, along with the head of the gang, are lying on the floor. They are all mangled and their faces are swollen. The gang leader has one eye swollen shut and his mouth is ajar. His whole face is twisted and he lies unconscious on the floor. A park in a large metropolis. It's summer outside. Cherry blossoms are blooming. The city is alive with life. On a path in the park, a boy is walking somewhere and thinking about something. He continues walking through the park, along the benches. The grass in the park is very green. He sits down on a bench and sighs deeply. Behind him, a beautiful sakura tree is blooming. He sits down on the bench and says the phrase, "I'm back," in a calm voice. Suddenly, a strange kid pops out of the bushes and calls the guy sitting on the bench, "My baby." The guy points his finger at the hero sitting on the bench and narcissistically says the phrase, "Was it hard for you without my beauty?" The guy with branches in his hair asks questions to the guy sitting on the bench to find out what's wrong with him. The same guy asks to be sent to the academy. The guy in the bushes was so surprised by this request that he choked. Laughing, he said that he couldn't help the hero sitting on the bench, as he himself has neither connections nor money. With his last sentence, he said that he should only ask for what a beggar like him could do. And he saw 2 girls at the end of the street. A guy with branches in his hair started flirting with them and asked them where they were going. When the girls saw him, they got excited. Their eyes lit up and they were in awe of his beauty. They left him some money and moved on down the street. He was very pleased with himself. The guy on the bench was still sitting nonchalantly. The guy from the bushes decided to ask why he wanted to go to the academy. He put his finger to his mouth and said with a smirk that his chances of studying were not good. The guy sitting on the bench said that he needed qualifications and experience, so he wanted to go there. The guy in the green jacket said that he is aware that you need qualifications to be the best at something. The guy on the bench finally got discouraged as he knew he was not doing well with his studies. The young man in the green jacket sat down on the bench, chewing on a twig in his mouth. The young man in the shirt reflected on the fact that talent is the best gift that is only given once in a lifetime. The guy in the green jacket once again boasts his beauty is his talent. Suddenly, two men appear at the end of the street. The guy in the green jacket jumps sharply into the bushes. As they pass by, the two men discuss how they will deal with the guy in the green jacket when they find him. Our hero sits on a bench and just stares at them. His face is disgruntled. You can tell by the crooked corners of his mouth. He slowly gets up from the bench, says goodbye to his father, and says he is leaving. A whisper comes from the bushes. His father tells him to stop and not to leave. There are two thin sticks sticking out of the bushes, and on them is a small piece of paper. Our hero turns around and, without understanding the situation, says that he will not throw the trash after his father. The father says it's a gift. The boy's face immediately changes from indifferent to surprised. His head is sticking out of the bushes, branches and leaves woven into his hair for camouflage. The father begins to tell him what the gift is. The boy takes the leaf for himself. The father says that at the address he gave, the lad will be able to find people who will channel his potential. The boy wonders how his father knows about the power. The father says it's a secret, and a thumbs up is shown from the bushes. The hand hides dramatically in the bushes. The father yells and wishes good luck to the guy. The guy is walking through the park, looking at the note. Thinks his father is speaking in riddles. The guy jabs his nose at the paper, frowns his eyebrows, and examines the contents. He continues to stare at the paper. His face changes to one of surprise. On the paper it says in black and white that no education is needed for this business. It is also written that they take everyone who wants to work and without experience. Our hero's memory flashes back to footage of the bespectacled man telling him not to even try to find a use for his talent. The piece of paper also mentions that they are just looking for a strong man for the position. The piece of paper is painted in bright colors. It's not even a piece of paper. It's an announcement that rookie heroes are needed. The guy is frozen and stares at this ad like it's something beautiful. You can see on his face that he is mesmerized by this news. The man stands in the street with his head up. You can see that he is determined. The guy sharply exhales air from his nostrils and takes hold of the straps of his backpack. He turns from the street and walks into some sort of archway. A man in a hat looks at him. The man is guided by a map on a piece of paper his father gave him. According to the map, he's close. Some guy in a business suit is visible in the crowd. Apparently, he's looking for the place too. The guy looks up and looks around, takes the map sheet down. There are company signs on the building, but it's unclear which one this man is looking for. While in the crowd, he looks up to get a better look at the building. Suddenly, he notices an inscription on one of the signs, so he takes a closer look. And then he realizes that it is indeed the name of the company he needs to go to. The guy in the suit is staring in surprise. He's holding some papers. The man decides to go in and see what's there first. He moved towards the open entranceway. The elevator arrived at the second floor and made a distinctive sound. There are a bunch of people in the elevator, young people, old people, children with their parents, and a guy in a business suit. Someone is discussing coffee. Someone is shopping at the store. Some kid asks his dad where his mom is. Next floor, the guy in the suit stays in the elevator with only some full woman talking on the phone. The elevator goes even higher. The woman gets off and the young man is left alone in the elevator. The young man crinkles his face. He doesn't like all this commotion. He doesn't like it in this cheap neighborhood. Then he spreads a smile and thinks that a company with such low standards can't be normal. His parents shame him that at 30 he still hasn't found a job. He stands in front of the mirror in the elevator, talking to himself and looking at himself in the mirror. He is happy with what is going on and is determined to get a job with this company. A girl came into the elevator. She had purple hair. The guy immediately paid attention to her. There was a bang in the elevator. Apparently the girl hit the guy in the face. He didn't even realize when she entered and certainly didn't understand why she hit him. She got out of the elevator and walked down the hallway like nothing happened. The young man followed her out of the elevator as well. He hesitated and decided that she did it because she was just not in the mood. A girl with pigtails called out his name from behind him. It was the girl in charge of the office work. Her name was Kim Ta-ni. The guy felt shy and his cheeks turned pink. He suddenly realized who she was. She leaned over to say hello. He, on the other hand, stood in amazement and thought how cute she was. She had blue eyes, blonde hair and braids, a blue dress and elf-like ears. The girl approached the guy and was overjoyed that he had actually come. The boy recoiled. The girl told him that they hadn't had any candidates in 12 years. The girl didn't understand why there were so few willing to come to them. The boy was looking at the spider on the wall and already guessed why. Then he realized that since there were no other candidates, he would automatically be hired. He turned pink with happiness. A shadow appeared from the other end of the corridor. The girl announced that there were 2 applicants for the job today. The guy in the shirt sat on a chair with his back straight. He had a very serious attitude. They were in the hallway. The guy in the business suit decided not to sit down and just stood. The guy in the suit and hat was unhappy that today he had such an unwanted competitor. The guy in the shirt, on the other hand, was puzzled as to what a high school student could forget. He turned his head away and stared languidly at the wall. He didn't say a word. The guy in the suit was unhappy at being ignored and made a grimace. He turned his head away and looked back. To himself, he thought it was the guy getting cocky. Suddenly, the guy in the shirt turned to the man in the suit and said his name. The man in turn didn't hear anything. "I'm Han Kang-chi," repeated the shirtless guy in a calm tone. He announced that they would be interviewed together, after which he began to slowly lower his head and suggested that they should try their best to pass it well. The young man in the suit obviously did not expect such an offer and was a little confused, but he accepted the offer. After this conversation, the guy in the suit decided that the young man in the shirt was not so bad. Then the girl with pigtails called them into the office. She was very friendly. They went into the office and sat down in the chairs. Across from them sat a guy with red hair and this girl. They sat in the chairs a little worried and waited for the interview to begin. The man in the suit was extremely surprised that this girl would be the one conducting the interview. He looked at her with pensive eyes and was puzzled. He also noticed the guy with red hair. He sat motionless and lowered his gaze down. The guy with red hair had a tattoo under his eye. This scared the guy in the suit a little. The girl offered to start the interview and suddenly turned to the guy in the suit. He was confused. She read his resume. He was about to start making excuses for not having worked anywhere for a long time. He answered some questions about his grades in school and fidgeted badly, fidgeting in his chair. He thought about the fact that the ad didn't say that grades in school would be paid attention to when selecting applicants. The girl began to clarify why the young man needed a license for a car of the 2nd category, and the guy became quite nervous from such detailed questions. He was already quite upset and lowered his hands. He remembered how this girl was glad to see him, and now she was interrogating him. He averted his gaze and pursed his lips. It was obvious by the look on his face that he was thoroughly annoyed. He looked at the shirtless guy sitting next to him and began to think about what he would think of him. That's when the girl decided to move on to the 2nd candidate. "Han Kang-chi," she said, but she was interrupted by a guy with red hair. She turned in his direction in surprise. She didn't realize what was wrong with her question. The red-haired guy said her questions were boring and smirked. He looked up, smiling slightly. It became apparent that he had one eye normal and a white pupil in the other. The guy with the red hair looked intently with that eye at the guys across from him and asked, "Are you strong?" One of the guys noticed the red-haired guy's black eye and wondered if it was a lens. The guy in the suit wasn't happy that this man was getting in, and wondered if he was second in command here. The guy blurted out yes, without a second thought. The young man in the suit only had time to turn his head in his direction. The guy with red hair smiled. He was clearly impressed with such a quick answer. He told the guy in the white shirt without a second thought that he was the right person for the job. The man in the business suit was surprised. He didn't even have time to realize what exactly had just happened. The guy stood up and announced that the interview was over. The girl didn't expect him to make a decision so quickly either, and turned to him. She got up and ran out to get the foreman. She asked the guys to wait in the office. The door to the study slammed shut and the guys were left alone inside. They did not understand what was going on. The girl tried to catch up with the departing master and suggested not to make a decision so quickly. In response, the guy with red hair replied that he was strong, so he was suitable. The girl was confused. She started to tell her that the orders from headquarters required that the candidates must pass all 12 tests. The man with red hair thought about it and agreed with the girl's opinion. He, smiling and putting his finger up, said that it was better to do it that way. The girl stood waiting and wanted to hear the master's thought. Instead, she caught some yellow card and was finally confused. She looked at the object that was in her hands and asked the question, "Craft card?" The guy started to walk away, yawning. The girl stood at a loss with the card in her hands. The guy turned around and lastly said it was time to send those 2 to yellow. The 2 guys sit waiting for someone to return to continue the interview. The girl was glad of this information and not believing it, she asked again. The guy with red hair continued to distance himself and uttered a phrase that these 2 were both accepted and were already heroes. The girl held the card in her hands and was displeased that the master had been so careless with the test. She couldn't stand it and shouted, "Enough already!" The shout echoed throughout the hallway. The guy was not embarrassed and did not even turn around. He continued walking down the hallway. He continued her phrase. A dark aura began to waft from him. The corners of his mouth tensed. He turned sharply towards the girl. In the shadows, his face looked like the face of a madman. The girl was greatly frightened and took a step back, wrapping her arms around her books. She put her head down. She also regretted starting to argue with the master. The guy with red hair covered his eyes and smiled sweetly at the girl. Walking further down the corridor, he said to warn Pun's son. The girl didn't understand what the master meant. The master only agreed with his own statement and went further down the corridor. The girl remained standing in the center of the corridor, obviously unhappy with the outcome of events. The guy went further down the corridor. He grinned evilly and his mouth and eyes lit up red. The girl stood and stared after him. She was still annoyed as well. The office was quiet. There were some documents on the shelves and a lamp was shining. The guy sat confidently, who in the office began to talk about the extermination of villains. The young man in the jacket tensed up. From the tension, he could not stand it and expressed his indignation that they only accepted immediately sent on a mission. The man heard a positive answer to his question and immediately fell silent. He sighed heavily and thought about it. It was obvious from his face that he was exhausted from all this. The guy put his hand to his face and immediately said that he realized who the people were that hired him. A picture of a red-haired guy popped up in his mind, uttering a phrase that the job needed people with good physical attributes. He visualized being in a gang of thugs who were beating up his grandmother. The guy said that he did not need such a job. The employee did not pay any attention to him. The employee turned to the guys and told him to bring the stamps to sign the contract the other day. After that, he named the amount of salary per year and working conditions and asked if the guys agreed. The guy stands looking off into the distance. The guy in the suit blurted out that of course he agreed to the terms. The employee wanted to remind the guy that he just wanted to turn down the job, but the guy said he kept quiet. They all walked together to a door that said supply room on it. One of the guys wondered why they were here. They entered the room and the employee said he needed to give them their transformation uniforms. He pulled a box of clothes from the top shelf and set it on the floor. In the box, there was a sweatshirt with the letter H on the chest. The boys began to put on the uniform. The clothes were dusty and old, so they did not like it. In response, the masked employee only asked the guys if the size fit them. The guy in the black suit raised his hand and addressed the employee. He mentioned that he was missing a belt on his suit. The employee went through the other boxes and gave the guy in the black suit the most common suspenders. The employee brought out a box of laser guns. They looked like toy guns. The guy in the red suit picked up a gun and asked if it was real. The employee said it was real. The employee clicked his pen and told the guys to go downstairs to the store and buy batteries for the cannons. The guy in red was very surprised by this. The guys in suits were puzzled by this instruction. The employee, on the other hand, was just filling out documentation. After he finished writing everything, he glanced at the guys and told them they could go. The guy in the black suit was clearly not happy, and the guy in the red suit was just in shock. They walked downstairs and stood at the exit of the building. The two of them looked comical. The man in the red suit said about here they were out, but he didn't understand what to do next. It was noisy outside. He clutched his head like it was sore. He grumbled at the employee for not even telling him the way. The two of them stood on the street and looked around. The guy in the red suit started reading the contents of the message. He was very surprised by the message and a drop of sweat broke out on his cheek. He had a mission alert on his phone for the heroes. They needed to start exterminating the villains. The guy asked his partner if he had gotten such a message. He replied that he couldn't look since he didn't have cellular internet. The guy realized that there was no way of knowing that now and suggested that he go and sort things out on the spot. The young man looked at his phone again and hesitated, looking at something on the screen. He saw a picture of a pink bear and the name of a place on a map and exclaimed, "That's a chip, isn't it?" The guy looked at the phone screen and his partner said he knew this YouTuber. The cute bear in the picture seemed harmless, and the assignment said to get rid of it. They continued to discuss what they saw on the screen, and the guy in the red suit couldn't believe that there would be a blogger at the address. The guy decided to plot a route to the park and was stunned by what he saw on his phone. It was going to take 1 hour and 25 minutes to get to his destination. He clearly didn't want to walk that long. He asked the guy in black if he had any money and he said he didn't. The guy in red just said nothing and looked reproachfully at his partner. A cab is speeding through a busy city. In it sit the newly minted heroes. The cab driver notices the guy's clothes and asks if they are artists. The guy in red replies that they are some kind of artists. He then reclines in his chair and wonders what he's doing in his 30s. He clearly wasn't comfortable with this. The guy turned to him, asking him not to cry. The young man in the red suit jumped up and said he wasn't crying. The guy got nervous that he was doing this at his age. The guy said he didn't give a shit about it. The guy started pestering his partner with questions about why he wasn't studying. Khan replied that he was bad at studying. The guy got curious and decided to find out more about why he wasn't studying. The young man looked at him with an embittered look. They were riding in a cab and the guy in black confessed that he wanted to be the best. They had a dialogue again. The guy in red clarified exactly what he wanted to be. He heard back that his partner doesn't care what exactly he wants to be. He just wants to be the best. The guy confidently knew that he wanted to be the best and genuinely wanted everyone to know about him. At the end of his monologue, he added that he wanted absolutely everyone in the world to know about him. A bloody, long-haired figure in a plaid shirt appeared in the doorway. The guy in the cab was enveloped in darkness and uttered the phrase that he would be the best by all means. The guy in red felt that the atmosphere had somehow spoiled and he felt uncomfortable. He was either scared or surprised. They both fell silent, each thinking something about his partner. The guy in red was looking at his partner's face and repeating his words about wanting to be the best. The man turned away and looked out the window. He didn't like his partner anymore. It was sunny. They arrived at the park, which was in the center of the city. The two got out of the cab and the guy in black thanked his partner for paying for the cab. The young man in red was stunned to see how much the cab had been charged. He pretended he didn't care at all and started talking about work. They were walking through the park. One of them noticed that there was some kind of festival going on in the park. They walked a little farther. There were children running around them and ice cream stands. The atmosphere was festive. The man thought about the fact that it would be extremely difficult for them to find Chip in such a large area. Suddenly, he turned to the side and noticed something. He was a little surprised that it turned out to be so simple. In front of him stood a huge crowd of teenagers. They were clearly excited for this celebration. The man in the red suit glanced behind the crowd and was a little surprised. In the distance behind the crowd, right on the stage, stood YouTuber Chip and entertained the crowd. A snap of his fingers and YouTuber Chip started the show. The crowd came to life. "Here comes Chip," shouted the famous blogger, standing on the stage. Behind him waved a rainbow poster. The crowd of children and teenagers were ecstatic. Someone cried from happiness. Someone filmed on his phone everything that was happening. The host from the stage once again introduced the blogger and said that he came to the park to have fun. The plush YouTuber Chip thanked everyone for coming to see him. The crowd screamed with delight. There were shouts of declarations of love for the blogger. Everyone was very happy to see him. A poster was stretched in the park saying that the blogger would be holding an autograph session. There was a huge line to the blogger and everyone could come up to hug and take a picture with him. The little girl was thrilled to see the plush YouTuber and to interact with him. Chip gave the little girl a note and sweetly said goodbye to her. The little girl took her daddy's hand and waved to Chip. The last ones to approach Chip were the guys in the hero costumes. He immediately noticed that the guys' costumes were brightly colored. The photographer captured a shot of the three of them standing in front of a pink sakura tree. On the young man in a black suit, it was obvious that he was not particularly happy about the process. The blogger greeted the guys very warmly and took them for the organizers of the festival and offered to enjoy the holiday together. One of the characters said they were on another occasion. The blogger was interested in what the guys were here for and let out a questioning, The guy said they were hero interns and were here for the festival to slay a YouTuber. Chip got excited at what he heard, made a very cute face, and grabbed palm to palm. The YouTuber said he was already waiting for them. The guy in red was stunned by this information. Chip said that he was a secret messenger for the heroes, and he needed to give some items to the guys. The guys were surprised by this, and the guy in red interjected, "Items?" The blogger asked the producer if he could leave the event. The producer gave the okay, and thanked Chip for his work. The blogger then turned to the characters again and told them to follow him. The guy in red immediately agreed. The guy naively believed the blogger and thought the word extermination was the password. The guy in black, by the look of him, was on guard. They were walking down some street. It was getting evening and the sun was going down. Chip didn't give much detail about where he was taking the boys. The guy in the red suit was happy about the whole thing and asked if Chip always helps heroes. Chip replied that he always does. The blogger turned around and said the heroes are great. You could tell by his frowning eyebrows that these were not sincere words. The man was very happy to hear nice words from the idol, but also added that as a hero, he hadn't done anything yet. Chip pointed the guy in red to the end of the dark street. The young man was surprised that the item was in a trash can. The three of them walked over to the trash can and Chip began to open it. The guy stood a little farther away. The guy leaned closer to the trash can and the bear and asked what was in there. All he saw there was trash, which was a surprise to him because he was expecting to see some object. Suddenly, he was thrown into the air. He had not expected this at all. Blood spurted from his neck. It was the popular blogger Chip who had delivered such a strong blow to the chin of the young man in the red suit. The guy stood and stared, trying to realize what was happening. He was in shock. The white-haired guy in midair and with his neck split open. You could see the terror in his eyes. The bear's eyes turned red. He was furious and did not want to leave even a chance of survival for the guys. He also grabbed the guy in the black suit by the neck and wanted to finish him off. The guy couldn't break free and the bear carried him at high speed for a couple of meters. The bear pinned the guy against the wall to strangle him and started taunting them. Meanwhile, the guy in the red suit was lying on the ground. He was covered in blood and unconscious. Blood was gushing from his neck and there was horror in his eyes. He didn't expect a cute blogger to be a killer. The bear pressed the guy harder and harder against the wall and continued to taunt him. The guy glared angrily at his abuser. "What are you looking at?" shouted the bear and made a sharp movement with his hand. The bear went completely feral. His muzzle looked wild. Huge fangs appeared. He squeezed his paw even harder, and the guy in the black suit couldn't breathe. The bear began to tell how hard it was for him to hold back in front of a crowd of people. The blogger stands on the stage and smiles at everyone. He looks very nice and friendly. The bear's crazy look was not pleasant. He said that the heroes are not the rest of the people, and he doesn't mind eating them. The guy reached into his belt to grab his gun. He abruptly snatched it up to fire at the enraged bear. The blogger grabbed his arm and squeezed his paw hard. The hand in the guy in black was withdrawn. The young man dropped the gun and it fell to the ground. The bear barked at him to hold still. He began to draw the lad's hand to his mouth to taste him at least a tooth. He opened his mouth and in a rage began to shove the young man's hand in there to take a bite. Blood whipped against the wall. The boy's eyes rounded and the bear still pressed him against the wall. The bear began to chew the boy's bitten-off arm. He slurped and blood flew from his mouth. He said it was delicious. The guy was shocked by what he saw and wanted to change his position, but the bear's hand held him too tightly. The guy groaned, realizing his powerlessness, and looked down. He felt that he had lost. The bear pointed his finger at the guy and laughed when he saw that the guy was almost out. Bear made a feral face again, his fangs crystal white. He said that this was just the beginning. Suddenly the bear noticed some kind of glow around his waist and turned his attention there. The guy punched the bear in the belly with all his might. The bear's hide shrank from the blow. The bear flew a couple of meters away from the hero. He was trying to figure out what had happened. A yellow stain formed at the place of impact. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his belly button. The eyes of the millionaire blogger faded. He looked around. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He wasn't so sure of himself anymore. The guy stood without his right arm. He was preparing for a fight with a bear. You could see in his gaze that he was determined to kill the bear at all costs. The guy's right eye sparkled. His eyes read the desire to win this battle. "Damn bug!" yelled the enraged teddy bear. His gaze was insane. He swung his paw sharply at the young man's forehead. He didn't have time to react. The bear charged at the boy with all his might. Khan was thrown far away. The bear opened his mouth and yelled that he wanted to play with the boy, but now he would just swallow him. He pounced on the guy in the black suit with his jaws wide open in rage. His white eyes were terrifying. From nowhere, a blade of steel appeared in his mouth and went straight for his palate. Between its huge white fangs and long tongue was a sharply sharpened blade. A man with long green hair appeared in front of the bear. He was the one holding the blade in his hands. He barely moved his lips. One could read from him that he could very easily deal with the bear at any second. The man looked towards the bear with his yellow eyes and said, "Disgusting." He stood covering the guy in the black suit lying on the floor with his body, and held the bear at a distance with his blade. The bear couldn't move. Apparently the guy with yellow eyes had the power to immobilize anyone. A blue aura was flying around them, and the bear couldn't understand where the guy in front of him came from or who he was. The guy with the blade threw an intimidating look at the bear. Half of his face was in shadow. It was obvious from the bear's look that he was shocked at this turn of events. There was no way he had expected this. The guy with the blade threw the bear a few meters away with a light movement of his hand. The bear landed on its feet and made an effort to slow down after landing and not roll backwards. The plush blogger threw an angry look at the guy and asked who he was. The guy in the trench coat started to move to the bear's sides and asked what he thought he was. He squinted a little at the bear, waiting for his answer. Without waiting for the bear's answer, the young man said that he too was a hero of Yangpun. The bear said that he realized that the guy was a hero. He glared menacingly at the guy with the blade. The teddy bear gritted his teeth. You could tell he was a little tired. In his head, he recognized that the guy with the blade was the stronger of the two. The hero continued to approach the bear, swirls of air swirling around him. The guy with the long green hair looked down at the bear. The bear was slightly scared. The bear, out of fear, started pointing his finger at the hero and reminded him about the peace treaty. In response, he heard that it was impertinent to tell him about it. The bear was already tense. The hero pointed to the guy in the red suit and his bloody and mutilated body. He also pointed at the guy without an arm and said that after seeing everything that was going on, he would not let him live. He fixed his long green hair and showed the bear the back of his palm. On the back of his palm was a triangle, and in it was a seal of some sort. The boy repeated quietly that he would kill the bear. The bear tensed more, his eyes read fear, and sweat dripped from his forehead. He didn't realize what was happening. The bear jumped up sharply and got off the ground. He was already near the roofs of the houses. He started pushing off the rooftops and running away. He was startled by the triangle tattoo. He jumped faster and faster and pondered the fact that the guy had a trigram on his arm. The bear decided to speed up. He was in a panic and was racing across the rooftops faster and faster. He was all tense and thinking about what would happen if he didn't manage to escape. The bear was well aware of the fact that he could not take on such an opponent and knew that he would die if he got into a fight. Out of nowhere, a hero appeared in front of him. The sky shone with red flames. There was a tremendous impact on the ground. Pieces of paving stones and dust flew from everywhere. The bear was lying on the ground holding his side, and his eye was swollen shut. He tried to justify himself and said that the guys in costumes had attacked him. The teddy bear sat on the floor and begged for mercy. He wanted to surrender to the heroes. The man with green hair didn't understand why he should surrender because he would be killed anyway. The bear panicked terribly. He did not want to die and offered to re-educate him. The hero laughed at the teddy bear's request. At that moment, the hope in the bear's eyes faded. The hero swung his blade, a blue aura flying around him. He called the bear a bastard and was going to finish it off immediately. The blue aura was very strong. The bear wanted to take cover from this windy stream. The hero gave a crushing blow to the bear. Everything around it was in blue from the windy aura. The teddy bear's body was racked with terrible pain from the blade strike. It screamed. A guy with long green hair watched as the bear agonized in pain. The guy heard the bear's screams. It still felt bad as well and was lying in blood. The lad wondered and wanted to know what kind of man had saved them from being mauled by the bear. At that moment, a man with a blade was striking the bear. Dust flew from everywhere, and everything around was colored blue from the energy of the blade. The blade man's grin was snow white. Judging from his face, he was enjoying the kill. The guy is lying on the cold floor, his eyes rolled back. There is blood all around. The bear is scared. He doesn't want to reincarnate, because he can't get his old appearance back. His wild grin reappears and blood spurts from his mouth. The reincarnation had begun. The bear said he couldn't hold back any longer. He opened his mouth slightly and started to gather energy for the transformation. The guy with the blade didn't realize what started to happen, and a purple aura began to gather around the bear. The teddy bear's neat pink paw was visible against the purple background. Suddenly, scary claws came out of it, and veins swelled up on the hand. The hand became like the hand of a demon. The veins on the bear's head swelled. The purple aura accumulated in it, and it gained strength. Its muzzle elongated, its skin coarsened, and its teeth doubled in size. The violet aura did not disappear. A huge wild something screamed throughout the street. The bear transformed into a huge monster. The hero's long hair was twisting in the air. He covered his face with his hands because of the wind. When the wind died down a bit, the hero lowered his hands and said that he was waiting for the monster to manifest. The demon recognized that the hero he was fighting now was not bad. The demon let out a very loud shriek again. He looked intimidating. There were swollen veins all over his body. He said that the hero was strong. The hero stood calmly in place with his eyes closed, a blue aura flying around him. The demon suggested that the hero surrender. The bear grinned again, his gaze frenzied. He narrated that in this form, no one could defeat him. A huge demon made of a pile of muscles all over his body stood in the city. Violet energy flew from him in huge quantities. The demon-shaped bear turned around and saw his blood flying from somewhere below. He turned around and grinned and began to sort out why his side hurt. The demon was pissed. A guy in a black suit with no arm was standing below. He was the one who threw the punch. The demon bear was shocked that the guy was even standing on his feet. The demon vaguely realized that it was the guy with a cactus instead of a hairstyle that hit him. Demon Bear still didn't want to believe that a little boy could have such power. The demon went into an absolute rage, and the boy with the long hair stood nearby in shock. The demon put the boy away in one motion and turned his attention back to the hero with the blade. Everything was coming to a grand battle. The demon laughed at the boy in the black suit and called him a little trouble. The young man with the blade looked at everything going on without much emotion while the demon grew stronger. To all the threats of the demon bear, the young man with the blade only succeeded and did not pay much attention to his words. The demon told the guy that since he transformed, the heroes cannot get away from him alive. Around the man still hovered blue aura. He reacted calmly to all the threats of the demon. He was ready to sacrifice his life to take the demon's life to hell. They stood opposite each other and prepared for battle. Each of them was confident in their strength. At one moment, the demon bear snapped out of his seat and opened its jaws and leaped at the hero. The demon was mad with anger. A split second passed and a blade flashed. The demon's face was hollowed out. The demon was shocked. Pieces of the demon bear's body flew to the ground. Its body was chopped into small pieces. The fight ended and the hero with the blade landed on the ground as if nothing had happened. The street became unusually quiet and the clear night sky could be seen. A blue aura was still emanating from the hero. The hero with the blade stood on the street and asked a question about the condition of the guys injured by the demon. The girl reported that the arm was recovering and the worst was over. Everything was quiet around. Only a small limb regeneration machine was beeping a bit. The girl informed the hero with the blade that the young man in the black suit might as well have died from such a loss of blood. It was obvious from the face of the young man in the black suit that he was in a lot of pain. The girl cheered him up and said that he was holding up pretty well. The hero began to look at the guy. His face was dimly lit by the limb regeneration machine. The hero with the blade continued to look at the guy and began to tell the story. Day replaced night. While the bear was strangling the guy in the black suit, the hero with the blade watched it from behind a pillar. The hero with the blade talked about how the guy was perfectly normal until his arm was bitten off. Footage surfaced in his memories of how the guy in black first cowered. Then his gaze became confident and frantic. In his eyes, he could clearly read the desire to deal with the bear. He gathered all his strength in the fist of his hand, which was not bitten off, and was going to strike the bear. The bear holds the guy by the neck against the wall. The guy's hand is burning with yellow flames. He's ready to strike. The guy in the black suit swung his yellow fist and pointed it toward the bear. The bear got hit right in the side. The blow was so strong that it left a yellow spot on the bear's skin. The bear flew away. Remembering all this, the hero with the blade walked down a quiet street and thought. The hero turned to the girl, who in turn was working in the computer to restore the guy in the black suit. The hero asked her a question if there was any more of the demon called Kraft nearby. The girl answered him that other than Chip, the system hadn't registered anyone in the area. The hero once again asked the girl if there was definitely no one else in the neighborhood. The hero looked at her askew after she said that there was one demon. The girl, digging into her device, reported that far from here there is a demon Kraft. A demon with powerful arms and legs was lying in the store eating someone. The clothes he was wearing were tattered. In the darkness, you could see the horrible tongue and huge teeth of the Kraft demon. He got to his feet and screamed like a dinosaur. The girl revealed that it was a half-monster and it had changed state 5 hours ago. The girl also informed that the demon was in the jurisdiction of the second ward. The hero told the girl not to give this demon to the second branch. She was puzzled. The hero with the blade grabbed the guy in the black suit and advanced towards the demon Kraft. The girl was surprised. She stared after them, and the hero with the blade only asked how much time was left until her arm was fully regenerated. The girl said about 20 minutes. The hero with the blade carried the guy in black away on his shoulder along with the regeneration machine on his arm. He told the girl that he wanted to see if there was anything interesting about the newfound hero. The bloodied guy was hanging upside down on. You could read on his face that he was in a lot of pain. Someone barely opens their eyes and sees a silhouette. Everything is very blurry and unclear. Someone blinks again, a little better to see that the creature in front of him has a green coloring. The eyes open wider. A monster with yellow-black eyes stands in front. It bends down and opens its jaws. In front of the guy in the black suit is a demon Kraft greets him and asks if he is awake. Kraft turns slightly and addresses him, Mr. Hero. His nasty purple tongue is sticking out of his mouth. The guy is shocked by what he sees. He's terrified. The monster says to him, Happy awakening. The guy stands all fired up and smiles broadly. Kraft leaned over the hero in the black suit and started telling him that he knew heroes could appear when they reached a certain stage. He licked his nasty purple tongue and said he was very touched by the hero's appearance. Kraft pointed behind his back at the dead company employees. He told them that he killed them because they were bullying him. There was blood and corpses all over the floor. He added that he had killed a little more than he had planned. He approached the hero face to face again, drool dripping from his mouth. He told him that he really wanted to test his new powers. Monster Kraft said, pointed to the ground and said that it was rather absurd that the hero was lying down and sleeping while he himself was villainizing. Kraft also pointed to a note on the stomach of a guy in a black suit. The note said that everyone should die and signed Hero. The guy was shocked to see such a note. Kraft, on the other hand, wondered if the hero thought he was strong. Guy looked up and listened to Kraft's monologue. This time Kraft wondered that maybe the hero was simply underestimating him. Kraft finished the sentence and sharply jumped on the hero in the black suit. The guy was taken aback. The guy managed to dodge and jump back. Kraft thrust his hand into the ground. He was clearly not happy that he missed. The guy squatted down and tried to remember what had even happened to him in the last few hours. He remembered that before that he had been attacked by Chip with huge fangs, but the exact details slipped his mind. The hero looked at his hand. He remembered that his hand had been eaten by Chip. He looked at his arm and didn't realize how he had it all to himself. Right behind him, Kraft was flying and wanted to attack the hero. The guy sat there still examining his arm. The hero turned around and saw the monster extend his blue-clawed hand and want to stab them right into his back. The guy bounced to the side again. The monster flew past him and stuck his hand into the ground again. In the next jump, Kraft grabbed the guy's head and asked why he seemed so weak to him. The guy started to fight back. He screamed and swung his arm at the monster. The sign was still dangling around his neck. The hero delivered a crushing blow to the monster's stomach. The monster bent in half. Kraft furrowed his brow and clenched his teeth. It looked intimidating. Then he opened his mouth with sharp teeth and shouted that he was really pissed off. The monster grabbed the guy's head and shoved his face into the pavement, screaming that he was weak. He swung with both hands and hit the pavement next to the guy one more time. He was outraged that he'd been sent to disarm him by some deadbeat. The battery icon was low on the battery, barely any charge. It was marked in red. Monstercraft raised his hand to his mouth. He didn't realize what it was at first. Then he realized what had happened. A guy lying on the ground covered in blood. The monster thought to himself that it wasn't the kid who was weak. It's that he himself is too strong. While the monster was bragging, a hero with a blade was next to him. The monster paid no attention to him and continued to gaze into his hands. The hero with the blade grinned. Monstercraft didn't expect to see him here and recoiled in fright. The hero decided it was a coincidence that the guy then managed to land a hard blow. The monster next to him didn't understand anything, his eyes squinting. Monstercraft, in the madness of his self-confidence, threatened to kill the hero with the blade. The same saw a guy in a black suit get up from the ground. The hero was surprised by this. The monster looked to his right and was also surprised that the guy started to rise. Red fiery energy began to emanate from the guy. Flames were swirling around him. The monster was taken aback. The guy's eyes were burning red. He was ready to kill the monster in 1 second. The battery's charge was a little higher than it was originally, but its value was still red. The monster's eyes narrowed at what he saw. He didn't understand how the guy survived his blow. Monstercraft was in complete shock. It was evident from the expression on his face. The monster's arm began to gradually inflate. The veins became more distinct and the claws became sharper. After another moment, the monster's arm inflated even more. The veins became clearly visible. The monster roared and swung at the guy. He said he would surely kill him a second time. The battery was getting more and more charged, and an orange one appeared above the red division. The monster became huge in 1 second and ran towards the guy in the black suit. Monstercraft flew into the guy with all his might and struck, dust flying from everywhere. He turned around and pulled out his nasty tongue and said that everything that was happening was very exciting. At one point, the monster looked up. You could tell by the look in his eyes that he was a little surprised. The monster was surprised that the guy in the suit was able to withstand this blow as well. The guy stood motionless. The guy was covered in blood, but he didn't pay attention to the fact that another hard blow had landed in his head. All the divisions in the battery were charged. The last third division appeared. The guy opened his eyes. They were burning with red flames. He was full of energy for battle. He shouted and lunged at the monstercraft to strike back. The sign was still dangling around his neck as well. The boy took his hand back and clenched it into a fist. The fist began to accumulate power and turned yellow. The young man accumulated even more force in his fist. His fist turned red. The guy was preparing to strike. The hero's fist finally charged up and turned red to the max. He had accumulated enough energy to deliver a powerful blow. He ran towards the monster with his arms stretched forward, lighting his way with it. Dust flew from under his feet. The hero hit the monster in the chest with all his might, and the monster flew away screaming. It was as if there was an explosion on his body. Monstercraft was carried a few meters away from such a strong blow, and the street was painted in yellow light. The guy had put all his strength into that blow. He stood in place covered in blood, and his eyes were white with rage. The eyes of the hero with the blade read extraordinary surprise and impression, and he opened his mouth. A hole could be seen in the monster's body. His shirt was tattered and his green body was skewered. Monstercraft flew off and fell down squirming in pain. The guy stood as he usually stood in a posture after being hit. The hero fell to his knees. You could tell by the way he was maxed out. A wind blew and someone's foot in a shoe appeared on the ground. It happened very quickly. It was the hero with a blade. He stood in front of the newly minted hero in the black suit and looked at him. The hero with the blade stood and gazed calmly into the guy's face. His face was unusually calm. The guy was on his knees. He was covered in blood. He had a tired and slightly angry look on his face. The guy opened his mouth and smiled slightly. This hero uttered a phrase about how he hadn't seen guys like this in a long time, and smiled with a grin. The guy in the black suit looked at him with far from kind eyes, and asked the guy with the blade if he was a famous singer by any chance. Behind his back, a lantern was shining. The hero was confused and did not know what to answer. There was an awkward pause. Suddenly there was a bang, and a column of dust flew up over the city. The city at night was beautiful. Posters and billboards glowed brightly. The streets were not very noisy. In the distance, the moon was shining. There was music playing from the Utopia Club. Their badge looked like a demon with horns. The club was very crowded. Everyone was dancing, drinking, and having fun. The atmosphere was great. Some girl with glasses on her head was also vacationing in this club. A blonde DJ was putting on music and spinning records, rocking the crowd with every track. The music was playing very loud. The room was huge. The guys were dancing and having fun. In some room, a purple lamp was shining through the window. The interior was made of expensive wood, and there was a red carpet on the floor. A man with the head of a goat was carrying some note and talking about how in Utopia everyone shared the same dream. One incident, however, raised some suspicions among the superiors. He was standing, with music playing outside the window. Someone is holding a missing persons ad for YouTube star Chip and contemplating whether his disappearance is part of a plan. The meal brought food on a silver tray with a silver lid. Someone asked if anyone had ever tried cooking cut meat. There was meat and vegetables on a plate. In the red carpeted hall, there was a table for someone important. It was served by a cook waiter, and a guy with a goat's head brought the news. There was a huge chandelier hanging in the hall. The young man with the goat's head listened to what the man at the head of the table was telling him. The man with the head was listening about how to cook meat properly. His gaze was calm. So, how to enjoy delicious meat was the question the man at the head of the table asked himself, and cut a piece of meat on the plate. The piece of raw meat was lifted upwards on a fork, and it glistened as if to complement the whole atmosphere around it. A girl with red hair was eating this meat. She had red hair, earrings in her ears. She proceeded to tell a metaphorical story and look at the meat. "Give it time," she said. She laughed and covered her mouth a little with her hand and began to bring the piece of meat up to her mouth to eat it. She took herself by the chin and slowly began to pull the skin off her face. The man with the goat's head stood still in the center of the hall and listened to the woman's speech. Beneath the mask were fearsome fangs, demon-like fangs. The mask slid off his face, and only the horrible part of the teeth became visible. It was clearly some kind of demon. The young hero's eyes were rounded. He was staring off into the distance and was frightened by something. There was a band-aid on his right cheek. The boy hero was lying on a bunk. Everything looked like a hospital. The white bedding gave it away. The sun was shining through the window. The man raised himself from the bunk. An IV was held to his arm. He looked around. A picture of the toothy demon Chip showed up in his memories. A picture of his grin stood in his mind. A memory of the demon Kraft also popped into his mind. His yellow eyes, blue face, and white teeth were terrifying. The boy froze in his hospital bed. He furrowed his brow, horror in his eyes. The sun began to fade, and the room went dark. The boy sat on the bed and looked at his hand. There was a band-aid on his palm, and his fingers were a little scratched. He himself was dressed in white pajamas. The man got up and decided to leave the room. He opened the door to the hallway. He stepped out into the corridor. He looked around and wondered where he was. It seemed to him that he was in the office of a company. The guy walked along the booths down the hallway. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the walls. The man turned the corner and looked at the end of the corridor. He had a question on his face. Meanwhile, a guy with a blade walked into the office of the guy who was on a mission in a red suit and stood across from him. The blonde-haired guy told the hero with the blade that he wanted to quit. The guy looked downcast. The guy was scared. His eyes were filled with fear, and he said that he would never have accepted such a job if he had known what awaited him. A memory of Chip's cute little bear appeared in his mind. The guy said it was terrifying. The guy was standing in the ward. He too was dressed in a white suit. There was emptiness in his eyes, and he decided to add some phrase. The man stood in horror, and in front of him he could see someone's figure. The man in front of him was a head or even two taller than him. The man in front of him lowered his gaze and looked at him intimidatingly with his yellow eyes. Suddenly, the hero with the blade flashed blue flames and looked at the white-haired guy even more intimidatingly. After that, the guy with the blade questioned what else the young man wanted to add. The white-haired guy was completely taken aback and stared at the floor. His nerves were strained to the limit, and there was terror in his eyes. The guy began to compare the man in front of him with the villain, and decided that this one looked more intimidating. Then the guy with the long green hair told him to get lost and opened the door for him. Lastly, he looked at him and talked about how he'd rather let him die, and at the end he called him a lowlife. The hero started to leave the room. The man with blonde hair stood with his head down. After leaving the room, the hero with the blade slammed the door very loudly, and the guy still stood there with his head down. In the other room stood the hero Han. He was staring languidly at the floor. A band-aid was visible on his cheek. The girl ran down the corridor after the master and was glad to see him. He didn't stop and walked down the corridor further. She smilingly wished him a good journey. In response, he insultingly uttered the phrase, "Get off my back." The hero with the blade aggressively told her to brainwash the guy with blonde hair and send him home. The girl was surprised. He walked down the hallway with his hands shoved in the pockets of his black jacket and didn't choose any expressions to describe the blonde-haired guy. In his mind, he stood with a dark head and slumped shoulders. The hero wondered why they would waste their time with cowards, and accused the girl of doing a poor job interview. The muscles in the green-haired guy's face tensed, and he asked the girl what she was thinking when she accepted him. She stood confused, hugging a stack of papers. She didn't know what to answer the master. The man with the red hair was staring wildly somewhere. In the semi-darkness, his face looked intimidating. He said, "Excuse me." The girl swallowed her saliva from fright and pressed her lips together. She was very much frightened. Standing with his back to the girl, the hero with the blade asked her about the condition of the guy with the spiky hair. The girl was confused and didn't answer right away. She told the hero that his condition was grave and his injuries were serious. She was telling it like a report at school. She froze ever tighter, clutching the notebooks in her hands. Her ears pointed up. She said, "What?" The guy sat on the bed and told her about the fact that he would continue to work for this company. You could see in the guy's eyes that he was 100% confident in his abilities. He added that he would not quit this business. The hero continued walking down the corridor along the doors, pipes. Every step he took gave off a rumbling sound. He turned to the girl, smiled slightly, and said that he knew it. What exactly he meant was not clear. She stretched out an in surprise. Right behind her back, one of the staff members ran towards them with all his legs. Stopping, he announced very loudly to the foreman that there was a problem. The girl stayed behind him and was surprised to see him so quickly. The man squinted at the employee, and the man blurted out for the foreman to watch the news urgently. "News?" interjected the foreman. "On the news." The reporter was in the courtyard where the battle had been fought not too long ago and was pointing at Chip's remains. The news report said that Chip, a favorite of the multi-million audience, had been the victim of a gruesome murder. In the report shown, Chip's remains were lying on the ground, pink cloth and white filler. The news anchor said that the police were going to conduct a thorough investigation in order to solve the murder. The news anchor also reported that next year would be the 13th anniversary of the peace era. The on-screen anchor reported with a serious look that those who cannot adapt are the villains. The anchor also stated that those who want to destroy the world are also villains. The three in the room were shocked at what they heard. The face of the hero with long green hair drooped. He stood there listening to all this and was devastated. His yellow eyes were lost. Some man stood and behind his back was pointing his fingers, too. On the back of his jacket was a Company of Heroes badge. The girl got nervous, clutched the notebooks harder in her hands, and said it was no good. The guy turned around and wanted to hit the girl with all his might. She managed to bounce aside and he hit the wall. He remembered the shot with the demon bear parts and angrily asked why he was seeing their stripping on the news. The hero with the blade was very angry. His pupils narrowed to the extreme, and he himself was breathing heavily and swearing at everyone around him. The girl cried loudly and began to apologize to the master. She was very sorry for the way things had turned out. Suddenly, a young man with red hair and a tattoo under his eye appeared in the corridor. He was wearing a white robe and was walking towards everyone. He insulted the hero with the blade and called him a psycho. The hero turned around and interjected. He was annoyed, and the insolence of the guy with the tattoo made him even angrier. The girl stood back and didn't say a word. The man in the robe continued to reprimand the hero with the blade for being responsible for everything, since he is the leader. The guy laughed and mockingly mangled the hero's name, calling him Pung Sun. Surprisingly, the hero with the blade reacted adequately to this. He averted his gaze and politely said that he had asked him not to call him that. He looked at the red-haired guy with a tired look and said that he would remind him in battle if necessary. The man in the robe continued to mock and asked the hero with the blade why he was so rude, and mangled his name again. After that, he smiled and asked the hero with the blade where he wanted to kill him. His gaze was confident and a little crazy. He let go of another sarcastic phrase. Their gazes collided. A black aura began to gather around them. They were ready to engage in battle at any moment. Suddenly, some bearded man shouted in a commanding voice. His word was clear and confident. "Enough!" he shouted. He caught all three of them in the office and asked what they were doing here all together. He said that they dishonored all heroes when they acted like this. That bearded man was Cheon Yul, the director of the heroes. He quickly put all the guys in their place with his tone. The young man with red hair politely said hello to the director as if nothing had happened. The guy with the blade rightly called him a doormat. The director asked the heroes if they'd seen the story of Chip's murder now actively running on the news. The prime version of the bear was presented in the director's mind, and he reported that the Master Chief was already in the final stages. Also, the director of heroes reported in all seriousness what was found is a rejected piece. The director praised the medicine girl. She became embarrassed and lowered her gaze. He reported that he trusted her expertise. The director went on to say that headquarters would take care of everything from here. There should be no trace of their company. The scales on the white background were unusually shaped, one bowl slightly outweighing the other. The director said he would take full responsibility for his subordinates. "Enough," the hero with the blade told him. The man turned to the director and calmly said that he didn't think that was the main reason he was in the office. The director smiled broadly and reached his hand out to Poon Sun. He admitted that he couldn't fool him. The principal began to speak matter-of-factly and told him that he had seen an interesting news of the Hwarang. The girl, though, listened to him attentively, but she still interjected the last sentence. The principal began to say that he had heard that there was a very interesting trainee. It was naturally about the guy with black hair. The man with red hair confirmed that there was indeed one, and that he and the girl had carefully selected him. The girl looked at the guy with rounded eyes. The guy laughed sweetly. His smile was kind this time. He turned to the girl to hear confirmation of his lie. The girl frowned, clenched the papers in her hands, and through her teeth said, "Yes." She clearly didn't like everything that was going on. The principal crossed his arms on his chest and closed his eyes and said that he was interested in this guy. Then he turned to the guy with the blade and said that's what he came for and gave him a thumbs up. The principal turned to the girl and told her that they had accepted this guy without giving him a test. The girl confirmed this, and the principal said that was not the way to do it. The girl got embarrassed and apologized to the principal for being unresponsive. The guy with the red hair just laughed. The headmaster asked the guy with green hair if he had anything against bringing a gifted boy here. He replied that he didn't mind. The man walked slowly towards the exit to escort the principal out. The headmaster stopped the boy abruptly and wanted to give him a task. He stood there with a disgruntled face as he wanted to rest. The hero made a grimace with a click. His mouth quivered. With his body language, he showed how much he didn't want to do anything and offered to assign the task to someone else. The principal stood in front of the boy, put his hands behind his back, and quietly, calmly, and with a commanding tone of voice told the boy that he was being forgotten. The principal began to talk about the tradition that involves one hero mentoring a newcomer, and told him that this tradition was honored by several branches of heroes. The boy stood with a dumbfounded face and tried with all his might to refuse this assignment. The headmaster gave the guy an even more menacing look, and from behind his back, a nasty compliant guy with red hair appeared and once again subbed for the headmaster. The man was at a loss to ask himself if he was right to refuse mentoring. His facial muscles were tense, his pupils constricted, and he was trying his best to figure out how to get out of the mentorship. The boy drove the car with a frown. The sun was shining outside. There was a new hero in the passenger seat, and the long-haired guy was grumbling and threatening to kill all the heroes for being the one assigned this task. In between grumbling, the guy asked Han why he didn't have a license, and without waiting for an answer, he told him to shut up. The new hero himself was not happy that he had a mentor, and even such a mentor, but there was no way to get out of the car. So he turned to his mentor and asked if this was a test training. The experienced hero indifferently answered that it was an easy test, so that they could see if the guy was capable of becoming a hero in a couple days. They drove up to some building, and the hero with the blade added that it was a verbal test and anyone could handle it. The guy in the passenger seat looked disapprovingly at the experienced hero. The same said that if the guy passed this easy test, it would be more interesting. The long-haired guy's face looked far from kind. He wanted to hurt the guy. The man in the passenger seat was calm and confident. He was parade-dressed and not afraid of anything. The guy turned to the tutor again and asked how long the test would take. The long-haired guy took his eyes off the road and looked at the mentee and asked what, as if he didn't understand the question initially. The father of the newly minted hero was covered in abrasions and band-aids. He praised his son for getting such a job. The beggar began to praise himself again without reason. The hero glanced at his father, but he didn't pay much attention to it, only said that his father's nose was bleeding. The father turned his attention to the boy and asked if he liked his new job. The boy looked at his hand that had been bitten off by a demon bear not too long ago. It was fine, and then he said the job was fine. The father asked his son where his mentor was, and with his mouth wide open, he reprimanded him for not having his son home for 4 days at a time. The long-haired hero stands by the car as if nothing happened and sipped a soft drink from a tube. Suddenly, the guy by the car's face twisted. He was looking to his left and was startled by something. The guy's father hid in the bushes in the park again. He thought he was borrowing from him, and he was afraid of catching up. The young man informed his father that he was about to leave. His father grinned in response. In parting, the father made another jerkish grimace at his son and said, "Goodbye, baby." In response, the father received a dry yes from the newly minted hero. The kid gave a thumbs up. The heroes got into the car. The hero with the blade asked the guy if he was done with all the chores. The guy said he only had one more place to stop by. "What?" asked the long-haired hero. He was puzzled either by the guy's insolence or something else, but he looked shocked. The man with the blonde hair opened the wicket. He was dressed casually and was obviously not expecting anyone. He saw a dark-haired guy in a shirt in front of him and was surprised to see him. Apparently, the brain clearing had worked, and the young man didn't understand anything. He asked the hero question, "What's going on?" At 4 hours and 18 minutes, a call came in on the phone. The call lasted 1 minute. After the call ended, the young man smiled and took his hand with the phone to the side. He put his foot on his leg and apologized in a calm tone to the guy standing across from him for being distracted. Suddenly, from beneath his red hair, his dilated pupil and the inflated vein under his eye became clearly visible. He didn't realize what was going on. The guy standing in front of him was asking him for a favor. The guy looked determined and was clearly serious. He urged the young man in the chair to go save someone with a sharp and confident tone. This information made the man in the chair's face twist, and saliva flew out of his mouth. He laughed loudly and without the slightest embarrassment to the entire office. This laughter stunned the guy across the hall. When he came back from laughing, he admitted that he didn't expect to hear such stupidity from the guy across the hall. The guy in the chair talked about how there was no way to save Young Pan since he had killed a man. Young Pan sits on a bench in the prison, bulky handcuffs on his hands, and his face is barely visible. Narrow chin, long blue hair, pale face, and white prison suit. This is what a criminal looks like. In the office, the young man still continues to sneer at the guy's idea, and said that he considers only those who save someone in danger to be heroes. Suddenly, the young man's pupil dilated again in surprise. He was shocked by the words of the guy across the room. The guy in the tracksuit stood nonchalantly in the center of the office and began to tell his story. In a dark cloud of memories, a picture of Young Pang asking him to come after him comes into view. The boy believes Young Pang and looks for reasons for this request to him and not someone else. Frowning a little and still as confident, he utters the phrase that he and Young Pang are a team. The young man in the chair lowered his head and laughed again, so hard that it could be heard in the corridor of the building. A young man in a shirt stood in front of the white-haired guy. The white-haired guy asked him the question, "Who are you?" The shirtless man bowed as a sign of respect. The white-haired guy became even more confused. Suddenly, the man in the shirt took off his seat and ran away. The white-haired guy looked at him in surprise. The white-haired guy looked away and thought to himself about what kind of weirdo had just come to him. He looked down and saw something. The guy said questioningly, There was an envelope on the steps below, and on the envelope was money and a small note. The white-haired guy leaned closer to examine what the note said. He saw the phrase, "Thanks for paying for the cab." The guy in the shirt returned to the car to the hero with the blade and informed him that he was now ready to move on. The hero with the blade frowned. Suddenly, the green-haired hero straightened up and calmly looked forward through the windshield. His green strand curled along his face. Suddenly, he abruptly shifted the gaze of his yellow eyes to the left and stared intently. In the left rearview mirror, the hero with the blade saw a confused white-haired guy with money in his hands. The hero looked even more closely. In the confused eyes of the white-haired guy read complete incomprehension of what was happening. The white car was rushing in the stream of other cars on the city highway. The sun was shining brightly outside. The guy turned to the right and said, "Excuse me," with a questioning look. The hero with the blade calmly asked the young man, "What is it this time?" The man remembered that the hero with the blade had saved him from an angry bear, and once again said the words of gratitude. The man in the shirt began to thank with aggressive pitch and confident eyes that the hero with the blade had saved his life. The hero took his eyes off the road and calmly looked to the right at the young man in the shirt. Afterward, he rolled his eyes upward. There was a feeling that the upstart in the white shirt had worn out his welcome. The guys braked sharply at the traffic light, and the hero with the blade calmly uttered the phrase, "Shut up." The girl is flying around in pink hearts. She holds a file folder in her right hand and smiles. Outside, the sun is shining. A huge concrete and glass building stands in the city. In the elevator cab, the names of companies are signed near the floors. On the button of the 7th floor, you can see the symbol of heroes. Near the button with the hero's symbol, there is a sign that says, "Restricted Access." A man with glasses, a gray jacket, and gray hair is standing in the office. He said he was waiting for Sunbae Nim. The guy and the man in the shirt walked into the office. The hero with the blade wasn't particularly happy to see the man in the suit and called him a bespectacled man. The guy in the jacket struck up a conversation. The hero with the blade stands and has his hands in the pockets of his leather jacket. The guy in the shirt stands behind him. The guy with green hair gets more rude to the guy in the jacket. They get into an aggressive verbal altercation. The guy with gray hair looked at the guy in the shirt. He asked if he was the new intern he'd heard about. The man in the gray suit started looking at the guy in the shirt. He started talking about how he was surprised that the first branch led the intern. The guy started asking questions to the guy in the shirt. He began to wonder why the guy wanted to join the heroes. The young man in the shirt, holding onto the straps of his backpack, began to answer. His look was full of confidence. The boy spoke of his goal to reach the top. "Just as I suspected," stated the guy in the gray suit. The green-haired hero didn't understand why he said that. The guy in the suit asked the huge black guy to escort the young man to the exam room. The huge black guy asked the guy in the shirt to follow him. The young man said okay. The hero turned around and walked towards the exit, waving his hand. The guy asked him to wait. The bespectacled man offered the hero with the blade to drink a rare tea with him. He added that there was no such tea in Korea. "As expected," pronounced the young man in the gray suit. The guy with green hair didn't turn around. The man in the gray suit said that he knew the green-haired man's answer would be negative. The guy says that's why he came with it. His gaze is confident. The hero with the blade stopped. He clenched his fists. The sun was shining very strongly through the window in front of him. The hero looked around, his hair slightly ruffled. He looked intently at the guy. The guy tilted his head slightly to the side and said, "Sure." The hero with green hair looked even more closely at the guy with gray hair and asked about the color. The guy with gray hair also looked intently into the eyes of the hero with the blade and said the color was yellow. The hero is sipping some kind of drink through a straw. His strands of hair are flowing downward. The seasoned heroes are sitting in a luxurious living room drinking tea. The guy in the suit suggests that the hero's taste for this drink has not changed with the click. The guy in the gray suit sitting in the chair says that this is their first meeting in a very long time and asks a question about things with Hua Ran. The hero with the blade turns away abruptly and says that if he hears that name again, he'll kill the guy with the glasses. The guy laughs in response. The hero breaks away from his drink and looks in the direction of the guy with the glasses. He asks what he's doing here by himself. The hero calls this place useless. Some guy is taking a test and the examiner is writing down the results. The hero asks in bewilderment why the guy with glasses was once famous, but now has been rotting here for over a decade. The guy calmly sipping his tea asks to be careful with his words. After all, he himself does not consider all this test useless. The guy looked up at the hero with a flick and said about the rules and regulations in this center being very strict. The hero laughed and said that the guy in the suit hadn't changed a bit in the time they hadn't seen each other. He continued laughing with his foot on his leg and said about how it was all a bit unexpected. The guy continued to drink his tea quietly and said that he was surprised that a trainee from the first branch had come here, but he was even more surprised that the hero was the one who brought the intern here. The guy asked how that happened. The guy got angry and asked sharply what the guy in the gray suit was implying. He stated that he didn't mean to come here. The guy with the blade said he was tricked by the head of the heroes from the first branch. That's the only reason he ended up here. Next, the guy in the suit asked if there was more to the fact that he was the one who brought the newcomer. The face of the hero with the blade cowered. "What?" he asked. The man in the suit calmly told the hero with the blade that the man would not see him off. He informed him that he realized that the intern the hero with the blade had brought was interested in himself. The hero sitting on the couch with his head down and deep in thought. Well, he's intriguing, he thought. A fight. The hero in the black suit hits the craft monster with all his might, and it flies away. A huge yellow flash appeared from the impact. The green-haired hero answers the guy in the suit with a smirk with a question. "Does he seem suspicious?" "Suspicious?" interjects the guy in the gray suit with a bit of surprise. Suddenly, an empty plastic cup flies into his head, ricochets and flies further away. The hero with the blade tells him that the guy is noisy. The hero gets up from the couch, says he's leaving, and walks toward the exit. The guy in the suit asks, "Already?" After all, he didn't sit with him long enough. The man lastly wishes the hero with the blade good luck and not to die. In response, the hero with green hair sends him away and shows an obscene hand gesture. Walking out the door into the hallway, the green-haired hero stretches and says, "Finally." He smiles and talks about how it's time for him to go home to watch the show he missed on the movie service. A man in a shirt approaches the hero with a blade. The young man looks serious. The hero is a bit crestfallen and surprised. He asks the guy what the guy is doing here. In response, the young man, still holding onto the straps of his backpack, said that he was told to go home. The man informed the hero with the blade that he was disqualified. The green-haired hero cringed at this information. The hero stood there in shock. He asked the guy how he managed to fail the basic test. Suddenly, a black-clothed man appeared behind the guy's shirt back and said, "That's the problem, master." "This man!" exclaimed the black man and added, "He doesn't have the base." The head of the hero's first squad and the girl stood in the hallway with surprised faces. The head of the squad asked, "What?" The head of the first squad asked the guys, "No base. What do you mean?" The guys stood calmly in front of him. Silence hung. The men continued to stand in the center of the corridor. Suddenly, a guy turned his head towards the guy in the shirt and shouted out, "6." The green-haired man continued to stare at the guy in the shirt and said, "3, will it be?" His eyes read shock. The guy in the shirt did not let go of the straps of his backpack and looked at the hero with the blade. He was a little scared and puzzled. The guy started scratching his chin and thinking. Everyone in the hallway was really waiting for him to answer such an easy question. He stood for a bit longer and asked if he could use the notebook. The heads of the head of the first ward and the girl were covered in sweat. "The answer is 18, asshole," yelled the hero with the blade at the guy in the shirt. He recoiled. The hero continued to ask simple math questions to the guy in the shirt. When he answered another question incorrectly, the hero became furious. The head stated that he was very surprised that the guy did not have basic school knowledge. The girl also confirmed that she was very puzzled by this. The hero with the blade was standing in the center of the corridor. He was drooping, his eyes were not visible. At one moment he uttered a ha. He swung his hand, a vortex appeared, and he uttered, "Blade Storm, Second Evolution." There were various signs about companies hanging on the front of the building. The hero shouted, "Tunnel Blast Storm." A hole formed in the building, shards of concrete, dust, and dirt flew. Everything clattered. "Die!" shouted Pung Sun. On the table is a cup with a drink on it. It says coffee on the cup. There's steam coming from it. The girl gives the cup of coffee to the director of the first branch of the heroes. He thanks her in return. The director asks the girl what's up with the hero with the blade now. The girl smilingly replies that he has cooled down and gone home. The hole in the hole made by the hero with the blade is filled with cardboard. Some woman pities the girl that she was unlucky to have such irascible neighbors on the floor. Heroes with blue and red aura stand. Their eyes and mouths glow red and blue. The girl stands and smiles sweetly back. She giggles a little. And to herself, she thinks to herself that they are more than just reckless. The principal tells the girl that the new intern is quite intriguing. The girl says she's surprised too. Recently, the director of the hero's first department started to say something. He stood in the hallway and looked thoughtfully into the distance. The director remembered the guy sitting on the bed in the hospital and said the guy was saying some pretty intriguing things. They stood on the rooftop and looked off into the distance at the sunset. The ward director said he knew why Huaran had chosen the guy. He laughed. The girl asked, "Really?" The girl remembered the crazy look of the young man with red hair and lowered her gaze down. The principal turned his head towards the girl and said something he was still curious about. The girl turned to him and looked at him questioningly. The principal reported that Chip's Mostra class was yellow. He informed that heroes who are not masters are not approved for such assignments. The girl confessed to the principal in confusion that she was the one who approved the intern because the guy seemed nice to her. The girl decided to apologize to the director of the hero's first department for letting him down. She lowered her eyes down, remorse red in her eyes. The director turned his head towards the girl and looked at her with a thoughtful look without saying anything. Then the principal turned his head forward, looked at the sunset and took a sip of coffee from his glass and calmly said, "I see." The girl turned to the principal again, asking if he thought it was strange. The principal mumbled questioningly. The girl put her hand to her mouth and tensed and said that so far their approach had been either quiet or an attack on them. The girl remembered the report on TV and said that this time was different. The girl reported that she was sure that their approach had changed. The sun was already starting to hide behind the houses, but it was still shining very brightly. The director of the hero's first department asked, "Why?" The director began his speech about something to change or vary. The girl looked up and waited in surprise for the director's next words. The principal stood with a glass in his hand and calmly explained to the girl that there must be a reason for the changes. Suddenly, the director was distracted from his reasoning and took his eyes to the side. He said that he felt like an icy breeze was blowing. The sun was almost hidden behind the houses. In the center of town stands a 3-story building made of concrete. This building looks like a government building. "Hey, did you see that?" some guy asked. He had just read the news on his phone about finding the remains of blogger Chip. The guy looks at his phone and turns to his friend who is playing on the computer. The guy on the ottoman is speculating about what fate may await this country with such scumbags. The young man at the computer advised, "It's better not to speculate about stuff, but to do homework." The guy in the black shorts snapped back. The guy at the computer turned away from the game and turned to his friend. He told him to shut up and informed him that he would be playing all night long. The friends finally argued, and the boy in the black shorts said he was going to go eat and suggested that the boy at the computer eat too. The boy in the black shorts opened the door to the hallway and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Hey, muscle pig, go order some chicken." The boy heard no response and began to speculate where this muscle pig had been wandering around alone for so long. He's been gone for hours, he thought. A guy in a black t-shirt and green shorts sits among the chip bags. A TV screen glows in front. He asks the question, "Is this true?" On the laptop screen in front of him, the news is playing. In them, the newscaster tells him that blogger Chip has been found destroyed. Next to his foot is an empty chip packet and some kind of photo card. On this photo card stands a happy Chip and 2 guys. These guys are newly minted costumed heroes. Thug wonders if this means he will have something to do now. There is a house standing on some street. The street goes downhill. On the roof of the house is a dish and a solar panel. There is some kind of entertainment show on TV. In it, one man is holding 2 short men by the scruff of their necks. Laughter erupts in the room. A white-haired man is lying on the couch laughing. He utters, "Oh, no way." He props his head up with his hand and speculates about what he's seen. "Does he have all his brains in place? That's hilarious," he says. A call comes in on his cell phone, which is lying on the floor. He looked away from the TV and looked up with surprised eyes. The man picked up his phone from the floor. The screen said his mom was calling him. The man doesn't answer the call, puts his phone back on the floor with the screen down. He continues to watch the show and talks about how the show pokes fun at him. A guy is lying on the couch. Suddenly someone's foot appears above his head. It goes straight for his head. It hits him so hard that the pictures on the shelves stagger. The guy is lying on the floor, holding his head and moaning in pain. A disgruntled girl stands next to him and says, "Finally got you." The young man's sister yells at him and asks why he doesn't pick up his phone, and asks if he cares more about the TV than his own mom. The young man looks at the phone with a surprised face and pretends to see a missed call for the first time. His sister tells him not to even pretend, because she saw the whole thing. The girl stands with her arms folded across her chest and reproaches her brother for being unemployed and asks him to have a conscience and at least answer the phone. The girl informs her brother that if he ignores one more call, he is dead. The young man replies to her with a, "Yes, ma'am." The girl leaves with a loud slam of the door. The guy sits on the floor and resents her for talking to him like that. The guy stood there for a couple minutes thinking about how uncool his sister was. At one point he turned around, wondered if there was anything to eat, and headed for the refrigerator. At that moment, his sister stood outside the door trying to catch her breath. She wondered when her brother would start acting like a normal person. The girl took a breath and noticed something in her room. She said, in surprise. The girl saw that someone had pulled a box out from under her bed and opened it. A man is walking across the room with a bag of chips and trying to remember where he left off watching TV. Suddenly, a kia-ya is heard behind him and his sister's foot flies into his back. The guy bends forward and drops a bag of chips. The girl stands over her brother and yells at him again. She asks how dare he come into her room without her consent. The man says in his defense that he was cleaning up so he came in. The girl continued in a disgruntled tone that in that case, he could have limited himself to cleaning. The girl pointed to the poster and asked why the young man was going through her things and opening the box of posters. The boy sat on the floor and was puzzled. He said he was curious to see what it was. The guy asked his sister about the company she works for. The guy thought they were handing out flyers. The sister had a look on her face that said she wanted to kill her brother. The girl got really pissed off and asked what her brother meant by that. She stated that this company was just using their name. She pointed to the flyer again. Her eyes were full of anger. She told her brother that her company wanted to sue for the copyright of the company handing out such flyers. The young man responded by saying that he thought the whole thing was strange and questioned his sister about why her company distributed so many samples. The girl continued to yell at her brother. She said that their company was very sensitive about it. The young man replied, "Oh, really?" The girl started to walk away. She said she couldn't take it anymore and should complain. The girl holding the flyers walked to the front door, stopped and thought about something. She turned toward her brother and asked if he was going to go to the job interview on that ad. The young man sitting on the floor said about how he was not stupid and he did not go to such suspicious events. He stated that he was not that desperate. The young woman started to leave and asked to make sure the young man had time to clean up the house before she returned. The man raised his hand to say goodbye and asked if his sister was going to stay longer. He heard, "Why?" in response. The guy said, "I want a snack," in a cocky voice and asked if his sister could give him $10. In response, the girl slammed the door very loudly. The young man got upset. The boy got angry and said, "But it's only $10," and called his sister a greedy girl. Suddenly, he heard that a new notification came on his phone. He was surprised. He opened the notification and saw that $10 had been deposited into his account. The guy looked at his phone and thought to his sister that she was kind. Suddenly, the guy frowned and started to remember something. He had a strange look on his face. The man put his hand behind his back and slipped his hand into the back pocket of his shorts. He pulled a piece of paper with an ad on it out of the back pocket and thought it wasn't worth it. The man reread the contents of the flyer one more time and thought to himself that it all sounded strange. The guy is sitting on the floor and thinking very deeply about something. He puts down the phone and the flyer and doesn't look at them anymore. The man with blonde hair lifted his head up and stared at the ceiling and continued to think. A girl was walking down the street and was indignant. She was not happy about the flyers being sent to their house. The girl quickened her step. She proudly stated that there was no chance of her taking it up. The girl stated that she didn't want to be associated with branches that didn't have interns. The girl stopped and loudly declared that she was the novice ace of the 4th branch of heroes. The girl dialed some number. She was annoyed. She said to contact the 1st branch to express her grievances. The other end of the line answered, and the girl started gibbering into the receiver. In response, she heard, "Please press 1 to connect with us." The girl stopped and looked thoughtfully at the phone screen and then pressed the number 1. The girl became furious. She threw the phone on the pavement with all her might. She stood there clutching the flyers very tightly out of anger. The girl declared that she was not ready to put up with all this and said she would go to the first branch in person. The hall of the computer club. All the guys are playing games. Some are very focused, some are just playing for fun. A blonde-haired young man is sitting and eating noodles in some canteen. Suddenly he gets a message on his phone. He looks at his phone with a surprised look. The message that came to him reads, "I apologize, but you have been denied an interview. Thank you for your interest, and I wish you a good day." In the canteen, besides the young man, there are a lot of people. Some sit in groups, some eat alone. The boy went outside. Even though he was wearing a tracksuit, he noticed that it was still cold outside. The guy remembered that his favorite show was about to start and decided that it was time for him to go home. Suddenly, some person appeared in front of him and hit him with his shoulder. The guy in the tracksuit flew off from the impact. The man landed on his butt and hit his head. The guy who hit him asked if he was okay. The guy apologized again for hitting the young man in the suit and asked if he was okay. Yeah, replied the guy in the tracksuit. The blonde-haired guy noticed the hat in his hand. He was surprised to see it. He remembered the guy in the shirt who had come to see him not too long ago. The man reflected on the fact that he didn't remember anything. How had he managed to get his lost hat back? Sitting on the ground, he pondered who the guy in the shirt could have been. The man got up off the ground, informed the man who hit him that he was okay, and told him not to worry about him. The man opened his mouth wide and told the guy, "You're a very kind man." "Thank you," said the guy in the suit and walked away from the man. The guy walked down the street and thought about the fact that since he was apologizing like that, he couldn't charge anything. The guy in the purple tracksuit started walking further down the street and wondered if the man was a bodybuilder. The man stood and stared the guy in the guy's wake, and the guy was still in thought. He considered the man to be quite large. Huge muscular back, green pants, and blonde hair. That's exactly what the man who hit the guy looked like. It's late at night outside. The house of a young man without a job is plunged into darkness. The guy sits and stretches on his striped couch. He wants to sleep. The guy opens another packet of chips and thinks about how no matter how many times he watches this program, it always makes him laugh. The man with blonde hair glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. At the same time, he was eating chips. Filling his mouth, he thought about the fact that his sister said she would come early. "So why isn't she here yet?" he pronounced. Suddenly, he looked to the side and heard some rumbling from the next room. The man got out of bed and headed for the front door. He thought his sister had gotten drunk again. The guy opened the door and from the threshold said, "Come in, do you know what time it is?" Suddenly, the boy realized that his sister was not at the door. The young man became confused. He closed the front door, and as he walked to the room, he thought it was just a prank. The man sat down on the couch, put his hand in a pack of chips, and started thinking about who could do something like this. The guy put his hand into the bag of chips, but there wasn't a single chip in it, although he hadn't finished all of them yet. Suddenly, the lights went out in the house. The guy was sitting quietly on the couch. The man wasn't the least bit frightened. Another blackout, he thought. The guy again wondered where his sister was now. He was worried about her and decided to call her. The guy started nervously dialing numbers one by one. The young man decided to call the number 112 at once. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the guy. "You saw him, didn't you?" asked a huge man behind him. The young man turned his head sharply and his eyes showed genuine fright. The boy quickly realized that next to him was the bulky man who had knocked him down in the street not so long ago. The bully stares at the photo card with the heroes and chip and compares whether the guy on the street looks like the hero from the photo card. The huge thug smiles sinisterly with all his teeth. His teeth are very white and his neck is tense. At one point, the thug opens his mouth. His sinister smile in the dark is very terrifying. In addition to his main teeth, he has fangs. The thug extends his huge palm towards the blonde-haired guy and smiles wildly. The guy in turn backs away. The thug is already pulling his two hands into the guy's face. The young man looks on in horror at everything that is happening. The man screams very loudly, so loudly that his screams could be heard on the street. The girl is trying to reach someone. Her face is serious. Her eyebrows are furrowed. She peers out from around the corner of the house. There is a stack of flyers next to her. She says she is a little scared. The girl looks at the building of the heroes of the first branch. She hopes that she won't be harmed. After all, she is an intern. The girl freezes and thinks about the fact that Wind and Flame, the masters of the first branch, are considered the cruelest. The girl tells her brother into the tube that she respects him. No one answers the receiver, so she repeats again, "Hello? Sunbae?" The girl stands in a confident pose, holding flyers in her hand. She gives a speech about how the reality of life is loneliness, and that she has already made up her mind. The face of a girl with a short haircut and burgundy hair is full of determination as she talks about how she is going to go home. The girl is walking down the street and musing about the purpose of heroes. Not far from her walks a guy wearing a shirt. The girl sees a young man walking next to her and turns around to look at him. She was surprised to see someone. The young man walked past the girl and moved further down the street. She was surprised and asked herself, "What?" The girl hid behind the corner of the house and panicked. She began to question who this guy was and why the lights were on everywhere in the building except for the feather branch. The girl took another look after the young man walking down the street and wondered who he could be. Some street in a big city. The street is dark. It's night. There are lights on in some of the windows. The street is quiet. Someone is holding a children's textbook. A sticker is glued to the textbook and it says, "This is a gift, Master Multiplication." The boy walks down the dark street and looks at the textbook with the note. He gazes into the textbook with empty eyes and utters the phrase, "To become a hero, of course." The young man sighs deeply and says, "Not easy." The man lifts his head and looks up. His look is a little upset, but he is confident that he can handle all the difficulties. The boy feels that he has already started to stand out from the crowd of people, and he is just a little bit away from becoming a hero. "Yeah, I remember everything. That's why I've been waiting for you," said the white-haired guy in the hat. "Yeah, sure," said the young man in the shirt. He was holding onto the straps of his backpack as usual. The man held a sharp knife behind his back and said, "Why would I wait for you?" "There's a fishing line tied to the blonde guy's leg. You can barely see it, so the guy in the shirt didn't see anything suspicious." Who from behind the bushes was watching the young men and holding the fishing line in his hand. He's laughing evilly. It's a huge, bulky man holding the fishing line in his hand and struggling to hold back an evil laugh. Gromila laughs and looks in the direction of the guys and says, "That's right, that's definitely it." Gromila is thrilled and says he's really wanted to do this for a long time. Gromila pins the blonde guy down on the couch. The young man is shocked and tries to resist. Gromila shows two photo cards. One shows the guy's family, the other shows the hero in a black suit. Gromila looks intimidating. His eyes are burning red. The thug squeezes the young man's head even harder. The boy can barely breathe. Veins swell on the bogeyman's arm. The man gathers all his strength and stretches out his trembling hand to point his finger. The man pointed with a trembling hand to a picture of a guy in a black suit. The men are standing across from each other. The guy in the shirt is still unaware that the blonde guy has a knife behind his back. The guy tensed up. He says to himself that he doesn't want to do this, but he has no choice. The man with the knife behind his back must have lost his mind. His eyes became crazy with hopelessness and anger. He needed to protect his family. The guy with the blonde hair swung the knife at the hero. In his mind, it wasn't his fault. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl from the interns of the fourth branch flew into the bulky guy with her foot. Everyone was shocked. The young men looked at everything that was happening with surprised eyes. The thug flew back from the girl's blow. His face twisted, his cheek crumpled. There is whiteness in his eyes. The girl stands with her foot up. Her eyes read confidence. She froze in posture after the blow. The huge carcass of the bulky man thundered to the ground. He rolled on his back a few meters. The thug recovered a bit from the blow and sat on the ground. He didn't realize what had happened to him. "Who are you?" the thug asked. The girl grabbed the Gramila by his shirt and lifted him up. The thug was even more confused. "Why ask the obvious?" shouted the girl in a menacing voice, right in the thug's face. "I'm a hero, you pig carcass," she addressed the bully. The girl let out all her power and yellow streaks swirled around her. The girl swung with all her might with her right hand, clenched her teeth, and with a grin she wanted to hit the bully. The blow hit the bully right in the face and he was thrown a few meters away. Blood spurted from his neck. The bully got to his feet. His hand was bleeding too. He said she was braver than her brother. The girl curled up and jumped on top of the bully. She wanted to punish her brother's abuser. The bully didn't expect another attack. He took a step back and shouted for her to listen to him. "You're talking nonsense," shouted the girl in rage. She was not willing to listen to the bulky man. The people stood aside and watched everything happening without hiding their shock. "Listening to you babble," the girl continued. The uncut thug stood in front of her with a frightened face. At this time, the girl was gathering strength in her hand. The girl shouted that listening to the thug's chatter was pointless and struck another blow. The thug once again fell to the ground with a rumble and rolled a few meters on his back. The bully was very angry. 3 stripes from the girl's blow were visible on his face. He mentally called out the girl. The girl is sitting on the ground. Waves of air are flying around her, and behind her is the silhouette of a yellow dog. The girl snapped out of her seat and with a vicious grin rushed towards the thug. The thug looked at his hand and said that he felt like he was fighting a dog, not a hero. The thug viciously licked his huge tongue and stated that this moment was exactly what he wanted. The girl sat furious on the ground in a dog pose and asked the thug to shut up. She was ready to strike again. The girl rushed with all her legs towards the thug to scratch him to death. The girl runs towards the thug while he is still looking at his hand. "I'll rip your filthy mouth open," shouted the girl. Suddenly there was tension in the girl's once confident eyes. She ran at the thug and got a bad feeling. Huge hands reached out to catch her. The girl gritted her teeth, making a hissing sound, and decided to change her tactics. The girl abruptly changed the trajectory of her movement. There was no one at the place where she was. The girl with a very sharp and maneuverable jump moved behind the back of the bully and shouted, "How about it?" The girl with frantic eyes flew at her opponent in the form of the bulky man and wanted to bite him. The girl was almost at her target. She got very close to the bully from the back. The latter didn't have time to react. Suddenly, the bully tensed his back and a whole jaw with fangs appeared from there. The girl could not have expected such a thing. Her eyes were filled with fear and she didn't have time to react. The girl's painful scream resounded throughout the street. It was heard throughout the entire neighborhood of the city. The girl landed heavily on the ground. Her boots kicked up dust. The girl's entire arm was covered in blood and the edge of her jacket was tattered. The blood was dripping right onto the asphalt. The girl stood right in the middle of the street and held onto her bloody hand. Gritting her teeth, the girl growled unhappily at the bully. She was annoyed that she didn't bite him. Huge mouths with fangs opened all over the bulky man's body. It was a gruesome sight. The Gromila asked where that girl's confidence went. The Gromila monster looked creepy. He told the girl not to overwork herself, for the real battle had not yet begun. The monster stood with his whole body hovering over the girl. He was twice as big as her. The guy with the blonde hair looked at them both from a distance. The man backed away, his eyes rounded with fright. He didn't understand what the hell was going on right now. He looked at his sister with surprised eyes and couldn't believe that his sister was a hero. The man shifted his gaze to the monster and thought about how the monster looked much bigger and scarier now than it did a couple minutes ago. The man sat down on the ground in shock, but afterward he immediately decided that he needed to get himself together right away or his sister would die. The man in the hat turned around to the guy in the shirt who was standing next to him. The guy in the hat thought to himself that he couldn't stand still any longer. The young men have very tense faces. The guy in the hat decides that it is urgent for him to act. A huge bulky man with a pile of muscles towers over a girl with a bloody arm. The girl bravely looks at the bulky man and shouts, "No way!" at him. The girl stands and analyzes the monster in front of her. She realized that the monster has heightened consciousness, raised its physical level to the max. The girl realized that this huge monster standing in front of her is a yellow level, and wondered what the first branch was doing. The girl gritted her teeth and said, "I can't believe I have to fight a yellow one by myself without my masters. It's a bloody thrill," the girl uttered and licked her bloody hand with her tongue. The girl assumed her fighting stance. She was excited to be able to test her strength. She said that she would not miss such a chance. The girl rushed upwards from her seat with a whoosh. Only a circle of dust was left on the asphalt. The girl began to move very quickly around the monster, leaving only white streaks of air behind her. The thug stood motionless. The girl shouts to the thug monster, "Even if you manage to overtake me with my sudden change of speed." The girl pushes off the wall with her foot to give herself acceleration and change her trajectory. The girl flies into a rage and in a steep dive wants to bite the monster in the back of the head. The monster turns around slightly. The muscles in his back tense. "I think you're wrong," utters the Gromila. "I'm not the one who needs to overtake," he utters with his next phrase, and a huge fanged mouth appears from his back, and it is about to eat the girl. The jaws from the thug's back close and the girl's hand is caught in the fangs. She screams furiously in pain. The Gromila monster asks to say hello to his back Judy. The monster informs him that he is protecting him while he can do his favorite things. The Gromila hits the girl with all his might with his right hand and the girl flies far overhead. The girl falls to the ground covered in injuries. She moans in pain and tries to get up. Her hands are covered in blood. The monster flies at the exhausted girl and wants to finish her off. The girl tries to get up, but she fails. The monster digs into the girl's arm with fangs from her stomach. The girl turns away and screams in pain. The monster thug slides his huge arm up and seems to want to punch the girl. The monster hits with all his might, but misses and hits the asphalt with his hand. Pieces of asphalt fly in different directions. The monster giant stands up after the punch and squares his shoulders. He is breathing heavily. The monster turns to the side. He can't believe the girl managed to dodge his punch. The monster calls the girl's name. The girl stands in the center of the street with bloody hands. She analyzed her opponent and those incomprehensible mouths all over his body. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and looked menacingly at the monster. She realized that none of her attacks did any damage to the monster. The girl took another look at the monster and realized that this is what is called absolute defense. The girl realized that she couldn't hit the monster yet after the first two attacks. She said she had saved something for the camp but would use it now. The girl spread her bloody hands apart. She realized that she couldn't defeat the monster. The girl stands in the middle of the street with her legs spread wide, a yellow aura flying around her. She is ready to continue the fight. The girl drew stripes on her cheeks with her blood from her hands. She was determined and informed the monster that she was ready to give her best. Suddenly, from behind the girl's back came the voice of her brother. The guy stands with a bloody knife and tells the monster that he did what he asked. A man in a shirt lies bloody on the pavement. The guy in the hat stands over him with the knife. The man in the shirt is writhing in pain, lying on the ground. The guy in the hat asks the monster to let him and his sister go. The girl turns around and yells at her white-haired brother, "Andayong!" The guy grabs his sister's bloody hand with his bloody hand. The brother and sister move away from the monster who is standing over the body of the guy in the shirt. The guy in the hat drags his sister behind him and she asks what he did and asks him to let her go. The guy says he made a deal. The guy tells his sister that the monster told him that if he gave him the guy in the shirt, he would let them go. The man proceeded to drag the girl by the arm and told her that he sacrificed the guy. The man ran as fast as he could and dragged his sister behind him. He told his sister that the monster wouldn't touch them. Suddenly the guy, his sister, kicked him and the young man fell to the ground. The girl yells at her brother and asks if he is naive enough to believe that the monster will keep his promise. The girl stands over her brother and reprimands him for the things he has done. It doesn't bother her that she is covered in blood. The girl couldn't hold back the rush of emotions. She wept and screamed and told her brother that it didn't matter if he was looking for a job or unemployed. The boy sat on the ground in shock. The girl told her brother to remain human no matter what. Suddenly, behind the girl's back, a giant monster appeared. He was holding an immobilized guy in a shirt in his hand by his head. The girl turned around sharply and shouted, "Damn!" There was consternation in her eyes. A second later, the monster's huge fist flew into the girl's face. Her face twisted. The monster thug's punch was so strong that the girl was thrown very far away. The girl landed with her head in the asphalt. Shards of asphalt flew from where she landed. Dust rose in the street. The thug is holding the guy's head, his mustra muscles tense. He's talking about how things just kept getting worse. The Gromila looked angrily at the guy in the hat sitting on the ground and told him that he had ruined all his plans. The monster thug opened his mouth and let out a small, loud laugh. His eyes are white and his fangs are sharp. The guy is scared and sits on the ground with a dumbfounded expression and stares at the Gromila. Dust flies around him. The guy screamed in fear of a pact with the monster. The guy reminded the monster that he promised not to hurt him and his sister. The monster thug stands and laughs. He is holding the body of the guy in the shirt in his left hand by the neck. The guy in the hat is kneeling in front of him. The young man is in shock. He looks with very scared eyes at the monster. The monster is laughing very loudly. The boy looks up at the monster with frightened and pitiful eyes. His hair is sticking out from under his hat. The monster smiles menacingly. His face is in darkness, which makes it look more intimidating. The guy in the hat turns around and crawls away from the monster. The young man yells, "Save me!" The hulking monster said that the guy had ruined his fun. He looked sideways and saw an iron cabinet. The monster giant said the boy should be punished and threw the iron cabinet at him. The cabinet hit the boy right in the back. The monster loomed ominously over the guy and verbally mocked him. He accused the guy of being unemployed and too gullible. The man in fear tries to crawl away from the monster, but it is unlikely that he will succeed. The thug leaned over to the guy and made a slingshot of his fingers and teased the young man. He said that it was easy for people like him to trust everyone. The young man screamed and jumped up from the ground with terror in his eyes. He wanted to run away. The thug threw the boy into the boxes. The young man lies in the box covered in blood. The monster says it was the boy's choice to kill Han. The young man is bleeding. His shirt is shredded. His eye is swollen shut. The monster looms over the nearly dead young man. He tells him, "You killed them all." The monster's face is half in darkness. His ugly, toothy mouth is slightly open. The monster has uncut hair. He says goodbye to the guy and is about to kill him. Suddenly, the guy in the shirt tries to break free from the thug's grip. He swings around in a sudden movement. From the look on the guy's face, he's in shock. A vein on his forehead is bulging. He doesn't understand how this is happening. The shirtless young man jumped out of the thug's clutches and landed on his feet. The thug felt a burning sensation in his side, he thought. No way. The guy's eye was bleeding. The young man's gaze was devastated. The guy sits on the ground covered in blood and asks the guy in front of him, "Hanganchi?" The guy in the shirt jumps on the enraged, thundering monster. The battle is on. The monster is furiously yelling that scum like this shirt guy should know their place. The thug monster is frantically screaming at the guy in the shirt. The wind from the yelling flutters the young man's shirt, but he stands calmly in place. The young man stands calmly in place with his hands in fists and says, "I'm not scum." The young man is in the hospital with a band-aid on his cheek. The young man is wearing white hospital clothes. The young man has his hand in a fist and is looking at it. He is deep in thought about something. The boy is looking from under his eyebrows somewhere forward with a confident look. He's 100% sure of his abilities. The man in the shirt wants to strike hard. He gathers all his strength into a fist. His face is showered with yellow light from the glow of his fist. The guy jumps on the demon thug and with a scream he wants to strike at him. The man runs and holds the yellow fist in front of him. He declares that he is a hero. The Gromila monster effortlessly swipes his fist upwards. It hits the guy directly and he flies off. The director of the first branch of heroes asks if number 1 is in front of him. The director stands in the room with a guy with black hair and asks if he wants to be a hero. The guy replies that he doesn't want to. Suddenly, the young man sitting in the hospital bed declares that he doesn't just want to be one. He is definitely sure that he will become a hero. The principal says that there are plenty of people who can handle yellow. The principal asks the kid a question about how he's going to get stronger. The guy replies, "Not like this." The principal's face changes to surprised, and the guy's answer makes him think. The kid tells the principal that strength alone will not make him number 1. A young man covered in blood flies back from the thug's punch. His jaw is knocked out and there is a sense that he is dead. Suddenly, the guy palm grabs the thug's fist, which is headed for him. The thug didn't expect this turn of events. He didn't expect the guy to offer any resistance. The young man pushed the thug's fist aside and jumped on the thug monster, wanting to kill him. The guy stands back and watches as the guy in the shirt tries to overpower the monster. The thug thought to himself that he expected something like this, because in the face of the end, true strength and character are put to the test. The monster is in a state of suspense. He doesn't understand where the guy got his strength from. A yellow fist comes flying at the monster at high speed. The monster admits to himself that he feels a sense of fear. The young man in the shirt delivers the strongest blow with his fist. The monster thug manages to get his shoulder under the blow. The young man lands on the ground with slippers on his feet. The boy bounces off the ground again and flies into the thug to land another blow. The young man throws his arm forward and hits the target. He is confident of his victory. The Gromila monster stands with a skewed face. He is shocked that the boy managed to land a blow on his cheek. Judy is frightened by the guy's strength and doesn't react, only growls angrily. The giant monster looks at the guy with surprised eyes. His face is twisted. The monster utters the phrase, "Now I get it." The Gromila looks at the guy. The young man stands in a fighting stance. The monster thinks about the fact that one day this guy will be a source of concern for the Naruraki. The monster thug grinned, his expression becoming very sinister. "It's not too late yet," he thought. "I'll tear you apart!" shouted the Gromila monster and waved his hand upwards menacingly. The hulking monster elbowed the guy from the turn and hit him right in the jaw. The guy's immobilized body soared high into the air again. The thug's blow was of incredible force. The young man in the shirt grabbed the Gromila's elbow with his teeth and clung to it with all his might. The hulking monster tried to throw the guy off, but the guy was no slouch. He held on with his teeth to the last. The young man jumped sideways as the monster thug wanted to slam his head into the ground. The monster found that he had lost sight of the guy. He was trying to find him. The hulking monster tensed up and sweat began to drip off of him. He couldn't see the young man. That was what was stressing him out. Suddenly, the monster Gromila noticed the guy flying at him from above, swinging his fist at him. The guy was about to deliver the strongest blow. Suddenly, the thug monster shouted, "Don't mess with me!" He tensed his back muscles and let out 1,000 teeth. There was no way the guy could change his trajectory. The man dodged the monster's barbed back with difficulty. He was frightened by this unexpected surprise. The bulky man gathered all his strength in his fist and swung towards the guy. A green aura of power flew around the monster. The monster thug once again landed the strongest blow on the guy. The man flies upwards, immobilized. The guy is flying in the air. He can't move after being hit by the monster. The Gromila monster stands on the ground with sharpened teeth sticking out of its back. Suddenly, the monster snaps out of his seat and jumps up behind the guy. He swings to deliver another blow at him. The monster hits the guy with all his might with his fist in flight. The guy in the shirt is thrown to the ground with incredible speed. The man lies on the ground. The thug swings 2 arms for a blow at the young man. "Die!" screams the monster. 6 whirlwinds of air fall on the young man first, and then the thug monster himself. The hulking monster laughed and told the guy to remember it well. After all, this was the power of a big Judy from the elite troops. The thug was already aiming to finally deal with the guy, when suddenly he noticed something wrong. Air slowly began to escape from the bulky guy's body, and his muscles began to deflate one by one. The bully stood in shock. Suddenly, the blonde-haired guy's sister struck a blow on the monster's head. The blow was so strong that the monster was bent in half. The face of the thug turned. He began to fly away. The girl, despite her weakness, struck hard enough. Another jaw with teeth grew out of the Gromila monster's cheek. The Gromila said about how he was even surprised by her punch. The Gromila monster swung around and retaliated with a knee strike. The girl was folded in half from the impact. The Gromila screamed that the girl had scared him. The girl was thrown a few meters away from the blow and crashed into the wall. Shards of concrete flew from the wall. The monster stood there and watched it all. The monster stood and looked at the immobilized and bloody body of the girl. He thought to himself that the fact that she had any strength left was incredible. "Nice try, Ji-Yu," said the monster thug, approaching the girl. The monster wanted to finish her off. "Halt!" shouted the guy behind the monster's back. His voice was ringing and determined. A man with blonde hair stood in the middle of the street covered in blood and holding a sharp shard of glass. There were huge spikes sticking out of the monster's back. The monster didn't even look at the guy behind him. The man told the monster that he couldn't take it anymore. The man stood there covered in blood. His clothes looked like rags. The guy started talking about how he couldn't keep his promise even now. The monster Gromila did not hear the guy's speech, but with a sharp movement knocked a sharp splinter out of the guy's hands. The man did not understand anything. The guy screamed in pain. His hands were shredded by his own weapon. He hadn't expected this. There was terror in his eyes. "What are you doing, Dayen?" the monster thug asked the guy. The monster asked if the guy thought he could do something if he mustered up the courage. The hulking monster looked at the guy and told him not to get too upset. The Gromila monster stated that he would kill the guy along with his sister. At that moment, a girl flew behind him at full speed to hit the thug. The thug turned around sharply. Apparently, he was ready for an attack from behind. He swung his elbow. The monster's face creased. He realized that he was unable to turn his body all the way around to strike, but he didn't realize what exactly the problem was. The man stuck his head into the monster's stomach with his teeth, thus blocking the monster's actions. The thug realized that Big Judy was doing things on his own accord. This confused the Gromila. The monster looked at the area of his stomach. The guy said that he is well aware of his worthlessness in this world. The girl who is the boyfriend's sister screamed in horror. She did not realize what her brother was doing. The guy clenched his teeth. He was bleeding all over and could barely get his words out. He wanted to say he was, at least. The guy's eyes filled with tears. He realized he was about to die. He got his teeth stuck in the monster's teeth, and bleeding all over, he uttered the phrase, "For the last time." The guy shouted the last phrase. He didn't want to die as a loser, and remembered the guy in the shirt fighting for his life. "Grab your left arm!" the guy with blonde hair shouted loudly. The monster's teeth had already sunk into his head. The girl used all her strength to wrap her arms around and immobilize the monster's left arm. "Pull it!" shouted the white-haired guy again. He wanted to die not useless, so he took command. The girl pulled the arm of the Gromila monster as hard as she could. It was unable to resist. The lower part of the monster and its left arm were immobilized. The monster uttered a "ha!" A guy in a shirt was already running towards the Gromila monster in order to deliver the strongest blow, and perhaps even the final one. As the young man approached the monster, his fist turned yellow and gained strength. The guy screamed off the ground, his eyes frantic. The guy probably wants to kill the monster. The man's fist became very yellow. A yellow aura of power flew around him. A blow of incredible strength came straight to the side of the huge monster thug. The man screamed in pain. "Pulse 60, shouted the medical girl from the hero's first division. She said that the life force was running out. A man with blonde hair lay on the ground, a bunch of medical machines around him. "Inject 500 milligrams of adrenaline," shouts the girl. "How is he?" asks the hero with green hair with interest. His yellow eyes have a drop of sympathy for the guy. The girl informed the hero that because she had regenerated the cells a couple days ago, their regeneration was now extremely low. The girl didn't understand why a deep stab wound remains on the guy's right palm. The man is lying on the ground wearing an oxygen mask. The girl says she tried to regenerate 2 of the guy's hands at once, which is not easy. Man attacks Judy. He fearlessly jumps right into her mouth. The guy did it to hold him back. He used himself as bait. Because of that, the monster thug hurt his side and it gave him an attack in that area. "Among all the strategies I've seen, this is the most terrifying," the green-haired young man uttered while slightly opening his mouth. The green-haired hero smiled wildly and wished the newcomer to survive. The guy opened his eyes slightly and began to question what was going on and where he was. The guy didn't understand why the man in front of him was smiling. The hero and his smile looked terrifying to the guy lying on the ground. The guy lying on the ground gradually cried. He thought to himself that he just felt terrible. The monster thug watches from afar the treatment process of the guy lying on the ground, breathing heavily. "Phew," said the Gromila and held onto his mangled side in parallel. He couldn't catch his breath after the fight. The monster walks down the street, leaving bloody footprints behind him. He thinks about the fact that there can be no mistake, and the guy with long hair is definitely from the Octagon. The monster is very nervous and thinks that he should run far away. The monster ponders that he will die if he doesn't run away, as the figure of the hero with the blade appears in front of him. The monster is horrified. The hero with the blade informs the monster that if the heroes were fighting for their lives, then they would have to die then. The thug was covered head to toe in sweat, and the hero with the blade added that the monster didn't even have basic manners. "Shh!" shouted the monster. He was holding some sort of red thing in his hand. The hero with green hair stood calmly in front of him. "Did you think I wouldn't have a trump card up my sleeve?" asked the monster, clutching something tightly in his hand. The monster thug pointed to a brick building nearby and said that he had planted explosives on it. The monster revealed that a mother and her son were crying after leaving alive. "But they don't know what awaits them yet!" shouted the monster. The hulking monster turned to the green-haired hero and told him to hurry up and save them. The hulking monster began the countdown to the explosion. 5, he shouted. 4, pronounced the hulking monster. The green-haired hero didn't budge. 3, heavily smirking, shouted the monster. He was serious and had no intention of joking around. Suddenly there was an explosion. Scorched bricks flew from a building nearby. The monster froze in horror. The eyes of the guy with green hair were wild. There was no pity in them, only a desire to kill the monster. "Psychopath! You killed ordinary people! You're a hero!" shouted the thug monster. "Oh, really?" uttered the hero, holding his blade with a blue aura in his hand. The hero swung his blade and cut off the monster's arms. The hulking monster is in shock. The monster is screaming in terror. Its white eyes reflect all the horror going on inside it. "What's going on? Stop!" screams the monster to the hero. The hero with the blade doesn't understand what the problem is, and says that the monster himself didn't dodge his blow. The man puts his blade behind his back and lights up the entire street in blue. He reports that he has done nothing wrong. The hero looks at the monster with a ruthless gaze and says that he will leave it at that and wants to kill the monster thug. The hero cuts the monster into small pieces. The monster's dead face is the only thing that remains in the hero's memory. The girl runs up to the master and asks how he's feeling. The master, ignoring the girl's question, asks, "What did I say earlier?" The girl said that all the residents of the building that exploded were evacuated before the explosion. The girl informed the squatting hero that the condition of the injured has stabilized and they only have to wait. Some woman with a suitcase walks over and talks about an intern in the 4th Division being taken by the divisional engineer. The woman frowned her eyebrows slightly after her speech and looked intently at everyone around her. The medical girl reported that this was the first time a yellow rank had been found so late. A young man with green long hair stared intently at the map. The hero, looking at the photo card with the rookies and chips, stated that someone could have pretended that the card didn't work. Suddenly, a young man with red hair appeared from around the corner. He grinned through all his teeth and headed towards everyone. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked. The medic girl questioned the red-haired hero. "Master, why are you here?" The red-haired hero informed her that the appearance of a high-ranking, mysterious person whose card was not activated could not help but attract his attention. The red-haired hero approached the hero with the blade and asked if the hero suspected him. "No," replied the hero with the blade. From such a confident answer, the red-haired hero was taken aback. He interrogated, "What?" "Of course I believe you," said the green-haired hero. You could hear from his voice that he trusted his partner completely. The hero with the blade said he believed the red-haired hero because they were a team. The guy was either dumbfounded or impressed by such trust from the hero with the blade. The man with red hair snickered. The hero with the blade didn't turn at his lunge. The girl stands between them and doesn't interfere. The young man with red hair said this time he took a chance. The red-haired hero says for the hero with the blade to keep watching everything. The hero with the blade walks away with a clear and confident look on his face and his actions. His eyebrows are only slightly furrowed. "We're a team," he thinks to himself. The director stands with a small piece of paper in his hand and asks, "Secret?" The director asks the hero with the blade's secret investigation. What does that mean? The hero with the long green hair talks about yesterday. There was yellow. The guy hesitates and wants to provide a photo as proof. The principal stares intently at the photo and says that since the hero with the blade was given such a photo, he can understand why the man acted that way. The director frowns his eyebrows and says, 12 years of formal diplomatic relations with humanity. The director remembers the thug and continues, "For someone who was suppressed in peacetime." The thug is happy to see the photo card. It's as if it makes the light fall on his face. "It was like a revelation," the director of the First Ward concludes his speech. The director stands and speculates that since the system couldn't detect the appearance of the monster, it's a serious problem. "What if this is the beginning and not the exception?" suggests the hero with the blade. The hero with the blade and the director of the first branch speculate that perhaps the monster's level was above yellow, so the system failed to recognize it. The green-haired hero informs the director that he wants to know more about that hairy thug. The hero with the blade reported that the media is playing the chief. The principal states that this is the first time this situation has happened since the beginning of the world. He questions the guy with the blade as to why he wants to investigate covertly. The hero puts his finger out and twirls it around. He says, "On the back of it." "Backside?" the headmaster asks and slowly begins to turn over the card in his hands. On the back of the card it says, "Utopia." "Utopia?" asks the principal, holding a scorched piece of card in his hands. The hero informs him that it is utopia, an old bridge that the principal himself knows about. The hero averts his gaze to the city and talks about how utopia is the association of humanity. The director of the hero's first ward stares at the card, trying to catch the essence in it all. The hero talks about how it's all a bit suspicious. The director turns around and starts to leave. Lastly, he says that he will do everything in his power to keep everything a secret. Suddenly from behind the headmaster came the voice of a guy. "Master Nim, I'm back," said the young man. The heroes cowered at him. The headmaster turned towards the young man with surprise, because he was able to recover in such a short time. The director looks at the man and the medical girl next to him and asks, "Are you that trainee?" "It's been a month already, right?" the green-haired guy asks calmly. The director of the first ward interjects in shock. "A month?" The green-haired young man turned around. Some building appeared in his mind. "Camp," the guy with green hair pronounced. The director of the first division of heroes sweated, and with a surprised face began to ask about Hero Camp. The director was surprised that the first division was also participating. The director is horrified and asks the green-haired guy if he wants to poison the intern for the camp. The director says that's too reckless. The hero with the blade stands in front of the shirtless guy and declares that he will train him for the rest of the month. The hero looks at the guy in the shirt with an angry look. One of the strands comes down along his face. He says that since the guy doesn't have a base, he needs to prove his ability another way. The man with the band-aids on his face looks up at the hero with the blade. The guy's gaze is confident. The sun is shining outside. The man stands against a backdrop of concrete buildings. The guy is wearing a hospital shirt. The man is trying to visualize the camp. He imagines a meadow, and there are grills and tents in the meadow. The rank card description begins. The color of the cards defining the tasks is assigned depending on the grade. Masters include yellow, orange, and red hero cards. Officials are blue, and green hero cards. Trainees, on the other hand, only include purple hero cards. Some SUV is speeding down the highway. The SUV's badge glistens in the sun. Someone in a black glove is playing a game on his phone and notices that the connection on the phone is not good. A massive man in a work suit sits in his car. He's contemplating how he will get through a new level in a game on his phone. The guy opens his mouth wide without unclenching his teeth and sighs heavily. He can't wait for it to arrive. The car is speeding down a country road. Someone in the car shouts, "It's just an old village." The man in the work suit looked to the side, sighed heavily and said, "Oh ho, you lazy asshole," said the young man. The man in the work suit slapped the little guy sitting next to him with all his might, causing him to bend over. The boy continued to yell at the guy sitting next to him. "How did you fall asleep if you're so nervous?" he asked. A small guy with glasses and a green backpack behind his back scratching the back of his head apologized to the young man in a work suit. There's a camp built on the mountains, small Chinese houses sticking out among the rocks. The wind is blowing. The main building of the camp is on the ledge of the mountain. This is the third division of heroes. Some man in a brown cloak with some kind of symbol on the right side of the cloak is standing in the middle of the office. This man is standing in the center of the room, with similarly cloaked men standing around him. "And we are noble brethren who continue to take pride in our land," the cloaked man utters. The hall is not heavily lit. There are 19 people in the hall, all kneeling. It looks like a cult. One of the cloaked men shouts as loud as he can, "Never lose your pride, my brothers." Two masked men, blue and red, are on one knee, their arms and legs bandaged. The blue mask is Mu Young Ho Sang, a trainee from the 3rd Hero Division. In the red mask is Mu Young So San, who is also a trainee from the 3rd Hero Division. The helicopter takes off and leaves behind swirls of air. Some guy waves to the helicopter from a cliff. The hair of a girl and a guy from the 4th Division of Heroes is blown around by the wind from the helicopter blades. A man is holding a dog leash in his hand. The dog is big and looks like a husky. A man and a girl stand among the trees against the background of the mountain. Their hair is fluttering in the wind. Someone sits in the front passenger seat and is silent. A hero sits behind the wheel of a car and tells the guy in the passenger seat to be quieter. A white car with guys inside is standing in a large traffic jam of other cars. The hero with the blade yells, "Shut up! Shut up!" It has become apparent that the traffic jam of cars is huge and the flow is barely moving. The hero with the blade yells, "Shut up!" to the guy again. The hero with the blade yells at the guy in the shirt who is sitting in the passenger seat. He blames him for all the problems that are coming at him. An old building stands in the middle of the jungle. There's a huge field in front of the building. An old rusty gate. A small column indicating that this is the heroes' camp can be seen in the background of the main building. A guy in a jacket reads out information from a piece of paper. Like last year, 2 interns from each department are in Camp 5. The man reads this out while some woman stands with her back to him and quietly listens to him. The woman has bright blue hair. She stands with her arms folded across her chest and says, "I'm still guessing who will be an employee this time." The girl looks at the screens that display the faces of the interns. She utters, "Looking forward to it." Some robot with a hero's badge on its chest is standing there waiting for something. The robot has blue eyes and a gray torso and continues to read out information from a piece of paper. He states that due to the lack of participants this year, HQ will cover their shortage. Therefore, this time the headquarters is using the T-17 model, utters the young man, and looks at the robot sitting on the chair. There is a brief silence. The woman with blue hair hesitated for a few seconds. The woman turned to the guy in the suit and asked him, "Where are the contestants from Division 1? The young man reported that they had not arrived yet. The woman clarified whether the Division 1 trainees had been informed of the exact start time of the event. The young man replied that they had been informed. The woman scrunched her eyes and asked why they still hadn't arrived, since it had been 25 minutes. The guy politely replied that he didn't know. The guy said that he had been trying to contact the First Division for the last 10 minutes, but they weren't answering the phone. The woman remembered the red and blue heroes' faces from the First Division and wondered why they had joined them in the first place. The woman held her right palm up and wondered, "Are they even going to unplug?" she asked. The young man with green long hair was furious. He was sick of standing in a huge traffic jam. The young man in the jacket asks the woman what they should do and offers to move the time up a bit for the First Division. The woman puts her hands to her sides and says that nothing needs to be rescheduled and that she will not tolerate disregard for the rules. The woman talked about how if they didn't show up for the test, which would start at 12, they would automatically be expelled. The young man replied, "I see." There is a clock on the wall that says, "Welcome to LPU." It shows that it is now 15 minutes to 12. All the interns are sitting in a semicircle on chairs. Only the intern from the first branch is missing. The office is very dusty. The guy is yawning. A little guy in glasses massages his shoulders. A man in a work suit tells the little guy with glasses that he gets 100 points for the massage. The little guy says thank you in his squeaky voice. The man in orange turns to the side and says he feels sorry that everyone in Division 4 is female. The guy continues to mock the 4th Division and asks if they thought putting on their military vests would make them stronger. The trainees from the 4th Division don't respond in any way. Although if you look closely, says a young man in a work suit and raises an eyebrow, he looked at the stomach of one of the Division 4 trainees and said he would give 40 points for those assets. The guy looked at the cape-clad contestants from Division 3 and gave them 20 points maximum. The guy turns his attention to the robot and asks if the robot is just here to play chess. The robot waves its hand and says, "Hey, how's it going?" A young man yells with a dumbfounded expression on his face that street games are more interesting than this hero camp. The guy in the work suit yells and sputters. He says, "Soo-jung, this camp gets 10 points max." The girl from Division 4 aggressively turns to the guy from Division 2 and tells him to shut up soon. The guy abruptly made an innocent face and apologized if he suddenly interrupted someone. The guy sticks out his tongue and utters, "Even when you're mad, you look pretty darn cute." The girl is beyond pissed off and yells that the guy is totally freaking out and threatens to kill him. "That's enough," the girl's partner says calmly. He sits back in his chair and doesn't move. The guy talks about how fighting at camp is punishable by immediate disqualification. The girl's 4th Division partner says that the guy in the work uniform specifically wants to take her out. The girl says she knows it herself. Fat guy continues to taunt and shows a heart with his fingers and winks. Fat guy turns to his partner and asks why he stopped giving massages. The guy informs him that he was afraid to interrupt him. With these words, the guy in glasses only caused the guy in the orange suit to smirk. The fat guy grabbed the glasses guy and mocked the fact that he was scared. He said there was no place for fear in their relationship. The girl and the guy from Division 4 listened quietly as the fat Division 2 trainee mocked his partner. The trainees from the 3rd Division of Heroes sat mysteriously in their masks and brown cloaks without saying a word. The guy with the pink hair was sweating all over, his glasses off his eyes and onto his nose. He said, "Thank you, Sok-jin." The fat guy informed his partner, whom he held in his right hand, that nothing would stop him personally in this 10-point camp. The guy looked up and spoke about how the only one to worry about was... He didn't finish the sentence. He looked at the empty chair in the corner of the office and said that the only one to worry about was the guy who hadn't shown up yet. The two from the 3rd Division also looked at the empty chair and discussed the fact that the 1st Division was participating this year as well. The guys from the 4th Division are peacefully waiting for the participant from the 1st Division to show up. The guy sighs heavily and says, "Still haven't arrived." The figure of the young man from the 1st Division of Heroes stands on fire. An incredible power emanates from him. The fat intern in the orange suit looks at his hands and talks about how the only one he wants to look at is the intern from Division 1. He makes a silly grimace on his face again and sticks his tongue out. He said he already had an idea of how many points the Division 1 trainee would get. Suddenly, the decrepit door to the office swings open and a strong wind blows in from the hallway. The 4th Division girl reacts and sharply shifts her gaze to the side. Her dark-haired partner sits with his eyes closed in his chair and doesn't react in any way. The blue-masked intern's face has changed. He sits in suspense. The fat, nasty guy in the orange suit from Division 2 says he's finally here. A huge, muscular man in a jacket stands in front of them. His eyes are bloodshot and blue lightning flies around him. The man furrowed his eyebrows and the scar on his cheek became visible. Everyone was dumbfounded. The guy from the 2nd Division is impressed and yells out, giving the guy in the suit 90 points. The guy, and with tensed arms, stands in the aisle. His look is intimidating. Suddenly, the bulky guy lets the young man in the shirt pass and says he needs to go to this office. "Yes, thank you," replies the guy in the clean white ironed shirt. The trainees from the 4th Division sit in shock. A decently dressed young man stands for a second or two at the entrance to the office and holds onto the straps of his backpack. The guy raises his right hand palm up to everyone and greets everyone at the event. A girl in a black dress and white and purple hair introduces herself to the contestants. She announces that she will be administering the first test. The girl in the black dress carefully adjusts her glasses, looks at the contestants and says, "Ew." The girl reports that she is very experienced and says that she can easily determine the morale of the participants. The girl in the dress looks at all the participants again and reports that they all look very agitated. The girl approaches a trainee in a work uniform and says that he is particularly agitated and that his face is yellow. The trainee from the 2nd Division suddenly screamed. The girl is a little startled herself and starts screaming too. The guy points his finger at the man in the shirt and asks how such a brat can be a Division 1 trainee. The man in the shirt turned his head towards the yelling guy, still not letting go of his backpack straps. The guy pointed his index finger toward himself and asked if the guy in the orange suit was addressing him. The guy recalled that the fat guy had given him 90 points. "That was a misunderstanding," shouted the fat man, pointing his finger at the guy. The interns, whose faces were hidden under masks, also discussed the guy who was a high school student. They agreed that they didn't understand why the 1st Division had made such a choice. A girl and a young man from the 4th Division also discussed the intern from the 1st Division of Heroes. The fat man yells at the guy in the shirt that he's taking 9,000 points away from him. The young man in the orange suit is furious and declares that the guy in the shirt is an embarrassment to the entire competition. The girl in the dress announces that the first task is starting. The fat man in the suit doesn't calm down and continues to take imaginary points away from the camp. The girl in the dress tells him to focus. "Destroy this horrible, disgusting camp," the fat guy from the 2nd Division shouts restlessly. The dress girl jumps up and hits the fat guy in the jaw with her knee. "Quiet!" yells the girl to the guy. The orange-suited guy's huge body falls to the ground with a thud. The girl with white and purple hair corrects her glasses and informs him that she will tolerate any display of emotion, but acts of defiance against the camp are not going to be tolerated. The girl in the dress announces that the first task is a team fight and shows something on her phone. The man in the shirt, the 4th Division girl, and the 3rd Division trainee in the cape. They are now on the same team. The 4th Division girl tells the shirtless guy that she didn't want to mess with him. The man stands and holds on to the straps of his backpack. He asks the girl, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The girl remembers her brother with the knife. He is standing over the body of the guy in the shirt. The girl is horrified. The girl replies that she doesn't want to say anything. She asks the young man if he wants her to apologize to him. The 4th Division girl calmly says that her conscience is clear to the young man in the shirt. The girl stands with her back to the guy in the shirt. The man in the shirt has already approached the guy in the blue mask and is asking him something. The girl stands and listens to the conversation between the young man in the raincoat and the guy in the shirt. The girl aggressively points her finger at the guy in the shirt and asks if he is joking. The guy asks the girl who she is. A 4th Division man with a dog and a 3rd Squad guy with a red mask. That's the Wolf team. The Lion team includes a robot from Hero Camp, a kid with glasses, and an angry guy in a work suit. The man in the work suit yelled menacingly at his teammates. He told them that if they got in his way, he would kill them. The robot raised his right hand and said, "Roger that." The man with glasses also agreed to stay out of his teammates' way. The girl tells the young man in the shirt that her conscience is clear before him. The young man, without hearing the whole sentence, replies, "Good." The girl stands. She is pleased with herself. Meanwhile, the guy in the shirt whispers something to the guy in the brown robe from the 3rd Division. The intern in the red mask wonders what the next assignment will be. The girl punches the guy in the shirt in the chin. The trainee in the blue mask is shocked. The girl in with white and purple hair withdraws her left arm to the left. The girl shouts out, "Speed raid," and 3 huge number boards grow out from behind her back. The hero attacks the demon. Everything around him is on fire. The demon screams. The horned monster and the one-eyed monster stand with their mouths wide open. The girl in the dress announces that whose team can defeat the final yellow boss, that team will be the winner. The winners will have an advantage in the future, she finished. The girl looked at all the contestants with an ominous look and said that the last place was automatically eliminated. The young man in the work suit clenched his teeth and tensed his neck. He said, "Follow me slowly." The trainee in the orange suit, his division partner with pink hair, and the robot, they all fly forward. The guy is sure he's the one who will take first place. Several terrifying monsters with the scariest faces and purple eyes. The guy jumps, something glowing blue in his hands. He yells 1,000 volts. A young man flies with an electrical discharge in his hand. He aims at a huge monster in the shape of a dog. A girl and an intern in a cape and a blue mask fly. She turns to the guy in the shirt and mockingly says that if he gets tired, they can slow down. The guy in the shirt runs with all his legs down the stone pavement, torches burning on all sides. The guy stops and says he's tired. He can't catch his breath. The girl gets furious and reminds him that he said he was fast. The guy says his backpack is heavy. The girl is furious and yells at him. The guy with the blue mask asks the girl to calm down. A girl with white and purple hair stands in front of a shield with the number 2 on it and wonders, "Who will be first?" she asks. The girl with white-purple hair is approached by someone through an earpiece. She is surprised and asks, "What's wrong? Is it lunchtime already?" The girl looks with surprised and frightened eyes in the direction of the earpiece. She hears that it is the wolf team addressing her. A young man from Division 4 is radioing that their team has completed the mission. Next to him is a trainee wearing a red mask, and behind them is a defeated headless monster. The girl is extremely surprised that the two guys defeated the final boss in just 10 minutes. She thought about the fact that even she would not have been able to handle this task so quickly. The girl in the black dress and white-purple hair tensed up, a drop of sweat dripping off her cheek. The young man from Division 4 suggests to the guy in the raincoat and red mask to have lunch together. The guy from Division 2 is shocked that the wolf team has already completed the mission. His partners are also surprised. The guy is pissed that he lost to a team that didn't even have 10 points. The guy turns to his partners and says that he told them to stay out of his way, and threatens to kill them again. The young man in the orange suit, his partner with pink hair and glasses, and the robot bounce off the branch. A white jet of air remains under their feet. A young man in a work suit, his partner with pink hair and glasses, and a robot land on a green lawn. A moss-covered monster looks at the interns and considers them a disgusting team. A guy in an orange suit says, "No way they're faster than me." A stone monster with purple eyes and green grass clumps on his head looks at the interns angrily. The guy with orange hair is serious, lightning bolts hovering around his face. He says to the monster, "Hey, deerhead, how many points are you worth?" A young man in a shirt, an intern in a brown cape and blue mask, and a girl from Division 4 are standing in a stone hallway. The girl and the guy in the trench coat and blue mask are very surprised to see that their division partners have already finished their assignment. The guy in the blue mask turns to the girl and suggests they leave the guy in the shirt and go on without him. The three of them stand in a circle, and the guy in the blue mask adds that if they stay here, they won't defeat the boss. The girl pondered over what their team should do. She looks sternly down at her team members from top to bottom. The guy stands and looks at his 4th Division teammate. The girl is running very fast. She is ahead. The guy in the blue mask is behind and carrying the guy with the shirt on his back. He wonders why they dragged the guy with the shirt on his back. The girl replies without turning around that the boss is a 3rd-rank boss, and the two of them will have a hard time dealing with him. The 4th Division girl turns around as she walks, stares intently at the young men and says, "And this guy?" The young men also look surprised at the girl and wait to see what she says next. The girl says that the guy in the shirt is pretty strong. The guy asks the girl how she knows he is strong. The girl replies in an annoyed voice for the guy to shut up and run after her. The three of them continue to run, and the girl says that this is a time raid, and they need to defeat the boss as fast as possible. She continues and talks about how they could use the extra hands. On the run, the intern in the blue mask talks about how the Division 4 intern is weird. The girl replies that she noticed it too. The guys on the run wonder why they haven't met the usual enemies yet. An interview room with a long rectangular table with chairs behind it. No one sits in those chairs in the office. A woman with blue hair is sitting at a large office desk. She stares into the computer screens and says, "Unbelievable." The woman looks at the pictures of the heroes who have already finished the task. She is amazed that they got through the boss in only 10 minutes. She talks about how that is the best record ever. The woman smiles and says that this time the camp is more fun than she thought it would be. The woman folds her arms across her chest and asks the young man in the black jacket if he has heard the news that a new record has been set on the first mission. The guy in the jacket apologizes to the woman and tells her that they need her to hurry to the control room. The woman with the blue hair looks at the guy in the suit detachedly. He talks about there being a problem with the first assignment. A problem? The woman asks. A huge muscular monster stands back, with a 4th Division girl behind him, a guy in a cape and mask, and a young man in a shirt hanging from his shoulders. The scary monster has its tongue out of its mouth and is shouting, "I'm hungry! Hungry N!" The one-eyed monster pulls a smaller monster into his mouth. He wants to eat it immediately. The 3 guys look at this and discuss in horror that the sight before their eyes is just disgusting. The guys stare into a huge and vicious monster. The monster stands with its mouth open. He looks terrifying. Suddenly, the monster starts screaming with its mouth wide open. The screaming is very loud. The monster looks at the boys who are already covered in sweat from fear. The monster utters, "You." The monster sheds its skin and opens its mouth wide. Steam is coming off of him. He asks the guys if they have anything tasty to eat. The monster opens his mouth wide. His mouth is very full of teeth. His neck is tense. The monster has an eye in the center of his forehead. The monster asks the guys, "Are you tasty?" A girl and a guy in a mask and cape from the 3rd Division jump on the huge monster, and the guy in the mask strikes with his fist first. The girl punches the one-eyed monster in the face with all her might. The one-eyed monster's 2 cheeks are burned from the budding hero's blows. The monster screamed in pain. While the one-eyed monster is distraught, the young man in the cape delivers another punch directly to the one-eyed monster's face. The one-eyed monster struggles to keep his balance. He spreads his legs wide. The trainee in the blue mask delivers blow after blow. The girl from the 4th Division soars up, swings, and delivers a kick to the back of the one-eyed monster. The huge fist of the one-eyed monster flies straight into the girl's face. She prepares to take the blow and crosses her arms at her face. Suddenly, the monster disappears from her sight and appears behind the girl's back and plans to strike from behind. The girl is stunned at this turn of events. The one-eyed monster doesn't have time to hit the girl before he gets a fist right in her jaw. It's Guy who manages to intercept the monster and strike it. The girl looks frightened sideways at the one-eyed monster flying away from them. The man is shocked that there is consternation in his gaze. He utters, "Oh shit." The man in the shirt notices the one-eyed monster flying at high speed at him from the right and wants to hit him. The one-eyed monster hits the young man in the white shirt with all his might right in the stomach. He screams in pain. The guy in the brown cloak and blue mask stands there holding his hand. Incredible strength is accumulating in his hand. At the camp's central office, they are reviewing the pictures. They discuss that body number 1 has escaped. They say that the physical limitations of the Esper suit have been violated. The guy asks the woman with blue hair what he should do and offers to stop the test. The girl with white and purple hair objects to stopping the test. The young man in the suit objects and says the monsters are too dangerous. The girl in the dress suggests calling it compatibility. The stone monster opens its mouth wide with crooked teeth and screams wildly. He swings his right paw. A fight between a huge stone monster and a guy in an orange suit. The monster jumps on the guy and swings his fist. The guy talks to the system to use 1,000 volts to deliver a crushing blow. The guy shoots the 1,000 volts at the monster with an electric shock. The monster can't fight back and screams in pain. The guy looks into the clipboard at the faces of the heroes from the 2nd Division. He talks about how their water and electricity match up pretty well. He talks about how boss number 2 is grass. A huge rock and grass monster stands in front of a young man in an orange suit. The guy in the business suit says that the monster is not bad against the elements of water and electricity. The stone monster smiles widely, its eyes and mouth burning purple. The guy is highly irritated, the muscles in his face tense. He says about the monster, "That damn weed." The girl with white and purple hair asks the woman with blue hair, and the guy in the suit a question. She says, "Do you know which high school students take the entrance exams?" The woman is surprised, as is the young man. She says, "It makes sense. The purpose of the camp is to select the best among the participants." The guy and the red mask are in the dining hall. The guy at the table tells his dog to eat better. A woman with blue hair says, "Attack type number 1 is ordinary, though high level." The woman looks at the screen showing the Tiger team and says, "Everyone on the Tiger team uses hand-to-hand combat. Isn't it just right for the situation?" The monster swings his fist and is ready to strike. Someone puts their hand palm forward and says, "Stop!" All 3 of the Tiger team stand with their arm outstretched forward and show their palm. They say, "We request time to discuss strategy." The monster also raises his hand palm up to the guys and with his mouth wide open says, "Accepted." 2 guys and a girl from the Tiger team sit on the paving stones and work out a plan. Each of them is writing something in their notebook. In the camp office, looking at the guys discussing the fact that they will be able to compete even with the lion team. A girl in a dress and with white and purple hair holds a mug of coffee in her hands, looks slightly sideways and says, "Join forces?" A team of tigers made up of a 4th Division girl, a young man in a shirt, and a guy in a blue mask jump on the monster. wanting to defeat it. The Division 3 trainee in the brown cloak and blue mask hits the monster hard. The monster flies away screaming. The girl from the 4th Division also punches the monster in the other side of its jaw. The monster flies off to the other side. The guy also runs towards the monster wanting to hit it. The guy has a backpack dangling behind his back. Suddenly, the monster tenses his arms and all 3 trainees from the Tiger team fly in different directions. The 3rd Division trainee in the blue mask and brown cape in flight exhales and talks about how he's failing. The trainee in the blue mask throws off his cloak and says, "Sorry, master. I seem to lack brute strength." The trainee tenses his muscles and red sparks fly off of him. The trainee in the blue mask with no cloak throws the first punch at the monster and hits it right in the face. The guy jumps on the one-eyed monster and starts throwing punch after punch. The monster stands and endures the pain. The one-eyed monster covers his face with his fists and screams, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Suddenly, the one-eyed monster opens its mouth so wide that its mouth becomes bigger than the head of the guy in the blue mask. The monster shouts to the guy, "I don't like you. I'm gonna eat you." The monster swallows the guy in the blue mask and starts slurping as he chews him up. The girl and the young man in the shirt stand in shock. The monster has gotten bigger. The girl looks at it in horror. The one-eyed monster says, "Delicious. It tastes like strawberries." The fat one-eyed monster turns to the girl and the young man, the monster's fat chin sagging abominably. He says, "And you two, are you tasty too?" The guy yells to his partner, "Lee Soo-jung, grab him." "Yes!" yells the little guy with glasses and pink hair and jumps on the monster. He barely clings to it with his fingers. The kid with glasses uses his water prison ability, and the grass monster suddenly finds himself in a huge water bubble. The grass monster screams and water pours into his mouth in a huge stream. The pink-haired kid jumps away from the monster, and the herb monster has almost sucked the entire water bubble into himself. The grass monster smiles widely. He feels great. He has regained 10% of his health from drinking the water. Guy slaps his partner with pinkish hair. The guy covers himself with his hands and hurries to apologize. Fatty takes his division partner under his arm and says, "Soo-jung, I got a great idea." The guy in the shirt wants to ask something to the huge dog who is dragging him by the scruff of his neck somewhere. "Shut up! I'm not answering that!" growls the girl in the dog's body. The young man quickly agrees not to fight. The monster bridges the distance with large leaps. He chuckles evilly on the way. The monster opens up once again from the ground and swings. He yells, "Hey!" The monster swings 2 hands at the dog and the guy in the shirt and yells, "Gotcha!" The one-eyed muscular monster hits with all his might. Huge shards of rock and concrete fly from the ground. A huge column of dust rises. The robot's eyes glow as he utters, "T-17 battle mode activated." The robot flies, cutting through the air. He punches with his right hand and yells, "Medium kick!" The grass monster hits the robot with his right hand and he flies off. He didn't even have time to get close to the monster. The kid with the glasses also flies off the monster. The kid with glasses flops down on the monster's moss-covered stone press. The kid activates the water prison again, and the huge grass monster is imprisoned again. The grass monster was ready for it already and was sucked up by the water again. The guy yells to his teammate, "Don't stop!" The guy with glasses tries his best to hold on to the monster and thinks about the fact that Seok-jin believes in him. The guy with glasses is trying his best to hold on to the monster. The kid is thinking about how he doesn't want to let his partner down anymore. The huge grass monster got even bigger from the water. It began to gush from all sides. The kid with glasses was happy with the result and shouted, "I did it!" Fatty charged the charges on his hands and was about to unleash 100,000 volts into the monster that was in the water prison. A kid with pinkish hair and glasses turns towards his partner. His face blue from the color of lightning, he asks fearfully, "Seok-jin?" The guy in the orange suit shoots a 1,000-volt discharge directly at the grass monster. The monster screams. There's a huge explosion. The monster smokes. Flames come out of it and water comes out at the same time. The fat hero in the orange suit stands next to the robot and shouts in self-satisfaction, "Ha! You got it, you trashy bastard!" The kid who erected the water prison around the monster lies just as the monster is burned on the ground. At this time, the guy in the orange suit boasts about his power to himself. The system says round 1 is over and starts listing those who made it to round 2. The guy in the orange suit laughs idly. The system announces that the Tiger team has advanced to the next round. The fat guy in the orange suit is perplexed. He asks in surprise, "What?" The man in the shirt and the girl from Division 4 land on the ground. The trainee from Division 3 is standing covered in blood. He is without his cloak and mask, so you can see his face. He addresses the dead monster in a menacing voice and calls it a bad word. The Hero Division guy is in the monster's stomach. He thinks about the quiet loneliness he feels. He is cold and mentally tired. He wraps his hands around his palms and suddenly smells something. He realizes that he knows that smell. The trainee abruptly opens his eyes. They are full of determination and anger. The guy realizes it's the smell of blood and reacts very keenly to it. The monster hits the ground with both hands. A girl in the form of a dog and a young man in a white shirt jump away from the place of impact. Suddenly, two fists appear from the mouth of the one-eyed monster and tries to open it by grabbing its teeth. A huge male body emerges from the mouth of the one-eyed monster. White ribbons can be seen on the body. It's a trainee from the 3rd Division. The guy is grinning wildly with all his teeth. His gaze is like that of a madman. The girl from the 4th Division and the young man in the white shirt are scared. The girl adopts a fighting stance and shouts, "Kiaya!" The muscular young man also adopts a fighting stance and says, "Goblin Strike, 2nd secret form." The guy swings at the monster, his fist turning blue from the power accumulated in it. The man swings a goblin punch at the one-eyed monster with all his might. The man holds up his mask and says that the goblin punch has been used by goblins since ancient times. He reveals that he is a 28th generation descendant of them. The guy has already put on his mask and is pulling his brown cloak over himself. He reported that he could not restrain himself when he smelled the blood of the boys spilled through his fault. He reported that he had been disrespectful in this way. The girl asks in surprise if goblins like the smell of blood. The guy in the blue mask replies that they do. The girl is surprised and asks if it's the other way around. The girl looks at the guy in the blue mask and almost cries. She realizes the power of this intern because she has heard stories from the masters. The guy asks when the masked trainee managed to pull the sword out of his back. The masked guy replies that it never happened at all. Someone from the camp staff yells out that the first test is over. Each participant will be given time for treatment and maintenance. After that, everyone must gather in the training room within the hour. A guy is crying in the restroom. He is annoyed that he messed up and attacked his partner. He thinks it wouldn't have happened if he was alone on the team. The guy is hysterical. He is screaming about how if they believe in him, he will definitely take the gold next year. The guy is sitting on the toilet with a very scared and confused look. The man was already desperate, but suddenly he heard that he was going to be given one last chance. The restroom door opened and light streamed in from there. The face of the guy in the orange suit changed to a frightened face. He heard himself being told that his time at camp wasn't over yet. Some cute pink kitten with purple ears put his arms out in front of him. This kitten with a purple beanie fixed the leg of a girl intern from the 4th Division of Heroes. She's sitting on the couch and is happy about it. The kitten that healed the girl's leg is from the Atmas family. These spirits have been helping people since the Pokon ages. The girl looks at the kitten. She is inspired by the story and talks about how she has heard a lot about them. But this is the first time she sees them in person. Suddenly, the kitten compares the girl to another girl and says she is beautiful too. The girl asks why the kitten suddenly started rambling. A bunch of Amis are lined up behind the girl admiring her beauty. She shyly walks away from them and tells them to get off her back. A kitten Amis brings in some local Amis beauty, but she doesn't look pretty. The girl yells that she look nothing alike at all. The little local pretty girl folds her hands in a lock on her chest and hisses unhappily. The girl yells, "Enough!" The girl puts on her jacket and walks away. The Othmas admire her and say she has a cool personality. The girl thanks them and talks about how she hopes they don't meet again. The girl walks down the hallway and reflects on the fact that it's a good thing she only had a few scratches. She thinks about the fact that if it wasn't for the goblin, things would have been much worse. The girl remembers a monster with one eye with an open maw. The girl's face changes and she thinks, "Holy crap." A little girl with innocent eyes crawls across the battlefield. There are corpses lying around. The little girl sees a large male figure wearing lats and a cloak. The sun is shining brightly. The girl ponders the fact that she wants to be the one who can stand next to the hero in lats with dignity. The boy stands in the center of the corridor and waits. On his back hangs a backpack. There are band-aids on his cheek and nose. A girl in a military vest approaches a young man in a white shirt and grins. The girl looks at the young man in the white shirt in surprise and asks him, "What are you doing here?" The guy is also surprised by this question. He stands and looks at the girl with wide-open eyes. The guy says with a confident and calm look that he was worried about the girl's condition and that's why he came. The girl stands stunned by such frankness of the young man in the white shirt. The 4th Division girl's face changes abruptly to serious and she asks, "Worried? Because you couldn't do anything on the first test?" The guy unclenches his fists and stands in front of the fat guy in the orange suit. The girl from Division 4 stares at the guy intently and thinks, "What is he doing? Is he going to do something forbidden?" The guy in the shirt swings his right hand at the guy in the orange suit. The young man's fist gains strength. The guy chuckles and talks about how he didn't know it would be so easy. It's so easy it's funny to the guy. The fat man looks arrogantly at the guy in the shirt and says, "Go home, minus 900. Very suddenly, the guy in the orange suit sees a huge blue-purple blur in front of him, moving towards him. The guy watches with frightened eyes everything that is happening and doesn't realize what is happening. The guy stands there and doesn't move. The young man in the white shirt is close to him and is about to strike. The guy suddenly becomes more active and also swings at the guy in the shirt with a shout. His fist is electrified. A huge electrified fist whizzes past the guy in the shirt. A 4th Division girl knocks the guy to the ground to save him from being hit. 4th Division girl yells at the guy in the suit, "You pig! Do you want to get kicked out of the camp?" The shirtless young man lies on the ground and looks at the girl in surprise. An angry guy in an orange suit stands over the couple and says to the girl, "How dare you? You want to die too?" Suddenly, a girl in a dress and with white and purple hair appears and yells, "Freeze!" The girl in the dress and with white purple hair says that if they continue, they will be thrown out right now. She orders them to stop and disperse to their seats. The fat guy in the orange suit looks at everyone with an annoyed look. He's obviously not happy that he didn't have time to deal with the guys. The sun is shining outside and the camp building is visible. It is reported that all subjects moving on to Stage 2 have been confirmed. Phase 2 will begin in 10 minutes. The boy stands quietly with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the dog and the young man from the 4th Division look directly at the girl standing next to him. The girl starts freaking out and waving her arms. The young man stands with his arms crossed over his chest and says he didn't say anything. The girl crosses her arms over her chest too and starts making excuses for her mistake of going in to save the guy with her shirt on. She didn't want the guy to get hurt. The man asks what bad thing would have happened if the young man had died. The guy calmly continues his speech and says that if the girl developed sympathy for the guy because they were on the same team, let her stop. The guy with scars near his eye adds that otherwise it will definitely become the girl's weakness. The young men in the blue and red mask are standing next to each other. One says to the other, "Don't forget, everyone here is each other's competition." The girl from the 4th Division replies to her partner that she knows that this could be her weakness and not to worry. The guy stands with his arms crossed over his chest and turns to his partner. "So what are you going to do, Junior?" The guy stands in front of the fat guy in the orange suit again. The guy's stomach is almost resting against the younger man. The fat guy in the orange suit is smiling widely. He chuckles and says sarcastically that he is very excited. The young man in the white shirt just stands there and stares at his opponent. The guy has an emotionless look in his eyes. Some little white-haired kid yawns and opens his mouth wide. The little guy is laying on a huge bear with a scar and says he's bored and the contestants should hurry up. The little guy is the instructor. The guy asks the little guy lying on the bear what PvP is. The kid replies, "Don't you know what that is? Are you stupid?" The little guy boorishly tells the shirtless young man that unlike normal PvP, there is another rule. This is PvP with a reward. The little white-haired kid is still lazily lounging on the bear. He points his finger at the guys and says in a cocky tone, "You guys, how much do you bet?" The guy with his arms at his side says that he bets all his attributes that he has accumulated throughout his life. The guy grins angrily and pulls his tongue out of his mouth. He tells the guy, "You have too few stats, so you'll have to shell out some money as well." The little guy looks at the trainees in front of him and says he agrees that money is the stats of the real world. He turns to the guy in the shirt and says he bets first. The man in the shirt squints at the little guy and says, "Okay, but only I won't be taking the reward." The kid with the pink hair is lying in the ward. He's in serious condition. The young man in the shirt announces that if he wins, he will give everything to the kid from Division 3. The man in the orange suit puffs up his cheeks and puffs. The guy points his finger at the kid and laughs loudly. He yells to the young man in the shirt, "Be realistic!" "I don't want to," replies the young man in the shirt. The fat guy in the orange suit is surprised by this response. He changes his face. The guy in the white shirt scratches his cheek thoughtfully and utters, "If I take your stats, you won't get away from me." The fat one looks at the guy in the shirt in surprise and asks, "What?" Fatty shows one finger to the boy on the bear and says that he agrees to the terms of the guy in the shirt. The young man in the orange suit takes off his orange jacket, his body showing charges of electricity. He declares that he is sick of talking to the guy. The man releases all the gimmicks from his suit. There are a lot of lotions in his costume. The fat young man finds himself in a huge iron suit. He's gotten many times bigger. The guy looks up at him in amazement. The fat guy's suit system tells him that the suit is fully armored. The fat guy tells the young man about ripping him to shreds. Two guys in capes, red and blue masks from Division 3 stand around discussing some brain tech. A huge electric robot composed entirely of armor stands in the center. There are a lot of sparks of electricity flying from it. The young man in the red mask says that the technology being used allows them to rise above the capabilities of ordinary heroes. The guy in the red mask asks his partner if the guy in the shirt has a chance. The young man in the blue mask says it's time to get ready for the next match. The girl from Division 4 crosses her arms over her chest. She thinks about the fact that the fat guy is at full strength and she feels an unimaginably strong energy from him. The girl looks at the shirtless young man standing in the center of the hall and thinks about what he will do. The fat guy in his huge iron suit is screaming about how he feels an incredible and unstoppable power. The guy angrily opens his mouth and pulls out his tongue. He yells to the young man in the shirt to consider himself a corpse already. The young man with the short haircut from the 4th Division stands and speculates about these guys. He says what he thinks is strange. He looks again at the fully equipped fat guy. It surprises him that he is using all of his power. The fat guy in the suit suddenly becomes nervous. Sweat is dripping from his forehead. The fat guy in the huge iron suit recalls the feeling of fear when in the previous battle the guy in the shirt flew at him to hit him. The guy in the iron suit sweats and worries even more. His gaze is intense. He thinks about the fact that if he feels everything right, then everything happening is not an illusion. The fat guy remembers again the moment the guy in the shirt attacked him. He realizes that at that moment, and now he feels death. The trainee in the suit thinks to himself that he is just imagining all of this. There is no one to beat his suit. The young man in the shirt stands in a fighting stance with his fists clenched. His eyes are glowing red, and behind him stands his silhouette of flames. The guy is still sweating and nervous as he looks at the guy in the shirt. The fat guy believes that in this costume he will kill the guy in one punch. The kid on the bear puts his hand up and commands everyone on the battlefield to get ready. The little guy on the bear waves his little hand down and yells to the contestants to begin! The guy swings a huge iron arm at the guy in the shirt. The light shimmers in different colors. The huge glowing iron fist is next to the guy in the shirt. The young man stands peacefully and doesn't even move. The fist is about to hit him in the face. The guy hits the guy in the shirt with his lightning-fast punch. There's flashes of light coming from everywhere. The guy's gonna be in a lot of trouble. From the force of the punch, a strong wind blows in all directions, and the whole room becomes bright. The guys from the 3rd Division cover themselves with their cloak from the light and wind. The girl from the 4th Division also covers herself with her hand from the bright light. She is thinking about how the fat guy is strong and even too strong. The bright light blinds the girl and she covers herself with her hand. She is worried about the guy in the white shirt. Some guy is smiling through his teeth. Suddenly he utters, what a pity. The girl is dumbfounded. She is no longer as concerned about the Ganshi Khan as she is about the voice she heard. Her eyes read consternation. The 4th Division girl turns around sharply and looks up. She sees someone's feet on the floor above. The hero stands on the floor above and says that if the guy in the shirt falls in, he will not be happy. The hero smiles evilly and says, "Looks like you've come to your senses." The fat intern sits in his huge iron suit, lightning bolts flying everywhere. The fat one lets out a huge amount of wires from his hand. He is serious about winning. Fatty is frightened by something. Fear has settled in his eyes. A tall pillar of fire appeared in front of the fat guy in the iron suit. The guy stands there and doesn't move. The hero with long green hair smiles widely, his hair fluttering in the wind. He says, "Go," and the guy strikes the fat guy in the iron suit with all his might. The guy flies off screaming, his entire arsenal falling off. The fat young man in the huge iron suit screams in horror, "Kid!" The kid smiles evilly. He's very pleased with himself. His face is covered in the fat guy's blood. He replies, "Yes, sir." A girl with ears is hosting a TV show. She introduces herself. "Hi there. I'm the host of the biggest event. It's called Heroes vs. Robots." The girl takes some guy in a hero costume under her arm, her eyes shining. The girl says, "Hello, Mr. Lightning Man." The guy in the suit also greets the girl. Mr. Lightning Man answers one of the girl's questions. "With the advancement of science, one day robots will be able to protect society. But not today." The guy laughs loudly. Some fat guy is sitting at his computer eating his 3rd bag of chips in a row. The guy admires the Lightning Man. Lightning Man is his idol. On the broadcast, the announcer says, "Let the show begin." A young man stares intently at his computer screen. Suddenly, the young man's face changes. He is either frightened or surprised. There's a chip crumb on his lip. A huge robot in the shape of a cat stands in the center of the room. His hand is a huge ball of spikes. The ball is covered in blood. The hero Lightning Man is lying on the ground, covered in blood. The cat-shaped robot defeated Lightning Man literally in the first few seconds of the fight. The guy's sitting there staring at the screen. He's very surprised. Guy ponders the fact that advanced technology is starting to get scary. He wonders where this world is going. The young man smiles through all his teeth, his face thick. His hair is parted in 2 sections and there are chip crumbs on his tongue. The young man in the white shirt strikes the fat guy in the huge iron suit. He flies off screaming. The fat guy is really pissed off. He screams at the top of his lungs about how technology dominates this era. He himself is a concentration of advanced technology. The guy doesn't pay attention to his speeches and only presses his fist harder into the guy's body. The fat guy talks about how he can't lose to this guy. The body of the fat guy in the suit flies off and everything sparks. The guy yells, "System!" The system activates and asks about how many volts to use for the shot. The fat young man is very annoyed. He yells at the system in a frenzy, "Shut up and turn on full power." A huge dragon silhouette appears above the young men. It's a dragon, a sign of the shirtless guy's power. The suit system responds to the fat guy that he's already used up all of his charge. The man in the white shirt screams. His punch was so strong that a blue-purple aura and yellow sparks fly around him and his arm. The fat guy yells to the young man in the shirt, "Go to hell!" The hero stands with a drink in his hands. He reasons out loud about the fat guy. He says, "The second division suit is pretty good. Only, what of it, pig?" The punch from the young man in the shirt makes the fat guy in the suit's stomach twist. His face reflects all the pain he's feeling. The huge carcass of the fat guy in the power suit falls to the ground and rolls several meters on the ground. The guy is standing there with his shirt unbuttoned. The same electric suit as the fat guy can be seen on his body. The young man says, "You're not the only one with a suit." Lightning Man appears out of nowhere. He stands in a strange pose and says, "I am Lightning Man. I am the highest hero that protects peace and love in this world." Lightning Man addresses the hero with long green hair. Lightning Man says that he is very excited and asks the hero how he is doing. He also remarks that it has been a very long time since they last met. Lightning Man offers to greet the green-haired hero with a heroic pose. The green-haired guy is clearly unhappy that Lightning Man has shown up and reminds him that he lost to a robot. Lightning Man laughs and talks about how there is no such rule that a robot can't become a master. The guy for some reason talks proudly about how he still loses. Lightning Man falls to his knees and talks about how no one listens to him in the second division, not even the little dog. A young man with long hair pays no attention to Lightning Man and continues to drink his drink. Lightning Man gets up from all fours and talks about how he is amazed at the strength of the guy in Division 1. The guy is standing there in a tattered shirt. He's pretty pissed off. The guy yells, "What have you done to this guy in the past month?" The guy with long green hair laughs evilly. You can see his sharp white teeth. Lightning Man recoils, frightened. The guy walks away, a small flame of blue aura emanating from him. He says, "Okay, to put it into words." The guy smiles with a full mouth. Looking into his eyes, you get the feeling he's mad. The guy says, "Anger control?" The guy with the distraught look waves his hand very quickly. The man with the long green hair hits the young man in the shirt directly in the stomach with his hand. The young man in the shirt screams in pain. The young man in the shirt has his arms crossed over his chest. He falls to the ground and is in a lot of pain from being hit by the hero with the blade. "Boo!" yells the hero with the blade in a distraught look to the young man in the electric suit. The young man has his arms crossed near his face and is ready to defend himself against the madman's attack. The guy continues to press the guy, his face intimidating. He says, "It hurts, but you're doing well, Seems like you're not just someone's son." The man in the electric suit screams in horror. He doesn't understand why the guy with green hair attacked him. The hero with the blade has his hair developing in all directions, his face horrified. He says, "Your mother, is that why she ran away?" The man is displeased that the guy with the blade is affecting his mother. The young man opens his mouth and asks, The man in the electric suit becomes furious, his eyes full of hatred and anger. He grinds his teeth. The fist of the young man in the electric suit, orange from the power accumulated in him, flies straight into the chin of the hero with the blade. A bright light illuminates the entire platform. The long hair of the hero with the blade flutters from the huge flow of air. The man with green hair easily intercepts the fist of the guy in the electric suit with the palm of his hand. "Anger, that's what made me throw that punch," says the guy with the blade. The guy smiles evilly and tells the guy in the electric suit to get used to feeling angry. "That way you'll get stronger," says the guy with green hair. The young man in the white shirt strikes the fat guy in the orange suit. The fat guy in the orange suit screams furiously, "How is this possible? The power of science is great!" The guy in the shirt is covered in blood. He says, "You're right, you are powerful." The guy's eyes bulge with anger and he tells the fat guy that he's stronger today. The huge body of the fat guy in the power suit flies straight to the floor. A young man in a shirt is standing right over the fat guy's body. The boy on the bear raises his hand and yells that the fight is over, as the guy from the second division can no longer continue the fight. The young man in the shirt stands covered in blood. He has raised his hand and is clenching his fist. He dramatically exhales the air out of himself. He is declared the winner. The third division trainees in capes and masks stand and discuss the guy's strength. The two of them thought the young man was weak. The guy has his arms crossed over his chest, with his dog sitting next to him. The guy says, "It's hard to believe he's that strong." The girl from Division 4 stands with her mouth hanging open. She is shocked at what just happened in front of her eyes. The girl remembers telling the young man in the white shirt that he is weak and unworthy of being a hero. Suddenly, the girl jumps off the audience floor and flies straight into the battlefield. A guy from the 4th Division yells at her, "Junior!" Lightning Man is hysterical. Guy stands there drinking his drink. He doesn't understand what is happening to Lightning Man. Division 4. Girl yells at the young man in the shirt that he is a traitor and points her index finger at him. The boy's bear stops her with a paw. The boy in the tattered shirt walks away with a guard of 2 men in black suits. The boy clenches his fists. The girl from Division 4 thinks for a second that it's not the guy in the shirt, but a young man in armor from her childhood. The 4th Division girl stops and stares mesmerized. Her eyes widen. She can't believe it. The guy in the tattered shirt suddenly turns around and sees the girl standing behind him. He doesn't understand why she's staring at him like that. The guy suddenly snaps out of his seat and runs towards the girl in huge leaps. She stands in shock and doesn't know what to expect. The girl is held by the bear's paw. She asks with a very worried face why the guy pretended to be weak. The young man asks if the girl was worried about him. The young man and the girl are silent for a second. They look at each other questioningly. A bear stands behind the girl to make sure she doesn't do anything. The girl gets out of her seat and with all her might charges the young man with her fist into his chin. He flies off. The bear has no time to grab the girl and yells at her, "Get lost!" While everyone on the battlefield is yelling and fighting, a young man from Division 1 with long green hair stands there sipping his favorite drink through a straw. The Lightning Man is crying. He is very annoyed that his division has dropped out of the camp. The hero looks at the Lightning Man and tells him to calm down immediately. The hero watches the Lightning Man cry. He talks about how the Lightning Man's figure is disgusting. Lightning Man, through his tears, keeping his hands on his face and sobbing a little, says that he doesn't know what the guy with the green hair is talking about. A woman with blue hair appears and says to the Lightning Man and the guy with green hair, "Guys." The woman with blue hair is very serious. She asks the guys to come with her because there is a serious problem. A robot intern is standing next to her. "Serious problem?" Lightning Man asks. He wants to clarify what serious problem has arisen. The character with green hair just observes what's going on. The woman stands still and doesn't give vent to her emotions. She stands with a stone face and remains silent. The woman shows an article from a newspaper where mankind has made a peace treaty with a violation of what? Workers in helmets and suits are discussing the news of the peace treaty with the Narukaka in the factory. They banter with each other in a friendly manner and laugh. Suddenly, a voice calls all the workers to go somewhere. One of the laborers looks away in surprise. The guy informs the laborers that the first round is over. The laborers move out to work. One of the laborers talks about how he hopes the walls are intact. The workers continue walking and discussing the fact that it was over quickly, and actually all the walls should be fine. The other worker laughs and hopes so too. "Yeah, the walls are fine," says a young man in a business black suit. The worker next to him looks at the young man with surprise. The worker informs the young man that he is tired from his work. The young man politely asks the worker to be patient a little longer. The guy stands in the hallway. He utters a long and tired "yes." A little guy on a bear announces round 2. An intern in a blue mask and brown raincoat standing across from a guy from Division 4. The kid asks who and what he's going to bet. The guy says in a confident voice that he's going to bet half his stats. The guy with his dog also tells the guy that he is also betting half his stats to stay ahead. The guy in the red mask tells his partner that the 4th Division guy is strong. The man in the red mask tells his partner that the guy is using overwhelming chi to make the opponent his prey. The little white-haired guy on the bear waves his pen and commands, "Begin!" The guy in the blue mask stands without his cape. All bandaged up in his head, he is actively recalling the instructions of his partner in the red mask. The guy stands calmly with his hands tucked behind his back. He realizes that the guy in the blue mask has heard about his power. The guy sighs heavily and is about to say something to his opponent. The guy in the blue mask is already flying with his fists at the young man from the 4th Division before he can finish his sentence. "I don't like the first test," he finishes. A huge column of dust and dirt has risen in the hall from ceiling to floor after the blue-masked guy's punch. The guy smiles a little and says, "Well, great." The guy floats in the air behind the back of the guy in the blue mask who just hit the floor with his fist, and hangs in the air with a blank black stare, his hands behind his back and his face intimidating. The muscular guy in the blue mask turns around. He doesn't understand why he missed. The guy stands in the dark with his eyes closed. He calls out the blue-masked guy's name. The guy opens his left eye slightly. His pupil is red. He asks, "Mountains, maybe." "Mountains?" The guy in the blue mask asks in surprise. He is standing in a fighting stance in some green meadow. The guy doesn't realize what's going on. He is standing in the middle of the meadow and there are bushes all around. He's puzzled. The guy turns around. He is shocked. He wonders if he is hallucinating. The guy addresses the blue-masked guy by name and tells him to be careful while walking at night. The guy in the blue mask sees 1,000 red eyes in the dark, all of them looking at him. The guy tenses up, he doesn't know what to do. 1,000 snakes with red eyes pounce on the guy in the blue mask. He doesn't know how to resist it. Suddenly, the blue-masked guy gathers himself and a blue aura of power appears around him and on his hands. The guy clenches his hand into a fist and yells that since these are indeed mountains, he feels fine here. The guy jumps up and tries to land as many punches as he can in hopes of damaging the 4th Division trainee. 2 huge red and purple snakes with huge teeth want to strike at the young man in the blue mask. The guy stands bewildered. He tensed his muscles. There are a bunch of smoke puffs around him. The 4th Division guy stands behind the guy in the blue mask and says to him, "Do you know what trepidation is? It's what people feel when they stand in front of a mountain." The guy starts staring straight ahead, waiting for something to happen. The masked man abruptly turns around and fists a young man from Division 4. The young man in the blue mask punches the 4th Division guy with his fist. The 4th Division guy flies off, bleeding. The muscular blue-masked man is full of strength. His fist is huge and glowing with blue power. This is a barrage of punches. The victim is stunned. The blue-masked young man clenched his fists. But what he sees on the ground is not the body of the 4th Division guy, but his red-masked division partner. The bloody body of the red-masked man is lying on the ground wearing a brown raincoat. The guy can't believe his eyes. He asks in surprise and stammering, "Senior?" Behind the blue-masked guy, a huge blue snake appears. "This is fear," says the snake. The young man turns around sharply. He is surprised and confused. The huge blue snake begins to strangle the blue-masked young man with its body. The snake tells the young man that it is fear that makes him vulnerable. The young man is already immobilized. The snake gets a huge head instead of the head of the 4th Division guy. With its tail, it holds the guy in the blue mask and asks him, "Feel that trembling?" The guy bows his head. He talks about how he feels like he can't win and apologizes to the master. For a second, the muscular guy in the blue mask seriously thinks about it. He realizes he won't win if he's human. The guy tears the bandages on his body and exposes his body. He also frees himself from the tail of the snake. Guy sits on a rock and asks the master how he can adopt the power of the goblins right now. The old bearded master says that the young man is wrong. The muscular guy sitting on the rock doesn't understand what the old master wants to tell him. The old master tells the lad, "There is no way we can exist with the power of the goblins. We must hold on tight, like in a tug of war." Muscular guy with seals all over his body listens intently to the old master. The master talks about how if the guy does release the beast, he will only be angry at the beast. The old man sits right under the waterfall and water falls on his shoulders. He talks about how if the guy holds on too weakly, the goblin's ki will take over his body in less than a minute. The bearded old man master sits quietly with his eyes closed. On his face are huge scars in the shape of a cross. "Do you know what I'm talking about?" he says. A huge palm with all 5 fingers rests on the ground. There are flames coming from the palm. The young man is saying that he has not forgotten the master's instruction. The huge and muscular guy has gained some of the power of a goblin. 2 tongues of flame can be seen from his eyes. He is serious. He's going to win in faster than a minute so the goblin won't master him. The guy opened his mouth wide. He is very dangerous. He shouts, "Forbidden goblin arts!" The guy uses the goblin's blinding flame technique and rushes with all his legs to strike his opponent. Flames erupt from his eyes. The muscular man stands up and looks somewhere in the distance. He asks wryly, "Are you hiding there, huh?" The young man with fiery eyes rushes off somewhere in the darkness and shouts, "Sorry to keep you waiting now." The guy with the fiery eyes breaks through the illusion and dashes straight to the 4th Division guy. The young man shouts, "Now I can get to you too!" The guy punches the 4th Division guy in the face, and the guy flies very far away with a spin. Muscular guy with fiery eyes stands and looks at the guy flying away. He is clearly pleased with himself. He realizes that the battle is not over yet. The guy stretches his 2 arms forward, and 2 huge snakes with sharp teeth fly out from them. The muscular young man with fiery eyes squats down and squeezes the muscles in his arms. 2 huge snakes loom over him. The guy with the fiery eyes realizes that there are only 40 seconds left until the goblin takes over his entire body. The guy makes the decision to hurry up. Guy punches the 4th Division guy with all his might, and the guy flies high up by inertia. The guy flies upward as well. He screams from the force that overwhelms his body. The guy is lying on the floor. His facial muscles are tense with pain. A muscular man with fiery eyes flies up to finish off the 4th Division guy. The young man shouts, "It's a goblin martial art! The strength of the 28th and the Ho-Sun generation," shouts the young man with fiery eyes. The face of the gray-haired guy from the 3rd Division is mute. He stands in his cape. His eyes read emptiness. The little guy waves his hand in front of the gray-haired guy's eyes. He doesn't react. The little guy declares the fight over and the 4th Division guy wins, since the gray-haired guy can't continue the fight. The girl from the 4th Division is standing on the balcony with her arms crossed on her chest. She is thinking that the guy from the 3rd Division is having a very hard time morally right now. The boy bows and says, "Good job." The boy points his hand at the guy from the 3rd Division and asks to wake him up. The little blonde-haired boy sits on the bear's neck idly. He thinks about the fact that the size of the 4th Division guy's strength feels like a huge mountain. The little guy looks after the departing 4th Division guy and finds him really intimidating. The guy suddenly became nervous and had a change in his face. The guy abruptly opened his mouth and shouted with all his might to the entire hall. The young man in the cloak rushed out of his seat and swung his fist, wanting to hit someone. Suddenly a guy in a red mask appeared. He stopped his partner's blow with his sword. The guy in the brown cloak stands looking somewhere in the distance. A guy in a military vest stands in the distance and smiles. The guy in the 3rd Division without a mask doesn't understand what happened to him. The young man in the red mask explains to him that it happened the way it happened. "She choked you with her chi," says the guy in the red mask. The guy tells his partner about how he couldn't get her at all, not even a little bit. The gray-haired 3rd Division guy is very annoyed by this information. He looks down and sighs heavily. The guy stands in the middle of the hall, slumping his shoulders in annoyance. The guy in the red mask walks away. The little guy on the bear announces the winner of the 2nd round from the 4th Division. After the service, the 3rd round begins. One of the workers talks about how glad he is that both rounds are over so quickly. The little white-haired kid also yells that he is very happy. The bear says, "Lose it." One of the workers laughs loudly and looks at his clipboard. The young kid waves his hand and tells the worker to get lost. The kid on the bear lifts his head up and looks up at the upper floors. He asks in surprise, "Oh?" The young kid with surprised eyes sitting on the neck of the bear asks, "What? Everyone was just here." Doors to the control center. Each of the automatic doors has a hero's badge on it. Lightning Man, a hero with long green hair, and a woman with blue hair look at the robot trainee. The woman utters, "Quotas. Personnel from headquarters are taking their places." The guy stands and talks to the blue-haired woman. The latter rebukes him for the fact that the 1st Division is perpetually absent from tests. Lightning Man laughs and says that he knows that very well. A woman with blue hair and a green-haired guy look toward the robot. The robot sits in a chair, and the trio discusses it. They talk about the staff calling the robot Electrobrain, and it is helping the 2nd Division. Trinity addresses the robot. Lightning Man asks the robot to tell everything it knows and only the truth. The woman waves her hand and 3 gold rings appear above her arm. The woman unwrapped these rings around the Lightning Man and covered his mouth. The Lightning Man doesn't realize what's happening to him. The guy in Division 1 is extremely surprised by the actions of the woman with the blue hair. He says, "Hey." The woman with blue hair, wearing a black business suit, stands in front of the robot. The guy with green hair asks about why she is doing this. A guy stands in front of a woman with blue hair and repeats his question more aggressively, with a bound zipper man behind him. The guy pulls out his fan. He is very serious. He threatens to kill the woman with blue hair if she doesn't tell him why she did it. The woman with blue hair and a black jacket stands motionless with a stone face. She suddenly utters, "Cheon Yul." "That hairy man?" a young man with long green hair asks. He thinks back to his principal. The woman says she was recommended to say that name if the guy wanted to kill her. The woman doesn't turn around and asks the robot sitting Myronar on the chair what the robot's purpose is. The robot peacefully replies that his assignment is to be an observer in the 2nd Division. The robot tells him that he was analyzing the emotions of the fat guy in the orange suit. Turns out he wasn't too upset after the sortie. All the fat young man in the orange suit felt after the sortie was intense fear. "Fear?" the young man with green hair asked with a surprised look on his face. The robot recounts that after tampering with the suit's programming, it heard the fat guy's dialogue with someone. The robot heard at that moment the words, "You must calm down, or you will die." This phrase was said by someone to the fat guy through the suit. The woman stands and folds her arms across her chest and tells him why she decided to put the surveillance robot in Division 2. The guy stands and listens to her. The woman also tells him that the camp has had a tradition since the 1st season that those who score the most points are rewarded with some symbolic object. The guy crosses his arms over his chest and asks the woman, "Is that gold? How many carats?" The woman replies that it's a sculpture. The huge gold statue of a golden Khitan was inherited by the woman with blue hair from her grandfather. "A statue of a Khitan?" a young man with green hair asks dazedly and tensely. The woman with blue hair stands in the center of the office and explains to the guy with green hair why she is giving the statue to the best student. The guy stands thoughtfully. He has his eyes off to the side. His face shows he is analyzing something. The guy raises his head and looks up and asks the woman with blue hair where the statue is now hidden. The woman shows some small yellow token in the palm of her hand and says that the statue is hidden in it. The young man with green hair is very surprised by this. The woman puts the pendant on her finger and says it wasn't hard to get. This souvenir was sold at the War Memorials Commissary. The boy looks at the token with surprised eyes as the woman with blue hair continues to tell him about the pendant. The yellow-ringed lightning man tries to say something, but his mouth is closed, and only mooing comes out. The lightning man is mooing to be untied. He has his own version and wants to tell it like it really was. The guy and the woman with her arms folded across her chest turn around to the kneeling lightning man. The lightning man gives up resisting and lowers his head. He mutters something to himself. Suddenly, the lightning man frees himself from the gold ring on his mouth and screams very loudly and insults the woman and the guy. The lightning man is thrashing his body and head in all directions. He talks about how he doesn't know anything. The young man with green hair talks about how he doesn't think the lightning man is lying. The guy turns around and talks about how lightning man is very loud and tells him to shut up. The lightning man yells, "What?" even louder. The guy tells the woman with blue hair that someone is messing with the camp. The woman stands with her arms folded across her chest and doesn't say anything back. The guy talks about needing the woman to stop the camp first. He starts telling his plan with a smart look. The woman doesn't wait for him to finish his sentence and cuts him off with a denial. The young man with green hair is shocked. The woman puts one hand to her mouth and takes a very pensive pose. She tells the young man with green hair that they can't stop the camp on their own. The woman looks somewhere to the right and talks about how if they don't find anything, they might get disciplined and have their budget cut. The guy is annoyed and asks about whether it's really that important right now. The woman with blue hair puts the guy in his place and says that he doesn't decide anything at the camp and she only called him in to find out. The robot sits peacefully in a chair and suddenly utters the phrase, "The people on whose shoulders responsibility rests in danger." The robot continues the phrase and says that in the future it will protect itself even more strongly. The guy stands with his back to the robot. She heard everything he had time to say. The woman extends her left arm back without turning around. Some kind of yellow charge is accumulating in her hand. The woman with blue hair shoots a yellow charge at the robot, and the robot is suddenly wrapped in yellow rings. The camp leader turns to the robot and asks him if she even allowed him to speak. The robot wrapped in yellow rings wonders why he is not allowed to say anything. A robot asks a woman with blue hair if she lives by the orders of her creator. The woman with blue hair turns around surprised and asks, "What?" The robot's neck begins to change. It is covered in veins. The robot says, Genesis 3 and 5, God knows your eyes will be open while you eat, and you will be like God if you know good and evil. The robot's face turns red and more evil. He continues with a sinister look to reason about the eternal. He talks about how he is not human. The woman frantically yells, T-17, really? The woman talks about the robot becoming fully human. The young man with green hair steps forward and asks the woman to step back. The green-haired hero waves a fan and the robot is blown apart by the air currents. His head flies off his body. The guy points the fan at the robot and tells him to stop his literary nonsense and tell the truth. The guy is cold-blooded, his gaze suggestive of terror. He asks the robot who he is. The robot's decapitated body sits on a chair in yellow rings and laughs nastily and long. The guy sits with his ears plugged in the restroom. A robot possessed by a human. Excerpt from the Holy Bible. The intern looks up and sees the robot's red eyes changing in climax. T-17 stands in front of the guy. The fat intern in the orange suit is shocked at what he sees. A decapitated robot in shackles sits on a chair and asks, "And when did you notice this Pung Soon Si?" A guy stands in front of a surprised woman with blue hair. The young man with green hair talks about how the robot is lying and has a boneless tongue. The guy walks closer to the T-17 robot and asks him again who he is, and tells him that he is not a utopia. Some guts start coming out of the body of the job. The robot tells the young man with green hair that he is asking the wrong questions. Some kind of incomprehensible hairy mass of red-colored guts is coming out of the place where the T-17 robot's head is cut. In place of the robot's guts, someone's female head forms. She says, "Why have I gathered you here? How soon will this be cleared up?" The guy stands in shock, a look of fear on his face. He asks, "What?" The guy turns towards the woman with blue hair and asks her, "Really?" The robot with the woman's head continues talking. She says, "And the second question, where is the real gold?" The slave laborers from the camp are standing in a bunch in the hall. One of them announces that he is finished and sighs heavily. He asks another how the mending is going. The other replies that they're done too. One of the hat-wearing workers turns his head and addresses someone, "Sir, we're all done. Can we go now?" The guy stands in the center of the hall with his head down. He is clenching his fists very hard. "Sir?" says the worker warily once more. The guy stands with a wrinkled face. He gradually raises his voice and mumbles, "You're in, all of you," mumbles the young man slowly but loudly. The man in the business suit opens his mouth very wide as well, that he becomes bigger than his head originally was. "Run!" shouts the young man in the business suit very loudly to everyone around him. All the workers in the neighborhood are watching with surprised eyes to see what the young man in the business suit will do next. Suddenly, all the workers are chopped into tiny pieces and starts to get sucked in somewhere. A huge mouth in the whole hall from floor to ceiling stands in the center of the hall like a black hole. An incomprehensible red-haired monster wearing a mask and with huge muscles that are wrapped in a chain stands. A huge floor-to-ceiling mouth stands in the center of the hall like a black hole. The silhouette of a goat's head appears in it. A guy comes out of the huge mouth and says, "You made it here. Good job, Glutton Nim." The girl with the mask and red hair answers and asks why he opened the door so late. She waited a long time and was tired. The guy with the goat's head points his finger at Glutton Nim and says she's overdoing it and about how she's too naughty. Still, she got there in time. The guy with the goat head points his finger at the interns from the 3rd and 4th divisions. The interns don't understand what's going on. They discuss how the last thing they saw was all the floors plunged into darkness. The guy and girl from Division 4 remember that the people who brought them here appeared very suddenly. The guy and the girl from Division 4 watch as the workers are chopped into small pieces. The young man and the girl from Division 4 are standing on the top floor. The girl is horrified thinking about the fact that everyone who was killed had the best characteristics among the camp workers. But everyone was killed so easily. The girl is horrified at the realization. A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair. His danger level is rated red. The goat-headed guy points his finger forward and says, "Gluttony Nim, remember, and don't mess anything up with your dogmatic behavior. This gold is needed for our plan." A huge blue hand with black fingernails takes the young man with the goat head by his head. The young man utters, "Pardon?" A masked monster with red hair tells the young man that he is very noisy and squeezes his head. The guy stands in shock. He hears the monster say something about how he hates everyone, but hates chatter most of all. The monster turns to the heroes and says it's their turn now. The monster asks the guys which one of them wants to go first. The guy with gray hair talks about what he is seeing now. Unbelievable. The guy sees the monster and feels his strong, overwhelming aura. He thinks about how it's hard for him to even move. The 3rd division guy with gray hair is really tense. Suddenly, he hears someone's voice. "Come to your senses," he hears. The man from the 3rd division with gray hair sees the silhouette of a horse next to him. The guy tells his partner that if he doesn't want to die, he should hide behind him. The guy tells his partner he'll protect him again. He's getting ready to fight. A huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman is surprised to see the mask on the hero's face and tells him approvingly that he understands something. The sword guy looks at his sword and says, "I don't know how many times my blade will get you." Sword guy gets into a fighting stance, and a yellow aura and silhouettes appear above him. "So I want to dispel the intrigue," he says. The sword guy waves his blade and a huge chopping wave of orange-colored air comes in front of him. The chopping wave hits a huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair and leaves a huge abrasion on his arm. The girl from the 4th division talks about how the monster is incredibly strong. The young man with gray hair talks about how it's too early to be surprised. The guy says that under the mask hides not a guy, but a girl, and it is his sister awarded with great power, which is given once in 100 years. Guy raises his blade up and this time charges it with a blue aura. Her brother says that only she can defeat the monster. The girl in the red mask strikes another blow at the huge muscular monster in the woman's body. Blood flies from the monster. The monster in the body of the woman wearing the red hair mask stands surprised and asks, "Did my body get cut?" The girl asks about the first time the monster's body has been cut. She stands lowering her sword to the ground after being hit. The girl tells the monster that since this is the first time he has been cut, then it will be new to him. The girl uses the shredding secret form ability, and a bunch of punches are thrown at the body of a huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair. The guy looks approvingly at his partner and says, "You did it." The girl from Division 4 stands next to him and watches. The girl is sweating from the realization that the red-masked girl has single-handedly defeated a red-ranked monster. Around the red-masked girl standing with a blade in her hands, the remains of the huge monster's body fall down. The monster in the body of the red-masked woman with red hair utters, "No way, I've been beaten," and groans in pain. The monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair goes steamy. She utters, "I almost said that." The girl in the red mask with a sword behind her back without turning to the monster asks, "What?" The monster in the body of the masked woman with red hair strikes the red-masked girl. She flies away. The monster with red hair hits the girl in the red mask with a cross-body punch. The 4th division girl is scared and very surprised. She doesn't understand how the monster came to her senses. The young man with gray hair is also worried about his partner. The girl in the red mask is sitting on the floor and holding her neck. She feels that her ribs and neck are broken. She hopes it's all a hallucination. A huge, muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair soars into the air. The monster looms over the red masked body and screams, "Slap!" The masked girl is still reeling from the fracas and doesn't realize what is happening. She turns her head back and utters, "Ugh." A huge, muscular monster in the body of the masked woman with red hair takes the blow and blood spurts from its body. The girl stands in a fighting stance after the blow, a glowing line from her blade left in the air beside her. The girl is confident of her victory. She talks about how it's over. There is monster blood on her mask. The PG in the body of the masked woman with red hair cries loudly in pain. She is annoyed that she has been beaten. Suddenly, the monster in the body of the red-level woman rises up and shouts, "Cheated!" It wants to strike back at the red-masked girl. A huge, muscular monster in the body of a red-haired masked woman punches the 3rd Division girl right in the stomach. The red-masked girl is folded in half. The girl sits on the floor and spits up blood after suffering the hardest punch she's ever taken. The girl sits on the floor and utters the phrase, "Yo mask." A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair worth bragging about. He talks about how the most important thing in wrestling is the twist. A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair shouts, "The performance mesmerizes the audience with twists and flips. The art of winners and losers in the ring." A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair raises a hand with a drill instead of a hand up and shouts, "Let's do this together, partner." The girl continues to sit on the floor covered in blood and asks the monster if she heard her. The girl is very serious, she tells the monster, "You're the one who's done with you." The monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair suddenly finds herself in a dark forest. She doesn't realize what is happening. Huge red eyes stare at the huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair. The huge muscular monster is trapped. A huge rattlesnake is wrapped around her body. The huge monster's mask is cracked. She asks if it's an illusion. The huge head of a 4th Division guy with a snake body looks intimidating and strangles the huge monster. The monster seems small against the snake. The guy from the 4th Division hangs in the air and puts his 2 hands forward towards the huge monster. A purple flame emanates from the young man from the 4th Division. The guy runs to his red-masked sister who is sitting on the floor covered in blood, and on the run he yells to her and asks if she's okay. Suddenly, the masked girl stands up and puts her bandaged palm forward in order to keep the gray-haired guy from getting closer. He stands there, not realizing what this is all about. The girl in the red mask with her hand out in front tells the gray-haired guy not to come any closer. The guy from the 3rd Division stands there in complete shock. He says quietly, "Senior?" The girl watches the 4th Division guy hold the monster in the illusion. She says, "If you don't want to get killed, stand still." A monster in the body of a woman wearing a mask with red hair stands with a chain around her neck. This chain was created by a guy from Division 4. The guy squeezes the chain with his strength and the monster's neck is cut, only the body remains. The girl shouts cheerfully that the guys have dealt with the monster. Suddenly, the girl from the 4th Division sees something, her gaze becoming intense. A huge monster has pierced the 4th Division guy with its hand drill and cheerfully says, "Ta-da!" The girl, the boyfriend, and the girl in the red mask stand in utter shock and tension at what they are seeing. A huge monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair scrolls over the body of the 4th Division guy on his drill and yells that the show is over. The huge masked monster continues to spin the arm drill, and the guy's body is blown to pieces. The girl from Division 4 is tense. She stands with her hands down in confusion. She realizes that there is no hope for anyone else. The girl from the 4th Division is terrified. Her face covered with sweat, she slowly and quietly says, "I won't be able to do anything." The monster in the woman's body stares intently at the guys and asks, "Who's next?" 2 children stand in the ruins of a city. Buildings around the children are on fire. Piles of broken cars on the roads and corpses on the ground. A little girl in a white shirt says the phrase, "Promise me." The little girl sits next to her little scared brother. The girl takes a promise from her brother that they will be stronger. The girl takes her brother's hand and talks about how they will protect each other all their lives. The boy cries, huge tears pouring from his eyes, his hair in the dirt. In one moment, the little boy's blue eyes become confident and he answers his sister, "I promise." Lots of diverse Chinese houses on the ledge of a cliff. Outside, the sun is shining. Christmas trees are growing nearby. In one of the houses, 2 wooden swords hit each other. They make a distinctive sound. A boy and a girl stand cross-legged in kimono. The boy says to the girl, "What do you think? I've changed since last time." The boy tells his sister that he will become incredibly strong if she believes in him. He says he will protect his sister. The little girl holds a wooden sword in her hands and asks with a surprised face, "You?" The master asks the little girl why she is beating her brother in sparring. A boy is lying on the floor with bumps and snot running from his nose. Many children are standing in a large hall. They are all wearing kimonos. The master announces, "In this sparring, a successor has been determined, who will be named Meng." The eyes of the guy with gray hair are all in anticipation. Two cloaked masters and a little girl stand on the stage. The masters announce that the girl gets the name Meng. A boy in the audience hears that his sister is a genius who is born once every 100 years. He is both offended and envious of this. The boy stands in a crowd of other children wearing kimonos. The boy stands with a very serious and disgruntled face. The girl in the mask goes somewhere along with two masters in cloaks. The boy runs out and shouts, "Nuna, wait!" The boy points his finger at his sister and says that he too will soon be as strong as her and will protect her. In response, the boy hears that when he reaches his sister, she will already be much farther away. The boy tenses up. He feels uncomfortable again. The masked girl tells the gray-haired boy that he will never be on equal footing with her. The two masters mock the boy. They tell him that he will never be a Meng, and he should be more respectful to current Mengs. The boy remembers himself as a boy yelling to his sister back then. He realizes that he didn't understand her words at the time. The boy goes on and remembers himself as a teenager. He realizes that when he understood his sister's words, it was too late. The girl in the red mask is fighting others at a training session. The boy realizes that she is already too strong. An old master with a beard asks a 3rd division guy why he decided to learn martial arts. The old master gets water from a waterfall falling on his shoulders and questions the guy. He says, "You must have a reason to become strong. It's the only way to get stronger." The guy with the body seals is also standing under the waterfall. He talks about how he wants to protect someone. That's his reason. That's why he exists. The young man with the body seals strains his eyes. He doubts something. He says, "But," the guy and the body seals tells that he wants to protect someone who doesn't need it, so it exhausts his will to martial arts. An old master with a long beard says to the guy, "So your reason for being strong is to protect someone who is better than you." The old master with the long beard says to the guy, "So you want to pass this way, faster than anyone else." The guy and the seals on his body don't understand what the old master with the beard is trying to tell him. The old master with the long beard states, "Even if it is an infinitely high mountain, there is always a bigger mountain." The guy in the flame in his eyes grinds his teeth. A guy with flames in his eyes screams very loudly, with a bunch of tongues of flame all around him. A huge monster in the form of a woman with red hair leans its drill hand against the belly of a young man with flames in his eyes. The muscular young man with flame eyes tensed up and flew out of the clutches of the huge red-haired monster. As the muscular young man with flame in his eyes flies to the ground, he sees the red-masked sister lying on the floor. She is covered in blood. The guy with flaming eyes hits the ground and bounces off her with a thunderous thud. The guy with the fiery eyes falls to the ground with a clatter and rolls on the ground. His body lies motionless on the ground. The 4th division girl is very scared and doesn't know what to do. Her eyes read fear in her eyes. The girl's legs are shaking. Suddenly, a huge muscular monster in the body of a woman wearing a mask with red hair appears in front of the girl from the 4th division. The girl falls to her knees in confusion. They hit the floor painfully. The girl kneels in front of the huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair and says, "I surrender." The girl screams in terror on her knees. "There is someone I must face. I will not die like this. I surrender, so spare me." The Hyujin doesn't realize what's going on and asks, "So what if she surrenders?" The girl kneels on the floor in confusion. A huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair says the devourer is here, not to kill. The huge monster scratches the back of his head and says that he killed the guy now in a fit of rage, and in general, her job is to bring gold. The huge monster says that one person did die. "He was strong, so I used force," said the monster. A monster in the body of a woman wearing a mask with red hair says he doesn't know what to do. He says this while looking at the girl in the red mask. Some boy is suspended on several chains. In front of him is a master and a little girl. Behind the boy hangs some kind of painting. There are a lot of lighted candles in the room. Hanging from the chains is a young man with gray hair. His eyes are closed. There are many seals on his body. The girl looks in horror at the guy hanging from the chains and asks, stammering, "What is it?" The old master with the beard says to the little girl, "Does it matter? It's the truth about you vessels. Don't you recognize it?" The old master with a beard and 2 cross scars on his face says to the little girl, "That's why the goblin sect accepted you." The little girl clenched her teeth. She is clearly displeased with the old master's words. The girl growls a little with anger. The boy, all in seals, is pulled forward on chains. The old master reads a spell so that the goblins can use the boy's body as a vessel. A huge, scary goblin face with huge fangs. The old master stands and tells of all the hardships of the man who will place the power of the goblin inside him. An old man with a beard and 2 transverse scars on his face, slightly covering his eyes, says that all these hardships don't bother him. An old master with a beard and 2 cross scars on his face looks at the guy hanging from the chains and says, A goblin is a great power that our family can never lose. A master with a beard and 2 cross scars on his face tells the girl that she would be better suited as a vessel, but she is past the age of 10. The master is annoyed by this. The last thing the little girl standing in the center of the hall hears is that her brother's fate is sealed. The girl tells an old master with a beard and 2 cross scars on his face that she knows something. The master looks questioningly at the little girl. The girl tells the master that the condition for releasing the goblin's power is a strong will of the vessel. The girl speaks tensely about how it all depends on her brother's willingness to do it. She firmly believes that her brother will never let go of the goblin. The little girl turns towards the bearded wizard and speaks about how in order for her brother's will to not reach that level, she will become much stronger than him. On the floor lies the immobilized body of a girl wearing a red mask from the 3rd Division. She is not moving. There is a pile of blood around her. The girl is on her knees. She hears from the huge monster in a woman's body that he will kill her soon. She is confused. The girl's face is very tense. She hears about the monster saying that gold is what heroes call themselves. But the huge muscular monster thinks the girl is not acting like a hero. The huge muscular monster swings a hand drill at the girl from Division 4 and talks about the girl acting like an obedient dog. Suddenly, there is a flash of light behind the back of the huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair. A blast of wind knocks everyone down a bit. The monster in the body of the masked woman turns around to see what caused the flash. The red-masked girl from the 3rd Division of Heroes says, "Don't do that!" Someone's huge hand grabs the masked, huge muscular monster in the body of the woman with red hair. A goblin drags a huge muscular monster in the body of a woman with red hair along the ground by the mask. The monster in the body of a woman with red hair shouts, "Huh?" in surprise. A goblin in a kimono stands over the body of a huge, scared monster in the body of a masked woman. The guy says, "Hello?" The goblin's eyes are glowing blue and all of its teeth are like sharpened fangs. Some kind of iron suction cup clings to some kind of metal shield with a distinctive sound. The workers in the hall are busy doing something. One of the workers shouts a loud phrase, "Put it on maximum!" A large group of workers are working in the hall. They are clinging iron suction cups to the black hole. Standing in the center of the hall is some man in a business suit. The man in the black business suit nervously commands his subordinates. He shouts, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of that damn black orb!" The 2 little strange creatures in suits are outraged. They say they are draining the nasty stuff out of the pipe and it's not easy to do. They ask for the patience of the deputy manager. A man in a business suit says of the spirits that they are useless. Behind him, a guy in a blue suit yells that because of this connection, they don't know if the people inside the building will survive. The guy in the blue suit asks the man why he doesn't report the danger. In response, the man in the black suit replies to him sharply, "Wait!" The man in the suit's face is tense. He can't believe that the safety of the camp has been compromised at a time when costs are being cut. The man in the black suit tensely yells at his subordinates. He asks, "Where's team leader Joanna?" Some guy snaps out of his seat and says he's about to go to the place where she was last seen. 2 subordinates of a man in a black business suit show the place where the girl was last seen, but it has disappeared without a trace. The man in the black jacket and glasses asks in surprise and tension, "What? That place is gone?" Some kind of iron door stands in the middle of the ice blocks. A strong wind is blowing. Suddenly, the iron door, which is standing in the middle of the ice blocks, is torn off its hinges. The door whistles and flies off into the wind in an unknown direction. It is snowing heavily. Someone's hand picks up the severed head of the robot, wires sticking out of the head. A guy is standing near the body of the door holding the severed head of the monster. A woman asks where the place they are going to is. A young man with green hair says they are going to a campground. The young man with long green hair walks to the camp with a tense look. He's out for blood. He wants to finish someone off. A woman in a businesslike black suit stands in the middle of the ice blocks. The whirlwind almost blows her away. A guy is running somewhere with all his legs, his hair fluttering in the wind. The woman covers herself with one hand from the strong wind and snow and holds her cell phone with the other hand. She's talking about how there's no signal here. The blue-haired woman gets out of her seat and starts to run. She tells herself that this is no time to panic and she needs to hurry. On the other side of the portal-shaped door still sits the bound Lightning Man. He doesn't realize if he's forgotten or not. Lightning Man starts to panic. He twists his head left and right and screams to be released right now. He calls the heroes' names. Lightning Man screams loudly, and through the portal he is heard by a polar bear walking not far from that door. The bear turns his head toward the open door. A huge goblin with a calm face hovers in the air. He utters, "Shh." The goblin folds his arms across his chest. He asks himself, "How long has it been since I last inhaled the flavor of this world?" The goblin talks about he can still smell the rotten odor and laughs loudly. The girl looks at what is happening and realizes that this is not Munghosen. The girl looks at the huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair and realizes that this devourer has been knocked out with one punch. The girl is in extreme shock. She realizes that the creature that can stop the Red Eater with one punch is a goblin. The guy stands with his arms at his sides and says, "Why is the sky so dark?" "I knew it. The humans broke it." The goblin in the kimono looks sideways and thinks about something. The goblin turns his attention to the body of a girl in a red mask lying on the floor. The guy says, "Wow, look who it is. If it's Mung Sosin, I missed you." The girl managed to be happy for a second. She thought that if it's Meng Sosin from the goblin clan, it means that the goblins will help them. Suddenly the girl's gaze became very tense. A drop of sweat flowed down the girl's cheek. A goblin in a kimono grabs the 3rd Division masked girl by the neck and holds her high above the ground on his outstretched arm. The guy says in an angry voice, 12 years ago, I remember it like it was yesterday. I've been waiting for this moment." The goblin holds the girl in the red mask by the neck and talks about how he has been really looking forward to the moment when he would kill her with his hands. The 4th Division girl runs towards the long-haired goblin in the kimono and yells at him, "Stoi!" The goblin sticks out his palm sharply and covers the 4th Division girl's face with it. The goblin makes a movement with his hand, and the girl from the 4th Division flies several meters on the ground. The goblin tells the girl in the red mask that she looks like shit and promises to be kind and make things quick. He says goodbye to the girl in the red mask. The long-haired man in the kimono chokes the red masked girl with one hand. She starts to choke, but manages to say the beginning of the syllable, "Geh," says the girl. The goblin grins maliciously with all his fangs. He glares at his victim before she dies. Suddenly, the long-haired goblin tenses up. His gaze is not as confident as before. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The goblin throws the red-masked girl to the floor, jumping and screaming, "Ah, I can't take it. Too much blood on my hands." Oblin sits on his knees on the floor and shakes his hands off the blood. He talks about how he tried to be calm, but he got a brain, and his power left his body. A goblin in a kimono asks a red-masked girl lying in blood why people are so bloody and who wanted to take his toy. A monster flies from above the long-haired goblin to strike at him. The monster is flying at a very high speed, so the swirls of air are visible. The monster in the body of the masked woman freezes and says, "Oh?" questioningly. The goblin stops the crushing blow of the huge monster in the woman's body and says to it, "You're neither a woman nor a man. You're just cocky." The goblin angrily asks the huge muscular monster in a masked woman's body, how dare she brag about her strength to the goblin. The goblin in the kimono grabs a piece of cloth and yells that he's about to show the red-haired monster what he's got. "Take that!" shouts the long-haired goblin. A huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair spins in a circle due to the strong air currents. The guy himself covers his face with his hands from the strong wind. His kimono is developing in the wind. The girl gets up on one knee after falling down. She realized that the goblin's body is not Hosen. The 4th Division girl analyzes what she saw. She recalls that the men Hosen enjoyed the smell of blood, and the goblin passed out immediately when blood got on his hands. The girl also realizes that Men Hosen wouldn't have wanted to kill his sister, and the goblin was very much willing. The 4th Division girl puts her fingers to her temples and closes her eyes. The girl says to herself, "Think, think." The girl wants to think of a solution to this situation. She randomly remembers her childhood and how she sits with a book on a chair. The girl moves her fingers away from her temples. Some idea has popped into her head. The girl stands with an illuminated look in her eyes. The girl turns to a long-haired goblin in a kimono. The goblin turns his head and asks what the girl needs. The girl kneels and tries to rub the goblin's trust in her. The girl says that she is the one who brought the girl in the red mask for the goblin to kill her. The girl points her finger somewhere forward and says that some creatures dared to cover her gift with blood. She says that she wanted the goblin to be the one to make the girl shiver in blood. The girl screams and tries her best to convince the goblin that some faithful man wants to kill goblins. The goblin turns his head to the 4th Division girl, and the girl panics at the mere sight of him. The goblin in the kimono is angry. He opened his mouth and his fangs became visible. Blue flames appeared in the goblin's eyes. The kneeling girl gives the goblin a book that says that goblins believe and humans lie. The goblin asks if this is true. The girl nods her head up, down with all her might. She tries her best to make the goblin believe her. The goblin throws something in the girl's hands and tells her, "Take it." The girl stands at a loss after catching the thing. The goblin tells the girl to give a pill to the girl in the red mask to stop the bleeding. The goblin says that the red-masked girl's life belongs to him, so he won't let her die her own death. The goblin is very angry about something. He's baring his teeth. His face is tense. The monster says that he is really disappointed that the long-haired goblin believes such a deception. The huge monster asks about whether the goblin wants him to pay for everything he has done. The monster pulls out his drill hand and attacks the long-haired goblin. A giant muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair strangles the long-haired goblin. The huge muscular monster suddenly tenses up and doesn't realize something. The goblin twists and jumps out of the hands of the huge muscular monster in the body of the woman in the mask with red hair. The goblin punches the huge muscular monster in the stomach. The monster flies to the ceiling. The long-haired goblin in a kimono yells "Kia-ya!" and then lands on his squatting toes. The monster flies at the goblin from above to cover him with his body. The goblin doesn't suspect a thing. The girl shouts fearfully, "Goblin Nim!" Sweat beads up on her face. Suddenly, the girl's face changes. The girl's gaze fades. Confusion reads in her face. A huge goblin is squatting and holding the body of a red-haired monster in his hands. He asks the monster why it keeps using strange techniques if they are so powerful. The huge goblin tells the monster that he is about to demonstrate force-fighting techniques. Sharp teeth stick out of the goblin's mouth. He shouts and is very serious. "Serum flower!" The goblin shouts into the kimono and throws the huge, muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair into a deflection. The huge, muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair and the goblin in the kimono hang above the floor as if weightless. The goblin and the red-haired monster fall to the ground. From the force of their bodies hitting the floor, a cloud of dust is formed, shards flying in all directions. The 4th Division girl covers her face with her hand and shouts, "Ouch!" Next to her, the girl in the red mask is already starting to get up from the floor. She's feeling better. A goblin stabs a huge monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair head first into the floor. Boulders fly from everywhere. The monster flies out in a bomb pose, out of some black puddle. A huge goblin in a kimono punches a huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair with all his might. The goblin punches the huge monster's stomach with his hand, and then talks about how the monster was making too much noise to begin with. The goblin talks about how that bothers him. The goblin in the kimono is annoyed. He talks about the red-haired monster doing cheap tricks, evil tricks. The huge monster jumps on the long-haired goblin in the kimono and asks, "Cheap tricks?" A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair topples the goblin to the floor. The floor breaks and tiles fly in all directions again. The goblin stands and looks at the huge monster with red hair who is on one knee. The monster is very angry that the goblin doesn't take his abilities seriously. A muscular monster in the body of a woman wearing a mask with red hair is squatting with her drill hand down to the floor. She doesn't think her abilities are cheap tricks. A bunch of clones of a huge monster stand in front of a long-haired goblin in a kimono. A bunch of huge monster clones with reddened eyes say to the goblin, "Round 2, let's go." The goblin stands with his arms at his sides and watches the clones of the huge masked monster scurry around him. The goblin says, "Oh, what's new?" The goblin uses some sort of ability that causes a huge stream of light and wind. The clones of the huge masked monster fly in different directions around the hall. The large goblin stands without a kimono. A tattoo can be seen on his chest. The goblin is talking about how he too will now play for his own pleasure. His hair stands up. A large number of monster clones in the body of a woman attack the goblin. The goblin tensed his muscles and shouts angrily. The long-haired goblin in his new form swings his fist to strike at one of the red-haired monster spears. Below them, a bunch more spears fly up to get the goblin. The goblin punches a huge muscular monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair in the jaw, laughing and asks him, "Is that all you got?" The goblin throws another punch at the huge red-haired masked monster and tells the monster that this is all very laughable to him. The girl picked up the red-masked girl. They both hear the huge monster and the long-haired goblin fighting and cursing. The girls look at the goblin fighting with the monster clones. The 4th Division girl wonders how strong the long-haired goblin is. A young man with the head of a goat suddenly appears out of nowhere and tells everyone to stop fighting immediately. The goblin turns his attention to the young man with the goat's head and asks what he wants. At the goblin's feet lies a defensive monster. A long-haired goblin asks a guy in a business suit with a goat's face who he is. A goblin, a huge red-haired monster, and a young man in a business suit are facing each other. The 4th Division girl and the girl in the red mask are sitting a little further away. The goblin stands still and twists his head around trying to find someone. He asks, where is everyone?" The goblin suddenly finds himself trapped, his arms, legs, body, and neck shackled in red chains. The goblin doesn't understand how this happened. Guy tells the red-haired monster that the time he won was enough time to recover the gold. The goblin lies chained on the floor and can't do anything. The red-haired masked monster asked the goat-headed young man, "Restored? Is this my mission? Is gold one of the heroes?" The guy replies to the monster, "No way a Nimue Eater could be given such a mission. As expected, it was the right decision. A monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair grabs a young man in a costume by the neck and tells him he is lying. The young man claims he's not lying. The guy with the goat head calmly says, "All our plans are the will of the others. You're not going to go against their will, are you?" The huge monster puts the goat-headed young man on the floor and says, "Okay, you're taken, let's go." The enraged goblin takes a swing at the huge monster in the body of the masked woman. The guy with the goat head looks at it. The goblin is very tense and angry. He says, "Are you leaving already? You think you can do whatever you want?" The guy with the goat head is scared. Sweat is dripping from his face. He can't believe the goblin was able to break the shackles so quickly. The goblin's huge hand tries to grab the young man in the business suit with the goat head. The young man with the goat head is scared. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The monster jumps in front of the young man with the goat head, and the goblin grabs the monster by the head, not the young man. The goblin holds a huge monster in the body of a masked woman by the neck and yells to the young man, "Hey, goathead, pay up!" The goblin bares his sharp teeth and adds in an angry tone, "For breaking my toy!" The guy with the goat's head pivots back, huge toys lying around him. He is terrified. The guy with the goat head is standing in a huge room with large toys lying on the floor. He looks into the portal, exhales, and says it was dangerous. The guy with the goat head puts his hand over his heart. He's a little flustered. He says, "I fooled them with one action, but I didn't expect that kind of power from a 4th Division guy." A long-haired, muscular goblin stands and holds a huge monster in the body of a masked woman with red hair by the neck for weight. The fighter in the goblin's body clutches the red-haired monster's neck tighter. The monster is not wearing a mask. Its face consists of 2 buttons instead of eyes and a seam instead of a mouth. The monster looks like a large doll. The guy stands with his hands tucked behind his back. He says, "Well, there was a change, but it wasn't such a bad plan, since we recovered the gold." The guy with the goat head stands amongst the toys with his head up and says, "Now it's your turn." A red-haired girl with cleavage sits in her office, biting her thumb. Behind her is a huge window and a view of the city. On her desk is a lamp and 2 pictures. The red-haired girl takes her finger to her chin and gazes languidly with her blue eyes into the distance. A guy from the 1st Division is flying at high speed. He's got his arms back for better aerodynamics. The guy is traveling at great speed through the air with a glowing trail behind him. The goblin says, "No wonder this guy has no interest in blood. It was unfair to call you a puppet who can only fight. It was interesting in its own way." Oblin squints sideways. He opens his mouth and his fangs become visible. He says, "So, can I check it out now?" The girl holds the girl in the red mask by the shoulders. The girl went into shock after the goblin's words. The huge muscular goblin with red eyes looks at the 2 girls helpless in front of him and says, "It was determined, Sosin. Those were good times." The huge long-haired goblin says that it is now time for the red-masked girl to die. Suddenly, a syringe of green liquid is thrust into his shoulder. The goblin's eyes darken and he begins to fall sideways. He mouthed one last word before he was finally tilted. The long-haired goblin's huge body collapsed to the floor with a thud. The 4th Division girl and the red-masked girl looked on. "Go ahead, catch him!" commands one of the smaller creatures. The goblin is immobilized, lying on the floor. One of the camp workers is already running towards him. The camp workers also approach the girls and ask how the girls are feeling. Some white-haired man shouts that there are 4 survivors, 2 trainees, and 2 unknowns in the building. The 4th Division girl is still holding the bloody red-masked girl in her arms and says, "Is the darkness gone?" "Get out of my way," yells a man in a business suit and glasses. The young man with blonde hair steps back. A bunch of workers stand in the hall and examine the goblin. A man in a business suit runs up to the girls and asks why the 2 of them are left alone and the other interns are nowhere to be found. The man in glasses grabs the 4th Division girl by the shoulders. She takes a step back. The man yells, "Tell me what happened in 10 hours in there. Say everything." The girl is confused and in shock. She talks about how she herself doesn't know much and everything was in the dark. Then the level red guy showed up and everyone else. The man is shocked. He asks the 4th Division girl, "What? Red?" Some guy runs up to the man in a business suit to hand him a phone. The man is surprised. The young man yells that the man is getting a call from the Joanna team leader. The man picks up the phone, asks where the leader is now, and reports that a red-level monster has killed several trainees right inside the camp. Many workers are crowded around the body of a huge muscular monster in the body of a woman with red hair. They are discussing the fact that the security of the camp has been compromised. They will try to figure it out, but it will be difficult. Some of the smaller aides stand next to the goblin and talk about how his large dose of anesthetic caused him to collapse. This little helper's son yells to his father that the medicine didn't get inside the goblin. The little assistant tenses up. He wonders what made the huge goblin fall then. The 4th Division girl in the background tenses up. The little helpers look at the immobilized body of the long-haired monster, and they talk about how it looks like the goblin went to sleep. The little helper says he's going to quarantine the huge goblin anyway. The girl in the red mask intervenes and says, "No." The little helper doesn't understand anything. The girl in the red mask is standing there covered in blood. She talks in a calm voice about how the goblin is her coworker. The masked girl looks at the long-haired goblin who has snot coming out of his nose and says that the goblin saved her. The blue-haired young man turns to the deputy manager and says, "Sir, there's something you need to see. One of the interns who is over the borders." The young man looks at a man in a black suit who is on the phone. The young man asks, "Sir?" The man is very nervous. He is holding the phone in his hand and a drop of sweat is running down his cheek. He asks, "Who?" A woman in a down jacket calls on a city phone. Behind her stand surprised children. The woman says, "Call headquarters and tell them to send agents in the building as soon as possible." The man cries out in horror that he is terrified to call headquarters and stop and pan. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek and he clutches the phone harder. A huge glass building stands in the center of the night city. A sign on the building reads, "Utopia." The lights in some of the windows of the large building are on. A guy flies up to the huge glass building labeled Utopia. The guy with long green hair is very serious. His face is tense, he's grinding his teeth. One lock of his hair looms right in front of his eyes. A girl in cleavage is standing in a modern kitchen. She listens to pleasant music and quietly pours coffee into a cup. A girl with red hair and cleavage stands right in front of the coffee machine. She holds out both hands to take the mug of hot coffee. The girl in cleavage is sitting at a large table. She is calm. She slowly drinks her coffee. A strong wind blows in the room for some reason, and shards of glass fly at the girl with red hair and cleavage. The girl continues to sit quietly as well. The girl slightly opens her blue eye and sees a bunch of shards flying past her. A young man with long green hair appears in the room in front of the girl with red hair and cleavage. He is clutching a fan tightly in his right hand. The girl sits quietly at the table and says to the young man with long green hair, "I've been waiting, the moment when we will meet." The girl, and a little wilted, and tells the young man with long green hair that she knew she would be nervous in front of him. A girl with red hair and a black dress looks at a young man with long green hair and talks about how he is her hero. A guy with a fan in his hand tells the girl that he is not her hero and insultingly asks her to shut up. The guy, the lightning man, and the woman with the blue hair are looking frightenedly ahead. The green-haired guy asks, "Did you kill Chen Yul?" The 1st Division leader is hanging suspended by his arms. His body and clothes are covered in blood. A robot with the head of a red-haired girl sits tied up in a chair. Lightning Man, a green-haired guy, and a woman with blue hair stand in front of him. The leader of the Utopia is looking sideways and downward. There is some sort of pendant hanging from her chest. The girl looks at the young man with long green hair again and says, "You're asking the wrong questions again." The girl gets up from her chair and talks about how the question should be asking not if I killed him, but why I killed him. The guy stands confidently on his feet and holds his fan in his right hand. The man with green hair calmly asks the girl in the black dress, "Where is Chanul now?" The guy puts his hand with the fan out slightly sideways. His hair has started to flutter in the wind. He coldly tells the girl to tell her, or he will kill her. The girl asks, "Really?" The young man with long green hair changes in his face. He is surprised by this question. The red-haired girl in a black dress holds a sharp knife and says to the young man, "Only I know where Chen Yul is, and even so you still want to kill me?" The guy unhappily looks at the red-haired girl in the black dress and throws an insulting remark at her. The guy suddenly remembers something and says to the girl with red hair in the black dress, "Wait, are you a person?" The girl with red hair in the black dress is still holding the knife and asks, "Why are you surprised? Isn't most of human history on the side of evil?" The guy looks menacingly at the red-haired girl in the black dress and asks her why she is on this side then. The red-haired girl in the black dress holding a knife in her hand is distracted by something in the room and averts her blue eyes somewhere towards the ceiling. Then the girl with red hair, still holding the knife, still in the same position, says, "If I have to say, it's for work." The guy is standing across from the girl with red hair. The girl talks about how morals mean little to her. They just work to give clients the best advice possible. Guy surprised asks the red-haired girl with red hair, "Counseling?" The girl proceeds to stand in the center of the room with a knife in her hand and says, "The age of peace." The guy stands and gets angry at the red-haired girl in the black dress for speaking in riddles and asks her sharply, "What?" The girl with red hair in the black dress realizes that she is annoying the young man with long green hair with this behavior, and so smiles slightly. The girl in the black dress looks sweetly at the 1st Division guy and talks about how those who needed peace were the dark side at all times. 4 heroes are fighting a huge masked monster. Fireballs are flying around, flashes and rumbles are standing because of this battle. A young man in armor and cloak has raised a huge glowing sword above his head. The light from the sword illuminates the monsters around the young man. A girl with red hair and wearing a black dress has her eyes closed. She holds the knife in front of her and says, "The key word that prompted them was our utopia. There was peace." The leader of the utopia, and in the black dress, runs her finger along the edge of her coffee cup and says, "Humanity needs heroes for peace. Humanity is finding peace." A girl with red hair and wearing a black dress looks at the knife with her blue eyes and says, "Humanity doesn't need heroes." A guy in a superhero costume with red eyes, a captain saluting and a hero showing off his muscles. The girl continues to hold the knife in front of her. She says, "History repeats itself and heroes fall again. In the sickness you call peace." A guy plops a red-haired girl on the floor and threatens her with a fan. He says, "Don't fool me. I'll never fall for that. Shut up and answer me." Guy Solis looks at a girl with red hair and wearing a black dress. He asks, "Where is Chanul?" The girl asks the young man why he's hesitating. The young man with green hair swallows his saliva nervously. He remains silent and looks at the red-haired girl. The guy sits on top of the girl and threatens her with a fan. The girl's knife she was holding lies to the side. She says, "You were the one who was ruthless to them." The red-haired girl lies on the floor with her arms spread out. She says to the young man, "Even if you can't kill me, wouldn't it be a lot easier if you ripped my face off or cut off my arm?" The girl calmly looks at the green-haired young man with her blue eyes. She asks, "Should I tell you?" The boy is already beyond angry. He is overwhelmed by his feelings and says, "Shut up now!" and calls the girl a harsh word. The guy and the girl in the black dress with red hair approach each other's faces and look into each other's eyes, feeling like they are about to kiss. The girl comes close to the ear of the young man with long green hair, as if she wants to whisper something to him. The guy sits on top of the girl with red hair and wearing a black dress. She raises up a little in her arms and says, "The standards of right and wrong have collapsed because of disease. Humanity has made its choice." The girl smiles slightly and asks the young man, "What made people make that choice?" The girl opens her mouth slightly and extends her tongue. On the girl's tongue is some small rectangular object. The girl with red hair tells the young man that maybe humanity has already chosen. Suddenly, the head of the girl with red hair explodes and blood splatters in all directions. The boy sits over the decapitated body of the girl and is silent. He has the red-haired girl's blood on his face. A guy stands and looks somewhere in the distance. He has the red-haired girl's blood on his face. He is clearly shocked by what has happened. The guy stands and looks out the window. Outside the window is a big night city, and in the distance you can see several buildings. Two special forces in uniforms descend on special cables and break a window in a building. Shards of glass fly from everywhere. SWAT team and land on the floor. The loud clatter of the boots against the floor is heard throughout the building. Shards of glass also fall to the floor. The SWAT team points their guns at a young man with long green hair who is sitting on the body of a girl. The SWAT team orders the guy not to move or they will start shooting. The guy lifts his gaze upward. A huge spotlight shines into his eyes and illuminates him and the dead girl below him. A reporter in a helicopter captures the dead girl and the green-haired young man sitting on top of her on camera. The reporter asks loudly, "Viewers, are you seeing this?" The reporter wearing headphones sits slightly out of the helicopter. He's holding a microphone in one hand and holding onto the helicopter door with the other hand. He says, "This is such a shocking shot." This is all being broadcast over the breaking news. Two more helicopters fly toward a large building labeled Utopia. The reporter continues to color the story of the CEO's murder. It seems to him that she was killed without pity. It's very sunny outside. Some very ordinary bedroom neighborhood of the city lives an ordinary life during the day. The streets are lined with paneled and brick houses. A black staircase with a railing next to it. At the end of the stairs is a door. Only a little sunlight seeps in. Some dark-haired little boy sits sad against the wall. He has his arms wrapped around his knees. He is the only one in the room. Next to him is an unmade bed. Opposite the little boy, who has his hands around his knees, there is a tall young man in a blue sweater with long hair. The young man looks calmly at the little boy who is sitting against the wall. The boy with blue eyes looks at the dark-haired boy with a kind look. The little dark-haired boy who is straddling his lap is also cheered up by the young man's gaze. He doesn't look sad anymore. The clerk at the grocery store is punching a girl for some kind of drink. He informs her that she has to pay 4,800 won. A little guy in a hoodie walks between the rows and looks at the merchandise. The little hooded guy stops. He listens to the conversation between the seller and the buyer. The little dark-haired guy in the hoodie looks at the salesman and takes an item from the shelf. The little guy in the hood wants to leave the store, but the salesman asks him a question. "Boy, What do you have in your pockets? The little guy in the hood runs with all his legs down the street with the stolen merchandise. The grocery store clerk yells at him for the boy to come back and calls him names. The little guy runs with all his feet down the narrow street and hopes no one catches him. The little boy runs with all his legs to the stairs where the stairs go down to his house. A hooded boy runs down the steps, his slippers on his feet almost flying off his feet. A short dark-haired guy in a hoodie walks into the apartment. There is trash on the floor, empty chip bags, bottles and clothes lying all over the room. The little guy walks into the room where a woman in a blue sweater is standing. The kid looks at the woman in the floor-length skirt and blue sweater. There is trash lying all over the room where they are. The room looks poor. The blue-eyed woman in the blue sweater asks the little dark-haired guy in the hoodie, "Son, are you back? Did you go away to play?" The woman stands in the center of the room and something begins to leak from under her skirt. A puddle of urine forms under the mother of the little dark-haired guy in the hood. The little dark-haired guy in the hooded sweatshirt looks at what is happening. The little dark-haired guy in the hooded sweatshirt is shocked at what he sees. The mother's skirt is lying in a red basin in the bathroom. Next to the red basin is soap in a tub. The boy is wringing out the washed skirt. A small dark-haired guy in a hooded sweater is crying. The guy is on his knees wiping up a puddle of urine. A bucket of water stands next to him. Not far from him, empty bottles are lying on the floor, and an ashtray of cigarette butts stands. A small dark-haired boy in a hooded sweatshirt sits on the floor. His mother approaches him with a knife in her hand. The little dark-haired guy in the hooded sweatshirt tenses up. The blue-eyed woman in the blue sweater says to the little dark-haired guy in the hooded sweater, You're not my son, are you?" The boy sits on the floor covered in sweat. He's agitated. His mother says, "You think I'm going to fall for this again?" The mother of the little boy in the hooded sweatshirt brings a huge knife over her head. Her eyes glisten white. By all appearances, she wants to kill the boy. The little one moves his mother's hand to the side as she was about to stab him. The knife stabs into the floor. The little boy's mom, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, starts swinging the knife further and running around the room. The mom of the little boy in the hooded sweatshirt swings the knife around the room. At one point, she loses her balance and starts to fall. The little dark-haired boy in the hooded sweatshirt is on his knees covering his little ears to hide from reality. The huge knife his mother had been swinging around the room falls to the floor with a clang. The mother of the little dark-haired boy is hysterical. She screams and tears stream from her eyes. She yells across the room, "Ah!" Mom falls to her knees in hysterics and grabs her head. She can't calm down. Something is tearing her soul apart. The mom crawls up on her knees to her son, a little dark-haired guy wearing a hooded sweatshirt. She puts her arms around him and says, I'm sorry, son. It's night outside." The mom of the little dark-haired boy in the hooded sweater is asleep on the floor. The light from the moon comes through the window and falls on the floor. A dark-haired boy in a hooded sweatshirt stands over his mom's sleeping body. He stares at her intently, mouth slightly open. The little guy in the hooded sweatshirt lies down on the floor and hugs his mom in the blue sweatshirt from behind. A little guy in a hooded sweatshirt and shorts sits on a bed with his arms around his knees. A pink bedspread is spread on the bed. The little boy's mom stands in the doorway in front of him. She is covered in abrasions. She says, "Mommy, I'm so tired. I'm going to forget everything and start my life over." With a sad intonation, the mom of the little dark-haired boy in the hooded sweatshirt says that he should forget her too. The woman's eyes are sad. The boy wraps his arms around his knees. He says back, "No, I can't forget, Mommy. I just can't." The little boy's mom closes the door, and the room is plunged into darkness. The little dark-haired boy in the hooded sweatshirt continues to sit on the bed with his arms around his knees. The boy realized that he didn't feel anything. He had just been pushing the feelings inside him all this time. He sobbed nervously and then cried. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and the room was illuminated with light. Who asked the little boy, "Why are you crying, boy?" The boy sobbed once again, tears rolling down his cheeks, and he asked the stranger who he was. The boy is standing in a white restraining shirt. On his hands are huge, heavy black handcuffs. The guy is standing in a white restraining shirt. He is telling a little boy that he is a hero. A guy is on a bed with a pink bedspread and says to a young man with long green hair, "What?" The boy climbs out of the closet and says, "Why are you here, teacher? Whoever opened this door?" The guy sits up and cries. The man opens the door and looks at the crying little boy. The boy is still standing there in handcuffs, his hair fluttering in the wind, and he says, "Who knows? Maybe the door needs to be reopened for you." The boy stands and holds on to the straps of his backpack. A young man with long green hair stands across from him in handcuffs. Both are silent. The guy asks the guy in the shirt why the guy in the shirt isn't interested in why he's in a straitjacket. They bicker with each other. The guy standing in the white restraint shirt, he stretches his cuffed hands forward and says to the guy in the shirt, You're so annoying. The guy standing in the white restraining shirt puts his cuffed hands on the head of the young man in the white shirt. The man in the white shirt stands shocked at what is happening. He has his eyes wide open and looks at the green-haired young man in surprise. The man with long green hair tells the guy in the shirt not to make that grimace because he finds it disgusting. The guy is standing in a white restraining shirt and leaning his hands against the shirt guy's head doing something. A purple sphere appears around them and blue swirls fly. The shirtless guy squirms in pain. The young man with long green hair continues to hold the guy's head tightly. The guy with the long green hair is serious. At one point, he wonders if he can give that much strength in the state he is in right now. The young man in the shirt asks the guy what just happened. A young man with long green hair tells the guy to shut up. The guy rubs his head after the incident. A young man with long green hair tells a guy to find him in 3 days, with team members matching the guy. The guy stands in a straitjacket and handcuffs and says, "This is reckless, but right now you're the only one I can believe in." The rookie, "No, you don't." "Hero," called the guy in the shirt, a young man with long green hair. The guy stands at a loss and stares wide-eyed at the young man with long green hair. A man in a white tattered shirt and an electric suit is lying on the floor. He's greatly surprised by something. His eyes are wide open and his mouth is slightly hanging open. His face is covered in small abrasions. There are 3 men in business suits standing around the young man in the white shirt. One of the men asks the guy in the shirt, "Are you okay? Have you regained consciousness?" The guy in the power suit gets up off the floor and holds his head. He doesn't realize where he is. The man in the business suit next to him asks, "Are you a Division 1 intern?" One man in a business suit turns his head and asks the other man, "Oh, what are you doing? Can't you see he hasn't come to his senses yet?" The other man replies to him that the guy here is the only one from the 1st Division. The man says in a calm tone of voice, "Is he alone? Okay, take him to the infirmary and run to the control room immediately." Another young man runs up to the man and yells, "Sir, there's news!" The man in the business suit, and the guy in the brown suit look in shock at the young man who reports that the guy with the blade is accused of killing a civilian. A man in a white tattered shirt and electric suit sits on the floor with abrasions on his face. He asks confusedly, "Prison? Naruka?" A decent young man in a brown suit with a serious face. He greets the viewers and informs them that this is breaking news. A young man in a brown suit informs the viewers that the news is just terrible. He begins to talk about the murder of the director of the Shin Marie Utopia. The multi-story glass building of the Utopia appears on the viewers' screens. A decent young man in a brown suit says, "At 2 a.m. last night, Utopia director Shin Marie was murdered." On the viewer's screen, there is footage of a police officer preventing reporters from getting closer to the building, and doctors putting the body into an ambulance. A decent young man in a brown suit talks about the suspect sneaking into the Utopia office. A decent young man in a brown suit reports that police said it was a brutal murder. The victim's body was so mutilated that it was difficult to identify the face. A decent guy in a brown suit reports that the murder victim was a world-famous talent. TV viewers are shown the face of a girl with red hair wearing a black dress. The girl with red hair is squatting with a hat on. There are small happy children standing around the girl. A decent young man in a brown suit informs that the girl has been called the future of humanity for her journey to peace. The guy shows footage of the hero with long green hair being taken by the police. He says that the alleged killer was a 29-year-old man from the Heroes Union. The viewers are shown a Heroes badge. An announcer in a brown suit says that the Heroes Alliance has not yet made a statement regarding the incident. A girl is standing on a city street with teenagers and adults walking around. The girl says, "Honestly, it's really scary today with all the issues surrounding the heroes. People on the city streets are outraged." A young man in a green Olympics and hat pokes his finger at the camera. Behind him are 2 other disgruntled guys. The guy in the brown suit displays on the screen the statistics of the National Statistical Institute, according to which many people, namely 97%, voted against the existence of heroes and 2 and 8% in favor. Guy reports that people in their cities are now taking to the streets with mass demonstrations and calling for the heroes to be disbanded. Guy says, "The heroes who protected our world have found themselves unable to fit into the world. They've become an insane group, and that's only after being murdered." The guy states with an affirmative and serious tone that now the time has come to protect society from the heroes. Someone in the audience yells, "Turn it off!" The TV screen goes out with a distinctive sound, and an asterisk appears on the screen. 5 men are sitting on a table. One of them the director of the 1st Division of Heroes. All the others are also directors of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions. Saturday at 14:32. Someone is looking up the intern representatives from the Heroes camp on a laptop. A man sits half sideways at a desk and says, 14 deaths, 2 camp staff, 7 camp staff, and 1 dead intern from Division 4. But the bodies have disappeared and the cause is unknown. 5 people were injured, including the trainees. A man in all wrinkled says, and 1 from Division 1, 1 is missing. The man is the vice president of the Humanity Association. He says, "Can you explain this limitless incident, Joanna group leader?" The woman stands in the center of the hall with her hands behind her back. She says, "From the testimony of the survivors and the situation together, we have concluded that this was a plan concocted by the Narukaka and the Utopia group. I believe we need to deal with it before it's too late." The man who is the vice president of the Humanity Association raises a slight eyebrow and looks towards the woman with blue hair. He asks, "Really?" The woman is standing in front of 5 men in suits who are discussing something. Behind the men's backs is a videotape of the work at the camp. 2 of the men in suits discover a zipper man lying on the floor tied up with yellow rings. A man in a business suit sits in a chair and talks about how the only thing they have left is the testimony of the interns. And those characters, those are their interns. The old man in the suit looks obliquely at the woman with blue hair. "You think people will believe the truth?" The woman with the blue hair stands there covered in sweat. She hesitates for a second with excitement, then replies, "Okay." A man in a business suit asks, "You're trying to cover up Enpan's insanity, aren't you?" Next to the man with the business suit, other men in business suits are sitting next to him. They too are frowning. The head of the first branch of the heroes sits with his hands folded in a lock behind his desk. He is wearing a white shirt and a blue vest. A man in a business suit who is the vice president of the Humanity Association addresses him. "Director Chanul?" The director of the first division of heroes says to the woman with blue hair, "Revenge of a living person was the motive for the murder. I'm afraid the citizens will find out the truth, team leader." The woman stands all tense. She drops her gaze to the floor in prostration. She doesn't know what to say. The director frowns slightly and moves closer to the table. He leans slightly towards the woman with blue hair and asks, "Why?" The principal remembered himself hanging by his arms. He hesitated a moment, then said, "If this is the guy, we can't be fooled by their obvious tricks." The woman still standing and holding her hands behind her back, she uttered, "Yes, that's right, if it's the Enpan world, as long as it's normal." The principal is serious. He frowns his eyebrows a bit and stares into the desk, his hands resting in a lock on the desk. The woman says, "Enpan says you must have had trouble judging your family." The man tenses. He clenches his fists so tightly that he begins to tremble. One of the men in business suits who sits next to the vice president says to the woman, "Oh, Yempana, you know I pushed there, don't you? Thanks to that, you made me look stupid. You should be prepared for that as the leader of the team." A man in a gray business suit with a red shirt says to the woman, "I don't even want to see you, get out." The woman stands at a loss. She is offended by such a phrase. The blue-haired woman stands in the center of the room and looks at the coalition of 5 business-style men at the table. The woman walks away, and the 5 men in business suits continue to sit at the rounded table. 2 men who are older and in business suits are discussing something. One of them says, "Heroes who make 90% of the citizens hate them. It's sad." In response, another man confirms that he too is concerned about this. A bald man in a gray business suit and red shirt who is a member of the Humanity Association Committee says to the vice president, "Absolutely right, Vice President. Let's get him out when it's covered by insurance." The man moves away from the table and says, "Everyone has the same opinion. Then as of today, Division 1 should be disbanded." The director jumps up and out of his seat and says irritably, "Wait a minute, Vice President. I won't deny that there is a problem, but even so, we can catch up, or I'll disband them right now." The Vice President replies to the director, "Director, I know how much you care about Division 1, but do you? Politics means that in order to get, you have to give something back." The Hero Division director frowned his eyebrows, raised his hand and says, "Yes, fine. I won't object without any countermeasures. So please give us a day." The director looks at the vice president very tensely and asks, "Excuse me?" He really doesn't want the First Division of Heroes to be disbanded. All 4 men look at the director of the First Division of Heroes with a smirk. They clearly do not regret the disbanding of the First Division. The man squints to the side and says without a single note of regret in his voice, "The disbanding of the First Division." A guy with a long braid stands in front of the Heroes' First Division building. Behind the muscular guy's back stand 3 children looking at him. The kids point their fingers at the muscular man in the black t-shirt. They take a picture of him and one of the kids says, "Wow, that's awesome. He's like a special forces guy. Hey, look at this, he's huge." A muscular guy in a black t-shirt snatches the phone from a little girl in a red skirt. She doesn't have time to react and just says, "Huh?" The guy stands and holds the little girl's phone in his left hand. His hand is tense and you can see veins on his forearm. Behind him, flames can be seen. A little blonde-haired girl in a red skirt stands looking at a huge, muscular guy in a black t-shirt. She is startled and says in a shaky voice, I'm sorry. The guy squats down to the girl in the red skirt and holds his phone outstretched to take selfies with her. He says, 1, 2, 3, kimchi. The guy stands and hugs his teddy bear tightly. He says, what's going on with them? Nearby, a red-haired girl asks if he's a SWAT team. The guy says, look over there. One of the guys says he saw people with those letters on the spot where Shin Mari was arrested. People are on the street outside the Heroes building, discussing the fact that apparently the division wants to deal with the Heroes. Someone is yelling that the Heroes were a pain in the city, so that's cool. Someone talks about how the Heroes are the reason housing prices are down. 3 SWAT guys in uniforms with NH written on the back walk into the Heroes building. The crowd is wishing the SWAT team good luck as hard as they can. Someone shouts, kick those murderers out! A guy stands in front of the entrance to the building with his arms folded across his chest. Behind him is a smaller SWAT guy wearing a mask and carrying a machine gun. He says, yeah, what's out there, boss? Looks crazy. The guy says into the microphone, who knows if we should cheer for the end of rotten times and welcome a new beginning. 4 masked SWAT officers with assault rifles stand on the stairs. One of them jokingly asks, can we get a round of applause after the mission is complete? The squad captain says, don't worry, sir. We're on our way in. Someone in the SWAT team remembers the guy with the red hair and says, by the way, the other masters have already talked about disbanding the 1st Division. We just have to pretend to capture them, right? A huge muscular guy in a black t-shirt asks the masked guy, Hwarang hasn't answered his phone since then, has he? The masked young man shows a phone that has no network on it. A guy in a SWAT uniform walks down the hallway with an assault rifle and peeks around the corner. He is very surprised and sweat runs down his cheek from the exertion. The guy is standing in a dark room. There are barrels and an orange cone and his neutralized partners lying on the floor. The guy stands in front of the entrance to the building with his arms folded across his chest and is told through an earpiece that something strange is going on inside and the leads aren't working. The guy just sighs in response. A guy in a black t-shirt stands in front of the building entrance folding his arms across his chest saying, I knew something was going to happen. Suddenly, the huge muscular guy in the black t-shirt tensed his muscles and balled his fists. His eyes are red and flames are burning behind him. He says, this is what I was hoping for, master. A young man with red hair sits in a chair in the office. He is dressed in a white robe and has folded his leg over his foot. He holds the phone up to his ear and says, hi there. The young man in the mask shows his phone to his boss, a huge muscular guy in a black t-shirt. He hesitates at first, but then he too says into the phone, hello? The huge muscular guy in the black t-shirt shouts into the receiver, master, where are you? You haven't answered any of the calls. The master answers the phone that he's in the hospital. The muscular guy yells, are you in surgery? Are you in the middle of treatment? The guy looks away sideways. He's thinking about something and is silent. The muscular guy in the black t-shirt speaks into the receiver of the phone. Let me introduce myself. I'm the team leader of the NH team. I heard that you'll be cooperating with the disbanding of the 1st Division. The guy sitting in the chair says smilingly, there are no heroes in the 1st Division right now. A huge muscular guy in a black t-shirt asks, what? The guy sitting in the chair talks about their intern being next to him. A young man in a tracksuit and cap stands in the center of the office. The guy in the tracksuit and cap is standing in the center of the office. His gaze is serious and directed somewhere forward. He has band-aids on his cheeks. The guy is staring thoughtfully at the screen of his phone. He is excited and puzzled about something. He thinks to himself, the 2 heroes from the 1st Division are not in the 1st Division? That's not a lie either. One of the special forces in full uniform and with an automatic rifle stands near the barricade and communicates through a walkie-talkie. He is told, Alpha 1, what is the situation? He replies, it's still quiet, but it's dark, so it's hard to assess the situation. Suddenly, a young man in a Special Forces uniform notices something flying at high speed into his face. He shouts, what? An iron glowing yellow hand flies the young man in the SWAT uniform right into his face. The SWAT guy's head crumbles and shatters into little pieces. The guy in the SWAT uniform with the automatic rifle turns at the noise and asks, Captain? The young man sees only a column of dust behind him after the impact. A young man in a mask and a SWAT uniform with an automatic rifle shines a flashlight deep into the corridor but sees nothing. He was very excited. The smoke from the impact began to gradually dissipate. The haze in front of the young man in the mask and uniform of a special forces officer with a machine gun dissipates, and a huge iron fist flies straight at him down the corridor. The entire corridor is lit up from the power of the fist. The huge iron fist hits the first SWAT officer in the jaw. He flies away, and the huge iron fist flies into the next guy in a SWAT uniform with a machine gun. The guy with the machine gun didn't see this coming. He is frightened and tries to cover himself with his left hand, although he realizes that it is useless. The guy is standing at the end of the hallway with his arm outstretched, wearing an electric suit. One of the SWAT guys shouts, "That's a hero! There's still a hero here!" The young man in the SWAT uniform is terrified. A huge muscular guy in a black t-shirt tensely yells into a walkie-talkie and asks, "Who is he?" The young man in the SWAT uniform says he can't see the hero. The guy is standing with his arm outstretched with an iron fist forward. A respirator is on the young man's face. "Yellow hair!" shouts a young man in a SWAT uniform. Standing in front of him is a once-failed trainee in a red suit with yellow hair. On his hand is an exo glove. A gray-haired young man in a gray suit and glasses stands in the center of the office. He says, "No, never." The gray-haired young man is facing the Division 1 employees. The young man says, "The disbanding of Division 1 is a company decision, and the employees must follow that decision." The girl doctor from the 1st Division of Heroes is standing in a white shirt and black skirt. She's at a loss and says to the gray-haired guy, "I know it's impossible, but it's weird." The girl doctor says, "The mastermind incident was a huge blow for us heroes. I understand it's a company decision, but just a day after the master's arrest, the 1st Division was disbanded. Everything happened so fast." The girl doctor from the 1st Division looks down sadly and remembers the young man with red hair. The girl says, "Master Hwarang accepted the disbandment without any arguments. It was as if it was all planned." The girl turns to the guy in the gray suit and says, "I beg you, guide. No one can help but you." The young man in the gray suit and glasses calmly says, "I'll tell you 2 things. The guy and with gray hair corrects his glasses and says that since the decision to close the 1st Division was made by the headquarters, it should be taken seriously. He also banned the use of the word conductor." The girl doctor from the 1st Division of Heroes with blue eyes shows the number 3 on her fingers and says, "Please stop the disbanding for 3 days. Until then, I will find a way no matter what," says the excited girl. The girl doctor from the 1st Division of Heroes with blue eyes tense to the max and says, "Our 1st Division, you can't disband just like that." The guy stands with his hands tucked behind his back and says, "The way I see it, no matter what I tell you, you just don't listen, whether it was before or now." The girl doctor from the 1st Division of Heroes with blue eyes sighs heavily at the realization of the hopelessness of the disbanding of the 1st Division of Heroes. The girl looks tired of it all. The girl is walking down a corridor that is all hung with lamps. The corridor is very well lit. The girl is very annoyed that the 1st Division is being disbanded. She is thinking deeply about something. The girl is walking down the corridor and suddenly turns her head sideways. She is interested in something in the distance. The girl doctor from the 1st Division of Heroes with blue eyes stopped and thought about the words of the young man in the gray suit. She scrolled over the phrase he said again, "The decision must be taken seriously." The guy with the foggy glasses stands in the center of the corridor and says, "However, if it wasn't for the work of the company, everything would be different." A blonde-haired guy stands half naked in a lighted hall. He has many scars of varying sizes on his body and is clenching his fists. A young man in a gray suit says, "But there is another hero who is not yet in the company." A guy stands half naked in a lighted hall. There are many scars on his body. He looks around. There's a pile of metal parts on the floor and his arm is made of iron. A guy with blonde hair and a mask like a respirator releases his iron arm forward on a cable. The iron arm goes around one of the SWAT guys and hits the other one. The SWAT officer is thrown off and moans in pain. A young man in a SWAT uniform standing nearby just looks at what is happening. A guy in a Spetsnaz uniform, who is the captain of the battalion, shouts to his guys, "Don't be scared, it's just one guy." But you can see in his eyes that he's pretty scared himself. "Fire!" commands one of the 3 SWAT guys standing in the hallway, and they all start firing at the end of the hallway. The corridor was lit up by the shots, and there was a lot of noise on the floor. The guy hides behind a barrel and waits for the shooting to stop. Bullets fly by him. 3 SWAT guys stop shooting. Steam is coming from their automatic rifles. One of the commandos yells, "He stopped!" Another commando commands, "Sector 2, cover Sector 3, 4, 5, follow me." All around them are bullet-holed barrels and ruined tiles. It seems that the guy in the red suit would not have survived such gunfire. One of the young men in a SWAT uniform steps on a thread with a massive boot. The string crawled very sharply out from under the SWAT officer's foot. Apparently it was a trap. Two young men in SWAT uniforms raise their heads up and see a huge white net falling on them. They realize they won't have time to react. The huge white net falls on two young men in SWAT uniforms, and they are pinned to the floor. One young man in a SWAT uniform turns around and sees that his partners are immobilized. He is confused. A guy with a mask on his face flies behind the back of the young man in the SWAT uniform and wants to fire an iron hand at him in order to kill him. The SWAT man is scared and senses something amiss behind his back. The blonde-haired young man with a mask on his face releases his hand into the SWAT officer, and a distinctive sound is heard. The iron arm of the young man in the red suit with the blonde hair catches up with the young man in the SWAT uniform, and he screams in pain, "Ah!" The young men in SWAT uniforms surrounded the young man in the red suit and with blonde hair. They pointed the muzzle of their assault rifles at him. One of the commandos shouts, "Yellow hair, that's the one." One of the group of young men in SWAT uniforms shouts, "Keep formation, fire." At that moment, a young man in a red suit and with blonde hair pulls the strings with all his might. The guy pulls 3 strings with all his might. The 3 SWAT officers have their legs tied together and are thrown into the air. They are all disarmed and won't shoot. They yell in surprise, "Ah!" The guy stands in the center of the hallway. He is satisfied with the results of the fight with the special forces, with assault rifles lying around. All the tile is in splinters and holes. Everything is scattered, and you can see the signs of battle. A guy in a mask that looks like a respirator is sweating as the battle progresses, and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He stares intently at the floor and thinks about the fact that he made it. The guy stands and stares at his iron hand. He thinks to himself, "I'm so glad the new light armor version 7.0 works properly in real combat." The guy in the red and black suit, with blonde hair and mask, turns his head and is still thinking, "They must be surprised at such a sudden change. They won't be able to attack again so quickly. I have plenty of time to set up a defense zone again." One of the special forces hanging from the ceiling chuckles. A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair and mask looks up in surprise. He doesn't understand what the SWAT officer is grinning at. A young man in a SWAT uniform hangs upside down from the ceiling and tells the guy in the red and black suit that the leader is sure to destroy the young man. The guy is terrified. He looks with widened eyes at the SWAT guy and asks in surprise, "Leader?" Suddenly, a huge fist in a military glove flies straight into the cheek of a young man in a red and black suit, with blonde hair and wearing a mask. He didn't have time to react and now only looks up. The boy flies far away after being hit by a muscular young man in a black t-shirt. He wasn't prepared for a punch of such force. The guy calmly says to the young man in the red and black suit, "Good to see you, hero." The huge, muscular young man in the black t-shirt squares his shoulders and walks towards the young man in the red and black suit. He tells him, "I'm the leader of the NH offense, Kim Jae-hun. I'm about to tear you apart." The iron hand from the red and black suited young man with blonde hair and a mask flies at high speed straight into the huge, muscular guy in the black t-shirt. The iron arm literally cuts through the air. The guy effortlessly catches his hand from the young man's red and black suit and asks, "What's that? A toy?" At this time, the young man in the red and black suit and with blonde hair is already swinging his leg to kick the huge, muscular young man in the black t-shirt. The iron hand was just a distraction. The huge young man in the black t-shirt, who is the leader of NH, catches the young man in the red and black suit by the leg and says to him, "Hey, hero, don't try to play games." "Take that!" shouts a huge, muscular young man in a black t-shirt who is the leader of the NH and throws the young man in the red and black suit with blonde hair and a mask against the ground. The young man in the red and black suit screams in great pain, "Harg!" The guy punches the floor with the body of the masked young man. Suddenly, the young man in the red and black suit with blonde hair and mask notices something. His eye opens wider and his reaction improves. The guy tries to hit the young man in the red and black suit, but he dodges the blow and the muscular guy's fist hits the floor. Splinters fly from the floor. The guy squats down and rests one hand on the ground. He looks at the muscular guy in fear. The guy says to him, "Now I get it." The guy says to the young man, "You're an unknown hero hiding out in the 1st Division. For a hero..." The muscular guy says, but he doesn't finish the sentence. The guy put his foot over the blonde-haired guy's head and told him that he was too unremarkable for a hero. A young man in a red and black suit stands and stares at the huge guy. The guy kicks the young man in the red and black suit, but he manages to dodge and the muscular guy punches the floor again. The guy doesn't realize how he missed this time too. He stares intently at the point of impact and asks himself the question, "What?" The guy puts pressure on the young man with his foot. In turn, the young man in the red and black suit blocks the muscular guy's punch with his arms crossed at his chest. The guy grabs the huge, muscular young man by his shoe and starts squeezing it with all his might. The muscular young man didn't have time to react. The guy turns blue with anger. Lightning bolts began to form around him and his eyes turned white. He frantically screams at the entire building, "Ah!" Guy is holding onto his left arm. He ponders the fact that a huge, muscular young man in a black t-shirt broke his armor. Guy relaxed a little and lowered his gaze downward. He reflected on the fact that the muscular young man had ruined the strength of his suit with an overhead attack. The young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair and a mask gathers his remaining strength into an iron hand and sparks appear around it. He thinks, "This can't go on any longer. Without my armor and suit, I can't do anything." A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair and a mask looks at a muscular guy in a black t-shirt and thinks about how compared to this monster, he's just a regular kid. The guy is frantically yelling at the guy in the black and red suit. He yells, "You're the one who uses tricks all the time. You're not a hero." The guy reaches out with his huge hand to the neck of the young man in the black and red suit and tells him that he, Kim Jae-hun, will be the guy's judge. The guy grabs the blonde-haired young man by the head and drags him straight to the ground at high speed to crack his head on the floor. The guy with eyes white with anger yells at the entire building, "Justice!" The guy throws the young man in the red and black suit into the wall. He flies off and hits the concrete with all his might. The guy towers menacingly over the young man in the red and black suit. He says to him, "Do you understand now, unknown hero? Ordinary people can't become heroes. They would be a hindrance to the world." The guy tilts his head slightly to the side and stares intently at the young man in the black and red suit and tells him, "Look." The guy stands over the body of the guy in the red and black suit, which is sprawled out on the floor. He says, "Look, after all, he's dead." A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair is lying on the floor without a mask. His face is battered. One eye is closed and has a black eye. The other eye is open, but it is white. The young man's whole face is scratched. There is blood around the guy's mouth. The guy is standing over the body of a guy in a red and black suit with his hands at his sides. He hears some noises and asks, "What?" A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair is lying on the floor without a mask, lying right at the feet of a huge, muscular young man in a black t-shirt, who is the leader of the NH. The red and black suit loudly announces that the guy's heart has stopped. On the iron arm of the young man in the red and black suit, a small screen popped up saying, "Cardiac arrest detected." The suit requested permission to reboot the system to clear the malfunction. The system of the red and black suit of a young man with blonde hair reported that it was causing an electrical shock. The screen on the guy's iron arm read, "Initiating AED." A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair suddenly jumped up. Electrical impulses are hovering around him and he screams. The guy stands in shock. He doesn't realize what is happening to the guy. The heart of the young man in the red and black suit started beating again. The red heart is pulsing frequently and pumping blood through his veins. The body of the young man in the red and black suit had life in it again. The young man in the black t-shirt, who is the leader of NH, covers his face with his hand. He is a little scared and doesn't know what to expect. He creases his face and asks, "Clear?" The guy sees something. His eye is wide open and his pupil is constricted, so much so that it looks like a pea. A young man in a red and black suit with blonde hair is lying on the floor with his eyes open. Though he and his suit are shabby, he is clearly feeling better and can function normally. A huge, muscular young man in a black t-shirt covers his face with his hand. A guy in a red and black suit with blonde hair remembers sticking his head into the chiseled belly of a huge, muscular monster with teeth all over his body. His sister at the time grabbed the monster's arm and pulled it out with all her might. The hero in the red and black suit with blonde hair remembers the way he looked when he stuck his head into the live, huge monster. The young man thinks to himself, "I'm not fighting, at the cost of my life." The guy in the red and black suit with blonde hair is very angry. He grinds his teeth. His forehead is tense. He puts his iron hand in front of his face and says, "I will destroy you by staring you in the face of death." The guy is folded in half as the blow goes straight to his stomach. The guy is holding a cell phone in his hand. The screen of the phone says that the call has been ringing for 1 minute and 3 seconds. A young man with red hair, a tattoo over his eye, and wearing a white coat pulls his hand away from his cell phone and says, "He hung up. Well, it doesn't matter." The guy with the tattoo on his eye and in the white coat is sitting in a chair with his eyes slightly covered. His foot rests on his leg and he says, "Because of this call, our conversation was interrupted. I apologize." The guy in the white coat opens his eye wider with a tattoo on it. His pupil is white and his eye shade is black. He says, "But still, what is it?" A young man in a cap and tracksuit stands in front of a young man with red hair and a white robe with his fists clenched. The guy asks, "What favor do you want to ask of me?" The guy stands calmly in the center of the office, patches pasted on his cheeks. The young man in the cap and blue suit is silent. Suddenly, and in a confident tone, he says to the young man with red hair sitting in the chair, "Yenpanim, come and rescue him with me." The guy didn't expect such an offer. He sharply twisted his face into some sort of grimace with saliva flowing out of his mouth. He utters, "PFT!" The guy sitting in the chair leg to leg laughs loudly at the suggestion of the young man in the tracksuit. The young man in the tracksuit and cap in turn stands quietly in the center of the office. The guy to his chin and calming down with laughter, he says to the guy in the tracksuit, Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. You're even dumber than I thought." The young man about not being able to save Enpan. The young man in the chair talks about how Enpan killed a man, also a very famous man. The strong character with red hair, tattoo on his eye, says that Enpan was imprisoned for a good reason, and he is a criminal. A guy with long green hair sits on a bench wearing a straitjacket. He has bulky, heavy handcuffs on his hands. The guy sits on the bench with a calm face. His long green hair flows down his shoulders. The young man's eyes cannot be seen as they hide in the shadows. The guy says with a smirk to the young man in the tracksuit, "Heroes only save those who are in danger. There are heroes who save criminals and their kind." "Yes," replies the young man in the cap and blue tracksuit sharply. The young man with red hair, a tattoo over his eye, and wearing a white robe opens his tattooed eye wider in surprise. The guy in the center of the office clenches his fists. He lowers his gaze down a little and says in a calm, slightly sad tone, "I know that, but..." The character recalls the guy handing him his power. The guy says, "Enpan Nim asked me for a favor. He told me to come get him." The guy says in a confident voice to the young man in the chair, "I'm sure there must be a reason for that, and I believe him." The guy with the patches on his cheeks stands in the center of the office and adds to the sentences he said earlier. The young man in the cap thinks he and the young man with long green hair are a team. The boy sits in the office on a chair, putting one foot on the other leg. He puts his head down and laughs loudly after the words of the guy in the tracksuit. The laughter is loud enough. The guy stands in semi-darkness and stares intently at someone, his long hair flowing along his own face, and he says, "Of course he'll believe me. After all, we're a team." The guy leans forward slightly toward the young man in the blue tracksuit and says, "Really? Then try this." The guy suddenly transforms into a huge fire demon. It pounces on the guy in the blue tracksuit. The guy doesn't move. The whole place is in flames. It's getting dark outside. Behind the white window of a brick building, you can see red flashes created by a young man with red hair, a tattoo on his eye, and wearing a white robe. A huge explosion occurs. The blast wave hits the glass. A huge column of tongues of flame and smoke rushes out. The guy is thrown back by the tongues of flame. His cap flies off the young man. A circle of flames forms around the guy. The guy falls helplessly to the ground and rolls a few meters on the ground. A huge column of dust remains behind him. He flies on the ground with his hands up in the air. The guy sits against a brick wall and stares menacingly ahead, dust flying around him. A young man with red hair and a tattoo over his eye asks the guy if he remembers the day of the interview. The guy stands there with little sparks flying around him. He says to the young man in the blue tracksuit, "Like yesterday, I remember you said you were strong." A red-haired young man with a tattoo on his eye and wearing a white coat and black badlan is standing on a brick wall with his hands in his pockets, with puffs of black smoke flying behind him. He says to a young man in a tracksuit, "Kill me." The guy is standing capless at the bottom of a high brick wall in puffs of smoke. The guy points his finger at his neck and says to the young man in the tracksuit, "If you cut my neck here, I'll help you." The guy stands in a tired pose, one of his arms hanging loose. He says in a tired and angry voice, "No, I can't kill Hwarang Nim." The guy stands with his hands tucked into the pockets of his black pants and says, "Where did your old spirit go? I thought you had the courage, but was I wrong?" The boy puts his fist forward and says in a confident voice, "If I kill you, I can't save Enpan Nim." The guy's look changes to a more menacing one, and he looks at the young man with red hair and tells him that he'll only knock him out, not kill him. The guy stands against the backdrop of the sunset and the city. He has his hands tucked into his pants pockets and his white robe is developing in the wind. He himself is calm.